So grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Today's matchup. Rocks Tigers. SK Telecom T1. MVP. Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
What's going on, LCK fans? Welcome back to another day of League of Legends. I'm Achilles. That's Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the action here as we kick things off with Rocks Tigers versus SK Telecom T1. We're in the last few days here for the OGN broadcast, Papa Smithy. It's do or die time for all of these teams. Rocks Tigers desperately trying to make their way into playoffs. SKT trying to hold on to that first place spot over Samsung.
And it's insane how fast it came to this already. Final week of the regular season. Already we are just a couple of games away from locking in our top 5. Looking like Afrika will make it through and Longzhu will not. Rocks Tigers, like you say, an outside hope, but basically need to 2-0 and have results go their way. So unlikely, but still kind of amazing that a squad that had, 2 match wins maybe 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago even, their ascent just before IEM and afterwards has been really impressive to see.
Yeah, right now on a 3-match win streak, I do believe, with their recent victories. So they've been picking them up. Things have been looking a lot better, and Mickey especially has been the catalyst for success for the Rocks Tigers, surging up the charts as far as MVP is concerned. Now going to be tied for second place alongside Haru, just 1 win under Crown.
And Mickey versus Faker also is...
That storyline that keeps on giving.
And it used to be the one-sided storyline, right? It used to be Mickey being like, hey, me, and Faker being like, I don't know who you are. I've won 3 world championships. But Mickey recently has been performing very, very well. Here we have the rankings. 3 teams are locked in to being top 5. SKT, with a match win here, actually confirm their status as first overall and waiting in the grand finals. Venues were just announced, by the way, guys, so go to Twitter and check out the Casper English Twitter to find out the full schedule. We've also retweeted here. But Samsung and KT fighting for their spots as well. Remember, first, second, and third skip matches. It'll be 4th versus 5th as the wildcard match. That will be brought to you by OGN. And then from there, teams will start to face in a best-of-5. First match is a best-of-3, but we'll talk about that more in the future. You already mentioned it, Achilles. First match of the day. This used to be a barn burner. It can still be with the form, like you said, of the ROX Tigers. You'd expect SKT to win, but expectations kind of went out the window with Samsung so resoundingly beating SKT the last time they took to the Rift.
Yeah, they absolutely crushed them, and that was with Profit starting in, both of those games. As we go ahead and get ready to take a look at the rosters, some shakeups will be potentially coming through on either side. We'll start things off with the ROX Tigers, where there's no surprises here. It's going to be Shy and Mighty Bear starting off in the top lane in the jungle. They've both been having wonderful performances as of late, and you have to say the addition of Mighty Bear especially has been very crucial for ROX in their success as of late. So definitely stepping up as he moves onto that starting position in the jungle.
And these two have played exclusively in that 3-match winning streak. No sign of Songwon, no sign of Linderung. Songwon did play 1 match in their last loss, but they've been relying on these two and the synergy between the two, and also Shy kind of having a career resurgence during the course of spring. Didn't know if he'd play much. They were definitely starting Linderung and Songwon to start the season. Shy was a bit of a bit part player, but ever since they got back from IM, which was unable to attend personally, he has looked great both on pressure laners and tanks. Shen is probably a must-ban against Shy in his current iteration, and we're going to be seeing SK Telecom T1 hit the Rift. You may not be surprised to see Huni after the Profit series, which they lost, but Peanut will also retain his spot. So increasingly, we've been asking, will we see Blank? Will we see Blank? Will he be subbed in? And resoundingly, the answer seems to be no.
Yeah, seems like Blank might just be the, card up the sleeve that they have for the playoffs potentially, which is not something you would expect to say after last year. But things have been a bit inconsistent for Peanut, especially in that series against Samsung.
And it's the point you bring up that's why I'm not surprised we're not seeing Blank, because SKT are all but confirmed to be waiting in the grand final. Now, if they go into the final series not having that secured, perhaps we'll see Blank. But for now, don't show any information. Don't give away any picks. Don't show any tendencies. They have almost no incentive to show us new stuff as much as we want to see.
I mean, that's why we haven't seen Sky in the mid lane, right? He's the big atomic bomb that they're ready to drop in the final.
I mean, it was 2 years ago where they ran Tom and Easyhoon in the grand final of Spring of 1-3-0. So who's to say what Sky's been doing in the hyperbolic not CJ enters time chamber?
Yeah, you never know.
We've seen the Haru's doing all right.
Yeah,
so.
Haru's been doing quite well. And under the guidance of Coleman, you have to expect that Sky's probably going to be looking pretty good himself if we ever do see him. But you can see right here, SK Telecom still in first place. But honestly, a loss here today would very well set up Samsung to potentially take possession of first place.
Yeah, if they lose both their matches and Samsung win 2-0, 2-0, again, it's all about game score. But Samsung does have an outside chance of finishing first. Speaking of outside, the SKT graph is on the outside of the ROX Tigers. One maybe not to be surprised, although a 4.4 KDA for Mighty Bear on the ROX Tigers is a welcome one, and Shy's numbers are going up, as are all of ROX Tigers. Now, maybe Mickey's KDA is not so good, but he has certainly been the superstar ever since he came back from IM, and we wondered, we saw him win MVP on his series after IM. We were like, well, why couldn't we see this Mickey at IM? Why did he have to have one of those wayward performances in a knockout best-of-5? Well, guess what? He's been right back on the ascent. He's looked excellent. We wondered, did he leave the dirt back in Katowice? And the answer may be yes, because he's been on a tear. DPM #1, kill participation #1. That's in the league, not even of mid laners. And sure, the KDA isn't wonderful, but KDA can be a misleading stat, and especially when everyone knows that if Mickey pops off, that's the best chance for ROX Tigers to win. He gets camped. He has to initiate. In general, the play always comes through Mickey, rolls through Mickey. And Faker may be the best of all time, but Mickey on his day is a superstar in his own right.
Yeah, definitely a contender against Faker. We know the history that these guys have had, that cheeky back and forth saying, oh, you need to practice a little bit more. And you can see that back and forth continues through the MVP points where Mickey is just resting only one win over top of Faker.
And that storyline's so fun because it's kind of like the naggy younger brother, right? Like, no, I'm the better one. You should practice. And the storyline we always bring up from Mickey is he plays like he's Faker. It feels like he always has the nameplates off. In general, when he gets ahead, the flair that Faker shows is also shown by Mickey, but he's much more inconsistent. Faker almost always will give you a good to great level of performance, but Mickey can have some mares, as we all saw at IEM. So no idea to work out what we will see today. And like you say, the MVP subtext is also a fun one. Both players behind Crown, who sits in first spot, looking very likely with 3 out of the top 4 being mid laners, that a mid laner will be crowned regular season MVP of LCK Spring 2017.
Nice little pun there, but you never know. We could very well see Haru in his, we'll call it kind of his rookie debut split here, come up with the MVP.
Did Haru play before this year?
I don't think so. I don't think we've ever seen him before.
Also, calling what he did playing would perhaps be...
Never heard of him in my life.
That's, you know, he'd prefer it that way, actually. He made his debut on Samsung, rookie out of nowhere.
Yep. It's definitely not playing on CJ at any point.
Kramer also, like, just back from the LMS, didn't play last year either.
Yeah.
I think he played in spring. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think CJ's actually just some new up-and-coming Challenger team.
They're doing very well in Challenger.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Cloud9 story where they come out of nowhere and they just start dominating.
We're also technically on their payroll, so that's an interesting one to talk about. But regardless, CJ does own OGN, but we'll see if they'll get back to LCK at a later date as we focus on this series. And we've learned that Rumble Lee Sin seems to be the special duo of bans against SKT. Prophet and Huni together are 9-0 on Rumble, and Peanut is 9-0 on Lee Sin, has looked the best of those. Double top lane ban. Tigers are saying we want Nautilus or Shen first pick really badly. And then SKT. The final ban here on blue will probably be Lee Sin. We'll see if SKT has any ideas about what they want to do. Taliyah has been very early rotation, first pick and first rotation on red side for Taliyah this week, as people really like it. Kuro and Mickey, for example.
I mean, we saw blindness. So.
And SKT banned the Nautilus because they see the pressure top laners being banned away by Tigers. Now, will we just see the Lee Sin ban, or are they comfortable to leave it open, or maybe even be taken by Mighty Bear? No sign of that Lee Sin so far.
Yeah, Camille going to be the ban away, so a lot still available at the moment. The Varus, which is something that has been making it through the draft here and there, still something that we see picked up. Malzahar as well
Graves
in the support role, and Graves is also available. So there's a lot on the table potentially here, as well as maybe that Shen for Shy in the top lane, as Malzahar is the final ban by SKT.
Has there been a series with no jungle bans this season? Jungle started off being the must-ban position. No jungle bans at all.
This would be weird.
He has been prioritizing the pushing lanes, and Zyra has been very popular this week, even without direct buffs to that Zyra. So much open for SKT, specifically in the jungle. I'm interested to see where they'll go. You'd have to imagine Lee Sin, given that Peanut is 9-0 and has looked a class above, specifically on that champion. But Mighty Bear has been a great performing Rengar as well, so maybe they're comfortable. And I say both those champions, but the last one we mentioned, the Graves, is also available. And it's very interesting to see where SKT goes when nothing is banned away.
All right, well, it will just be the Graves and Ashe on the first rotation here. So still a lot available as far as ADCs is concerned, so Tigers could just go ahead and lock down their bottom lane and get a jungler here to finish off the first half.
Rengar is what we expect from Mighty Bear. It feels like today we might have the 3 best Rengar players in the league all take the Rift, as in our second series we will have Beyond and Haru on the Rengar, but for now they look past it. The Varus that you mentioned has been
pushing bot lanes.
Yeah, and that is right up there in terms of pushing bot lanes, even with the change. More about the Blade the Ruin King on the side of the Varus recently. And Jace would be an interesting one. Expected to be a top lane Jace if we do see it. A lot of flicks. Are we really going to see a first rotation mid laner from one of these picks?
If it's going to be anything, let it be the Zed. But looks like they're just going to go ahead, flash a couple things. Mickey's just getting cheeky.
Yeah, you're saying they, but that's all about Mickey, showing Faker some of his sick picks. Now remember, SKT do have last pick on this draft, and Mickey's the one you definitely want to counterpick, because he could pull off anything, or it could just be something boring like a Cassiopeia. So far, it's just 80 carry and jungle taken. Armor for Wolf is the final pick of the first round. So it's just going to be pretty standard stuff. Support, AD, and jungle so far. really interesting draft phase. So many new bans, likes of Fizz, for example, the SKT have been banning previously. Malzahar is the final ban on SKT, usually a blue side ban. I feel like this series is going to be, if it's 3 games, going to have certainly an interesting meta on its own. Now we're seeing bans. They flashed the Jace earlier, the only non-mid lane pick, although Mickey can play at mid. They might start to ban away some of the pressure laners and just pick up a tank for Hoon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Shy playing that Jace has brought that into the top lane, so would likely expect it to be played up top. But Cannon taken away by SK Telecom, so maybe looking for something along the lines of the Maokai. And they also ban away the Gragas.
Anyway, Gragas, interesting. We've seen a little bit more Gragas this week. More of a top lane pick than a jungle pick recently, although it does have that flex nature.
Score is really the big one that's been using it in the jungle, so it has fallen away from that position overall, and GP will be the final ban. So it looks like both the Tigers and SK Telecom may be looking for that tanky top lane. So Maokai and Shen are both available, and they can take their first pick of it, so it will be the Shen.
Yeah, and Shen has been the best performing champion for the ROX Tigers. It's a bit of a takeaway from Shy, whose only pressure laner left is Jace, who does actually struggle to do too much, and in the 1v1 at least, of course, can just take turrets the moment it goes away, as Shy's Jax is a famous one. That'd be a story if we'd see it locked in, Achilles.
It'd be pretty crazy, but Renekton much more in the meta.
It would put them on a hard timer, as Renekton gets heavily outscaled by Shen over the course of a game. We're waiting to see where Mickey's going to go. It is going to be a blind pick for Mickey, and they have a lot of physical damage, so we're expecting it to be magical, although Talon is available.
I mean, he might just say screw it and go straight in for the Talon.
This is the most early game clock if they are to lock in Talon. This is early to mid. Otherwise, SKT will extend and take down the game. I thought we might see Talon from Faker earlier, but saw one game of it so far from Mickey. Heavily considered, and it will be locked in. So only really Zyra for magic damage, no Elise from the jungle. And SKT, if I'm them, I go standard and try to wait out that 25-minute clock, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, all right. Cassiopeia coming through here for Faker.
This is such a tricky draft to pull off for the ROX Tigers. They need to make the level 6 work for the Rengar. They need to take turrets, make it an unorganized game, and try to pull off the flank plays with the Talon. If we're standard lanes with turrets up, outer turrets still available at 20 to 25 minutes, I can't see a world where ROX Tigers wins, because armor stacking for the Shen is just so efficient, but it is a pretty squishy lineup outside of that Shen. So perhaps this will be the game to make us a believer, but never fun to blind pick into SKT, especially for the mid lane. But SKT have a very standard comp to try and weather the early game storm from ROX.
All right, well, we'll see how Huni's going to pilot this Shen up in the top lane. Needs those stand Uniteds and the TPs to be on point. We can join in at a moment's notice and scoop up his team and rescue them from the clutches of the ROX Tigers. Shy has been pretty on point with that in the past, so we'll see how Huni matches up in this opposite matchup here with him on the Shen.
Shy has certainly been in great form recently on the Shen, but has to take the Renekton side of the matchup. Talon versus Cassio. Very much a pressure lane for Cassio in the early laning phase, but Talon gets a pushing advantage around level 9 and can certainly make things happen if outer turrets go down, but they're waiting for the Rengar to scale. So because they kind of have many different masters this game, do ROX Tigers, they're going to have to be super on point to try and blitz SKT, but we saw Samsung do it. Who knows what's possible from the ROX Tigers?
Yeah, we'll see how Mickey can play this one out on the Talon. Needs to have that pressure early. All of the ROX Tigers need to have it. Let's see if they can get it as we jump onto the rip for game 1. ROX Tigers versus SK Telecom T1. Aggressive push forward here by SK Telecom. Going to be moving in as a full 5-man. Get some vision down in this lower half of the jungle.
This does give a lot of time for ROX to get vision wherever they want, because with 5 members being here, they have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Though this is a really interesting pre-plan as we see Caster Jun, our famous play-by-play Korean hype man, honored by one of the fans.
They don't usually get too many signs going over for the casters. Not since the Trundle Amumu and Tarek days from last split. We would see that a lot.
A control ward was also invested on this start. So this is actually really interesting. I believe that came through from Graves, just looking at where that would likely come from, but don't have a full information on that. This would give them full information that this was not warded friendly by Rox Tiger, so they have no control over the bot side jungle whatsoever. So how will the pathing go? Now, given the vision, you expect Rox to go blue to enemy red because they have wards around the enemy red. And they also popped in this ward around the Raptor, so they have more information than SKT respects. And Rox is level 1, pretty resilient. And one of the reasons why you don't see 5-man invades is you usually lose out on map vision because you only get vision in one quadrant.
Well, this is painful as expected here for Mickey to start things off. Faker just laying the pressure on thick thus far. Be forcing out a lot of those charges from the Corrupting Potion. Try to keep Mickey healthy here.
I expect to see Mickey play to the top side, given that Rengar is taking the Raptors on that side. As Faker's just being a jerk. This is how the matchup goes, though. All-in trades certainly favor the Cassiopeia early, and it's so non-committal. You get the mana sustain from last hits on the Twin Fang that you don't sacrifice anything, and you basically completely invalidate the item's choice to start off with, the Corrupting Potion.
But while Mickey has a bit of a rough matchup, you can see it's going the same way for Huni up top thus far, as the Renekton starting to lay down quite a bit of pressure. More Chilled and Potion still there for Huni, so he's going to have that passive regen as well as the on-demand. So he should be okay, but just needs to focus on keeping up in CS for the moment.
His build path is so simple, though. Doesn't even have to build.
Chain Vest into whatever you want that has armor.
I mean, Sunfire obviously seems like the common one. Probably not going to be a Tiamat in the matchup. But you don't even really need a Spectre's Cowl. Maybe a single Spectre's Cowl as a third item just to have some magic resistance because it's so stat and slot efficient on its own. But really no pressure to build anything other than tabbies, etc. The tank way. Ninja Tabby into Sunfire. So where do you stand on the obvious Shen Mortal Kombat reference? Are you a Sub-Zero or a Scorpion man?
Ah.
I know, it's a tough question. They're both pretty cool.
That's a tough one. I'd probably have to go with Scorpion just because of the Scorpion fight from the original Mortal Kombat movie was quite cool, whereas the Sub-Zero one left a little bit to be desired.
For once, I have no dissenting opinion on movies. The first Mortal Kombat, pretty damn cool. The rest of them, let's pretend they didn't happen, just like Haru on CJ Entus.
It was, yeah. The second one's really bad. When they turn into dinosaurs at the end of it for no reason.
Thought Sub-Zero was pretty cool as a kid, but I can't really argue with the Scorpion choice.
I mean, the whole get over your shtick is just pretty neat, so.
Exactly.
But we don't have many more skins like that.
That's true. Those are definitely the 2010 Riot Games ideology of skins, where it's like, we can do some sick ripoffs. Look at this King Rammus. What could that possibly be from?
It's an original idea.
I wonder how Riot Games feels when those are chosen in LCS 7 years onwards. They cringe, or they're just like, yeah, King Rammus.
Not many people have that. Is Peanut going to come over this wall? Oh, he's not going to get spotted here. Mighty Bear, move away from the wall so he doesn't get clipped by that end of the line. Peanut's still laying down a bit of damage. Land that bola. So he will be able to hightail it out of here, but now the Raptors are going to be contested.
Looking for a collapse from the laners. You can see Zyra taking a long path, Karma taking a direct one, but Mickey's here too.
He's coming nearby. It's like, Peanut, does he want to stick around? Not going to be able to get the smite. He'll just go ahead and quick draw away.
Mickey really didn't want to parkour over the Raptor wall closest to the lane, otherwise then he wouldn't be able to use that as a defense for a defense mechanism later. Only really threatening relevance. Gotta say, being 6 CS down on a Cassiopeia with a big wave pushing it's not bad at all for how we saw that laning phase begin.
Yeah, it's gone decently all right here for Mickey. He's got the makings of that Hex Drinker coming through as well, the Null Magic Mantle and the Longsword, so sustained game will be much easier for him.
Remember, if we just truck along at this pace where everyone's farming happy times, big CS numbers, armor is so efficient on the side of SKT that you have to assume that Rox Tigers won't be able to close the game as he does start to feign some aggression onto Faker. Has Ignite, remember.
Yep, the level 6 not there yet. Faker does have the barrier available to him, so he can mitigate a lot of that damage coming through from the Ignite. Try to trade back a little bit more. Can't walk up too much further, though. Doesn't want to get clipped by that turret.
Mickey's one creep away from 6. May try for the all-in just a moment. Hopefully our cameraman will catch it if that's to happen. There's that level 6, but wise of Faker to back away. He was auto-attacking a minion, so it was very obvious to Faker that level 6 was about to be pinged. But you can see, lane control back to Mickey, which, given how level 1 was looking, lets you know that this matchup really does swing pretty far in both ways.
It's going to be a nice turnaround for him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we saw how much pressure Bang and Wolf were applying earlier on.
Now Shy's doing his best Faker impression, being a huge jerk himself.
Yeah, just go proxy this wave. Shove Huni back, maybe force out the TP.
But we're in closing on level 6 coming through from Mighty Bear. That needs to be the point where Rox Tigers get a lot done. Whether that's the standard teleport into bot, 4-man collapse, take a turret. It feels like that's almost the minimum, Achilles, because of just how physical damage centric the side of Rox Tigers are. Whereas Burgess is coming through. We're really looking for Mighty Bear to coordinate with the lanes to pull off a very impressive throw of the hunt. Otherwise, you know, we said it many times already, SKT will just kind of get to mid to late game, be SK Telecom with itemization advantages from the holy physical damage comp from Rox, and certainly BK.
Well, so far, I mean, Mighty Bear not even having that level 6, but even if he did, pulling off that throw of the hunt would be so difficult because he's been spotted throughout his entire jungle for the duration of this game.
Smite from Peanut.
Yep, takes it away, so just getting bullied out here by Peanut.
Every time one of these little micro advantages goes to SKT, the timer on Rox hitting their item power spikes early enough is set back. Maybe it's only 5 to 10 seconds. You've only got so many of those if you're Rox before SKT are very, very favored to take this game.
For now, just going to be dead even at 8 minutes. Not seeing any advantage from either side. It's a bit impressive, you'd have to say. Ash Arrow flash away by Key, but still gets clipped. Lots of damage coming through from Peanut, but the heal is there from Song Yun to keep the Zyra alive. Thing almost goes down. That might just be the peel back from both sides. Now Mickey popping that Shadow Assault in mid lane. Faker's low on mana, not going to get any damage on the Reap Rock. Mickey jumping forward though. Throws out the rake as best he can. Ignite comes down, but the barrier's there from Faker. Now Peanut coming over the wall. Flash away from Mickey, but one more hit would do it. End of the line comes through, and first blood goes over to SKT.
That was really expertly baited by Faker. It looked like he was in full control, even though he started to go down in terms of HP. 2 members here from Rox.
Yeah, it's going to be the wraparound here from Shy.
Flash is still up for Faker. It's hard to execute.
Dominus gets popped. They dash in. Bola not going to connect onto Peanut, but now they're going to be looking for Faker. Flash in. Standard United coming through from Huni as he jumps over the wall. Petrifying Gaze to lock up the Renekton as Huni arrives. And this might just be Rox having to peel back. SKT only having to invest a flash. And that Stand United, really. And they walk away deathless.
Yeah, really nice skirmishing from SKT. Felt like Faker was in full control of the 1v1, and then even with all the backup, Respect Flash from Peanut was on point as well. So nothing gained for the Rox Tigers. Only the slightest of gold leads gained for SKT. The game continues at equilibrium, which definitely heavily favors only one team, and that's SKT T1.
Yeah, we've already touched on that numerous times here with just how far ahead Rox needs to find themselves at the 20-minute mark. And right now, being behind in gold is not going to be very promising for them as we move forward.
Now, you can argue that at least SKT doesn't have a comp with double frontline, because if they had, say, Rek'Sai Shen and somehow got to late game, there's just no damage for being able to push through it. As Mickey's taking a lot of trading here.
Jumped out, jumps over the wall. That Assassin's Path, but he's got to be so careful trying to get these last couple hits in. He's able to pick up the majority of them, so he's still very barely behind in CS here. So maintaining well enough, but you have to expect he's going to have to peel back out of this lane very soon. Faker, Petrifying Gaze is going to be up relatively shortly. If he lands that, Mickey's a dead man.
You can just use it for damage as well. Doesn't even have to focus on getting the proc. If he does, confirm a Q. But yeah, just coming back to my previous point, Graves, Cassiopeia, Ashe, and Karma can only really build so much armor. It's only going to be Shen who can completely disregard the rest of his team. And Shen also, you know, he's got Taunt, but doesn't have the most crowd control in his kit. So it's not basically game over at 25 minutes, but it's just heavy disadvantage to the best team in the world. So that's why Rox are still on that clock.
See, though, some leads starting to stretch out across different lanes. Shy, a pretty commanding lead over top of Huni at the moment, but that's going to be nullified for the most part by Bang in the bottom lane. Currently finds himself almost 20 CS up over top of Song Yoon.
If you remember, Control Ward was committed to bot lane early. Mighty Bear's been losing his red side jungle, so Rock Tigers have to be that much more respectful. A lot of champions in that mid lane quadrant. Oh, Peanut spotted out.
Hello, Peanut. Toss up the scrying plant. Control Ward is here, though. Will get cleared out now as Key and Mighty push forward, but Song Yoon, he's going to be in a potentially bad spot here. Flashes away from the Ash Arrow. And that's just going to be him losing his Summoner Spell in exchange for an ultimate. Lots of damage going down onto this turret. It's about 50% HP, so that first brick is very close to being in SKT's grasp.
He's got to a HP value where perhaps he can walk over. He'll start to now.
Well, spotted out here is Mighty Bear. Ward in the river, so that will just halt the dragon from being taken. So no further objectives going over to SKT, but Rock's still struggling to find one of their own. Shy, in the meantime, he's looking to change that. So he's whittling away at this top turret. Should be able to get it here on this push. So first brick actually going to go over to the Rock Tigers.
And just in a true 1v1, no jungle intervention in top, but they've been winning other lanes off the pressure, Peanut, and holding down Mighty Bear. So credit to Shy. We saw a previous game from Rox last time out where they invested in getting the Renekton ahead, but he got outscaled predictably. In this game, they do the right thing, which is get him ahead off his own merits, and now he's looking for a solo kill.
Yeah, looking forward, but Peanut's here waiting in the wings as soon as he tries to bait Shy in deeper. Gonna dash forward with a quick draw, trying to get some hits in, flash in with the taunt, locks down the Renekton, and he falls. Peanut puts a second kill on the board for SKT.
And the more important thing I take away from that is the coordination between Peanut and Huni. Remember, Huni's last game was where they overinvested turret diving.
It wasn't looking great.
His lane. 0-5-1 was Huni on that day. Already the coordination between Huni and Peanut looks a lot better, and that's very important for SK Telecom. We'd expect Huni to be the starting starting top laner going in to the gauntlet, and them finding synergy is an important thing.
They put that second kill on the board, but it's not going to go unpunished here. Rock's going to move over immediately, take out this Infernal Drake. No one there to contest, so just go over to them. Looks like we have a second one on the way as well.
Double Inferno's pretty happy days, given that Rox is going to have to invest heavily into penetration items in the late game to do respectable damage. So extra multipliers will throw off some of their scaling disadvantage from being physical only. Peanut just auto attacks the Rift Herald to act as a ward for a moment, just in case any other champions are walking around that part of the river.
Faker pushing really far in underneath this tower, but still getting some decent damage in onto Mickey. Also, both summoner spells are up for those mid laners, so the all-ins could go either which way.
So prompted some pretty respectful itemization from Mickey as well. Pressured enough to go into the Hex Drinker. Will most likely still be the Ghost Blade early, but he won't be necessarily as threatening a Talon as you might expect.
Yeah, actually opted to not go for that first off. Did go for the Serrated Dirk, but now you can see just trade damage coming out from Faker is so strong.
You will often see the Serrated Dirk first just to give kill pressure in the early game. If you go for Hex Drinker, you really do lose out on even early lethality, and just because it's more defensive, it's very hard to get a solo kill with a Hex Drinker. So Serrated Dirk for lane presence, then Hex Drinker. But not going to be more Malmortis you'd imagine for quite a while.
See, Caulfield's Warhammer coming in. So, it's going to be sticking to the predictable build path here for the first completed item. But the CS has definitely been slipping away from Mickey in these last couple exchanges here. You can see him now down by almost 30 CS in mid.
I left wondering when it came to a blind pick mid laner, why not Syndra on the side of Rox Tigers? You could argue because Talon can lane pretty comfortably in it. So because I feel like because Rox kind of tunneled on not giving the Talon over to Faker, who's played it a lot recently, it's kind of put them in this really weird spot where it feels like a comfortable early game, but we know that heavily favors one team over the other.
Things going to continue here, just steady as she goes. Still barely a lead for SK Telecom, 500 up at the moment, but Faker maybe looking to add a little bit more to that as he goes in onto Mickey. Pops a Shadow Assault and just wants to dash his way out. Holds on to the flash, but still going to have to be another recall here you'd have to expect for him.
Yeah, it seems like the CS lead will only grow for Faker in the mid lane.
He's going to stick around, maybe try to bait this one out. Is recalling. Peanut, does he want to come over the wall? Ward thrown down by Mickey, spots him out, so he'll stay safe.
Yeah, flash Q auto ult will probably have killed Mickey. That's why they were going for that play.
See, though, pushing in onto this turret, Mickey can't walk forward enough to clear out these waves. We're actually going to have a pause come through now.
Yeah, unsure what that was caused by, maybe a weird interaction, but we'll wait and see if we get any more information.
Seems like something inside the SK Telecom booth, so try to figure this one out as quickly as possible. So, seems like it's Bang having some issue.
Mouse related, I would assume, given what he's posturing. We don't have any extra information to give you guys just yet.
Well, thank God it's not Peanut's mouse.
That's true. We've already covered that to be a long one. Look, I guessed it correctly.
Wow.
Mouse issue.
You soothsayer, you.
I feel like SKT have had disproportionately by the most mouse issues this season, but as you say, most of them were Peanut-centric.
Yeah. And that's just his fault for having to pick one of the oldest mice that you could use for gaming mice, as far as that's concerned.
The G1, was it? Something like that. G5?
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely, I think it was a G1. I mean, there's definitely older options out there that he could have been trying to use, but that's a mouse that you just can't really get your hands on these days. So having to replace that is a bit of a pain.
Yeah, legacy mouse from the StarCraft Brood War days.
Yep.
Speaking of StarCraft Brood War, you and I were at the announcement of StarCraft Remastered on the weekend.
Yeah, we were.
Korean Esports.
It was quite a nice
reinvigorated.
time.
It was fun. The crowd was unglued.
Yes, they certainly were. So turns out Koreans care about StarCraft a little bit.
They love this League of Legos game quite a lot as well.
Yeah. When's that crossover going to come through?
Oh,
All the characters
just
are
have
made out of
Riot
Legos.
and Blizzard sit down. I'm sure it'll go fine.
Yeah, let's work that one out. That'd be fun. I mean, they could do, you know, League of Legos, like just regular sets, that kind of thing. Doesn't even have to be a video game. Move away from that.
I'm waiting for the League of Legends movie, Achilles. It's going to be bombastic. World of Warcraft had a movie. Why not?
Okay.
You really love that, right? As a big World of Warcraft fan, I'm sure you love the movie.
No, it's pretty bad. It's yep, it's not very good.
Okay.
To say the least.
It's the expert review.
It's some source material that I really care about, and they took the movie and then they absolutely ruined it all.
I was going to say, you do have some. Do you even have an hour account for your World of Warcraft account?
No, I don't. I have for my one character, but there's been at least.
Give me a ballpark
It's well over a year straight played.
of gameplay, correct?
Yes. I'd probably say between all of my characters, which a lot of them don't exist anymore, maybe a year and a half, a year and a quarter.
So given 365 days of pure gameplay, I imagine that your review should include more than just it wasn't very good for the World of Warcraft movie.
I mean, what do you want to know about it? It's just bad overall. They ruined the storyline. The acting's not great. The armor looks like it's made out of plastic.
Do you have anything nice to say?
No.
Okay. There you go. Thorough review. Put that in the back of the DVD box, Blizzard.
They ruin everything about every character.
Well, that was resounding.
That's about it. You know, it's just okay, the one thing I can say is Durotan's death is better than in the actual lore.
Spoilers! I haven't played any World of Warcraft, to be clear. Is that a spoiler? How much of a spoiler was it?
Not. Really? One? I don't know. You would find that if you played Warcraft 3.
I played some of Warcraft 3.
Well, it's Thrall's father.
Okay.
So
All right.
he's not in Warcraft 3, but he's referenced.
There's Huni on our screen. Waiting for these mouse issues to be resolved.
Yeah. I wonder what mouse does Bang use then?
I don't know.
Is it something from like a Windows 95?
I mean, SKT are sponsored by Razer, so I imagine it's a Razer mouse. I know because they tweeted us all the time about SKT business.
They like the Team Razer discussion on the broadcast.
Probably don't like us talking about
Probably
Peanut's mouse.
probably not when there's a mouse issue. They might not enjoy that one, but it's okay. Just they need to expedite ship something over here real quick. Get it to the studio.
We definitely want like more parts of our broadcast to be sponsored, but they probably don't want to sponsor the mouse issue. Brought to you by Razer.
Brought to you by Razer. Oh dear. Yeah, that would not be a good one.
CJ E&M logos in the back. To clarify the point from before, CJ E&M obviously own the CJ Entus team. Also on GameNet, or OGN, is they are technically OGN now. We've dropped the own game net name. Is a television channel on the CJ network. So there is a lot of double and triple dipping happening there.
Yeah. And CJ is a major conglomerate company here in
They make everything
Korea.
from music videos to white rice.
Yep, they make rice. They deliver things. There's like CJ Lion, I think, is the delivery service name.
If you feel like very strongly about your employer, man, you can really apply that to many different sectors in Korea.
Yeah, you can. You know, and if you tell somebody you work for CJ, it doesn't really tell them much because they're just like, well,
but they're
there's
impressed.
a million
They're
things.
usually like nonplussed but impressed. Like, oh,
yeah. Like, okay,
CJ, I've heard of them.
you're not a teacher.
No, you're not an English teacher. Not to say anything bad about English teachers, but of course, foreigners,
It's the most expected thing.
for a foreign person especially, yes.
So it's like a little surprise to them.
And starting to come into the studio, so at least in terms of live attendance, having a little bit of a break now helps.
Yeah.
We've said it a couple of times, but fans find it very hard to get here earlier.
We got a German fan here cheering for Peanut. So, bit of a distance, that is. Come all the way here to cheer on SK Telecom. There's somebody else in the audience. I don't know if we're going to highlight over him, probably not, but Mr. Vault Boy himself is joining us today. Golden Glue has stopped over.
He's in the Korean solo queue test chamber himself, right?
Yeah. Believe, I don't know. I think it was all his decision to just actually come over here and just boot camp for a period of time. So, not sure how long he's here for, but honestly, I respect it. You know, that's a good move to make.
Actually a pretty common thing to find. I mean, Nien was here, Nien Tonso from CLG was here as well. I like how it's an SKT fan, but also has the Mickey ears. Although, to be fair, any bunny ears, I would just call Mickey ears at this point.
Well, that wasn't Bunny.
I know.
It was a cat.
That's fair.
Cats kill bunnies.
Do they?
Yeah.
I'm not actually aware of that interaction.
I've had feral cats back from my hometown in New Jersey.
What
that
about
would kill
domesticated cats?
bunnies. They might, but they're more likely to act like they're going to kill it, and then they run away in fear.
Ah. I've met your cat. Runs away in fear from many things.
Yes, she is definitely a bit of a scaredy cat, that one.
This man on your screen, not a scaredy cat in the slightest.
I mean, he's had to play that way the last couple exchanges.
Took him a while to learn. It was the first 15 Twin Fangs to the face in the space of a minute that perhaps taught him.
Oh, okay. This is bad. Faker can kill me. So, still just getting this figured out here with Bang.
The mouse issue words are off the screen, so we're hoping the video games will start. And there
There
they
we
are.
go. All right, so diving back in. Hopefully everything is taken care of. And we can get right back in for the action here. SKT, just to catch you guys up, 16 minutes into the game. Going to stack a little bit more gold onto that lead for themselves here as they almost have 2,000. Songyun, though, nice flash away from the Ash Arrow. Takes them out to safety.
That flash was almost off cooldown. Feels like just a moment ago we saw Songyun flashing away from an arrow.
Yep. So keeps himself safe yet again, but this time the turret does go down. So SK Telecom just keep pushing forward, 2,000 gold in the lead. And this is definitely a bad spot to be in for the Rocks Tigers. Mickey popping that Yomu's Ghost Blade, pushing forward, threatening Wolf, but there's so many members nearby to back him up.
Let's cover the item builds for a moment as well. We are still in League of the Blade of the Ruined King. Even Ash will be going forwards that as a one-item power spike.
Is that the name of it on the subreddit? Because it really should be.
People definitely slept on the Blade of the Ruined King changes, but if Ash is building Blade of the Ruined King, you know the power level is pretty high. And it's a one-item power spike that it feels like only lethality abusers have had recently. So the fact that auto-attack AD carries can actually get a power spike from an item makes it so relevant as a rush choice, and Bilgewater gives you all the laning stats you're looking for as well.
Sad boys, we actually don't have a custom meme-ish name on the League subreddit right now, but League of the Blade of the Ruined King is pretty accurate.
League of Cleavers, a thing behind us, but Blade of the Ruined King certainly... We're seeing 3 to 4 a game, which lets you know that's pretty damn good. But I'm happy that it's, you know, varied up the champion pool a little bit, as Huni's already got quite a lot of armor.
Yep, he's by himself. Let's see what Rocks can get done here. Chain of Corruption coming through. Mickey going to start tanking things up, but he gets popped up, still about half HP, but he will go down to the end. Ignite is there to help tick him away on top of the bleeds. So they do get a kill, but they're losing that tier 1 turret in top, in mid lane, simultaneously.
Yeah,
So
looked like they
Rock's
wanted to
gonna be
trade
losing
up,
out.
but only a kill. If it's 2 towers, it's a pretty big penalty.
Yeah, and Peanuts here now to back up Faker. A couple more minions, a couple more shots will do it. So 2 tier 1s just for the kill there, and that turret in the bottom lane for the Rocks Tigers. So definitely not much of an advantageous trade.
Now, the only advantage that Rox gets is the game now does have more turrets down. So maybe this will be what specifically the Talon needs to get picks. I know it sounds like a backhanded compliment, but if we just kept laning, the armor items would get ridiculous on the side of the Shen. So even if it's a immediate downgrade in terms of turrets, it's at least going to increase the pace of the game or give some options for Mickey, which he desperately needs because it's all been pretty inevitable one-way traffic so far, inching towards the side of SK Telecom T1.
Second Infernal Drake definitely would help out Rox Tigers here. We see that spawn up. Good vision via the Scuttle Crab, but likely want a pick before they go for this. SKT will not let this one go without a fight. You'd have to expect. Huni's already splitting in the top lane. Has the Sand United, has the TP ready to go.
I have a lot of vision here, advanced to Rox, only around the Gromp area, no more. So largely blind, even though Talon is pushing up the minions.
Ward inside the pip, gets stomped off by the control ward. Dragon gets started up. Huni still in the top lane so far, hasn't come in with the Stand United. See, he's going to start channeling it now onto Peanut, but the Dragon does go over to Mighty Bears. He take this one out. He'll get locked down by the taunt, but actually is able to flash over the wall. So it seems like Rox Tigers have just walked away with an objective for themselves. Petrifying Gaze thrown onto Mickey, who is trying to cheat in from the backside. Jumps back in onto Faker, trying to trade back some damage. Will parkour away. See if he can get himself out of this one, but seems like a bit of a rough situation to be in for the Talon. Slows up Bang, trying to run his way out of here. We'll just trade some damage back before he goes down. Hands that kill over to Bang.
Yeah, the Chunk's looking good, but was always going to die one way or the other. In the end, gives an assist and a kill over to SKT, so questionable whether the value was there, although it gave time for Rox Tigers to get into other minion waves.
Triple Infernal Drake. What a way to start things off.
Couldn't ask for much more if you're Rox Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, the die roll's been pretty loaded so far for them.
I mean, it was double Ocean. They'd kind of be boned at this point, but the double Infernal, like, okay, still a chance. Play the Ruin Kings on AD carries tells them another thing about the meta Achilles. A lot of people can kill Baron pretty fast with Play the Ruin King everywhere.
Especially the Ashe, so those flurries going.
I believe damage cap to monsters increased to 60 from 40 with this Play the Ruin King change as well, so do even more damage to those monsters. Only been kind of periods of excitement and largely been pretty organized gameplay, which given the manner in which SKT was steamrolled by Samsung is a good thing for SK Telecom. They're playing this game as they should. He's caught out.
Yeah, flashes away from the Ashe Arrow, gets a double pop up there with the Strangle Thorns, but won't lead to any follow-up from the rest of the Rox Tigers. So maybe we would see Songyun going for the Chain of Corruption, but wants to just play back.
Mickey wants it to Faker. Faker has very low mana.
Yeah, Mickey's going in, pops the Shadow Assault coming through, dodges out on the Petrifying Gaze, so Faker actually just missing that one, but Mickey will go ahead and peel back, knows that SKT was roaming up to kill him.
Yeah, they don't have river control, so he couldn't just continue to persist for a solo kill.
He's jumping back, so Mickey's going to stick around for a little bit longer, try to play this as cheekily as he possibly can, but...
It's fun how you learn more about what's happening from the minimap than actually the 1v1, because he only started to cheat forward as the cavalry was coming for Rox Tigers.
Yeah, Faker's just going to have to keep running away here. Knows that Mickey can pursue him to the ends of the earth, just jumping over those walls. But he will go ahead and back off. But, I mean, no summoner spell's going to be blown from either side, just going to be the ultimates coming out. Rox now, we're going to go ahead and start up this Baron.
No Cassio's in base, remember.
Hawk Shot has not come through yet here from Bang. But they see the rest of SKT wrapping around, so they will go ahead and peel off.
I like the attempt at starting. They knew that Cassio had to be in base, so at best it would be a 4v5 from the side of SKT.
It also wouldn't have a Petrifying Gaze if she joined back in.
It was a good little heads-up move, but doesn't get them that much. Only tries to peel away some of the members of SKT. They don't have a teleport user that needs to come in early, so they can't just get a free teleport from the top lane and repeat it because it's Shen. You can be so much more steadfast about summoners.
Oh, Key this time, no flash available. Will get locked down. Taunt coming through from Huni as he leashes in the red buff for good measure, and that's just going to be a kill going over to Faker, his first of the game. 1-0 and 2. Mickey can get better of this one. Wants to try to go back in on the Peanut, but we'll go ahead and back off. So a little indecisive there for the Talon. Worried about getting collapsed on.
In the pings from SKT onto the Baron, going to clear both wards. Talon has to stop his back.
I mean, this is an Ashe and a Cassiopeia. They can shred this thing down. Rox Tigers should be able to put up One hell of a fight, though, with that double Infernal. There you can see the TPs coming through from Shy already. Mighty Bear popping the thrill of the hunt. The lockdown Wolf with that Chain of Corruption. He's going to get taken out as Mighty Bear goes forward, kills him off with the ball, and they found Bang as Mickey goes in. Big burst of the collateral damage coming through, taking out the Talon. They'll find one fired back here onto Shy, so a 2 for 2, but the Baron halted by Rox Tigers.
Zyra back as well, so now they have 3 members with a 2 for 2 with numbers disadvantage. It's pretty good from the side of Rox. SKT get the big objective, which in that case was the teleport, because now Renekton doesn't have teleport.
Double global.
And double global is certainly going to be something for SKT to play around for the next 5 minutes or so.
Still though, nice fight by Rox, and now they're going to look to transition this into at least an objective as they start whittling away at this turret. Flash over the wall comes Faker. Doesn't have a petrifying gaze, but still has a lot of damage to output onto that. Zyra takes him out. Now going to be looking for Songyin, who's ticking down the poison. Will get him in the end with the help of Huni here, who lands the Shadow Dash in on a Mighty Bear, who just cannot get away into the line. Takes him out, and SK Telecom end up getting the unofficial ace off the backside of that attempted push in mid.
And this ended up being a jump scare with Faker in the Wolf camp. Didn't even notice it on the minimap. Flashed over, 3 kills to the side of SKT, and they got the teleport first. Now they cleaned up the kills, and it feels like SKT only needed to pick up the Baron, put the final nail in the coffin of the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, where things were looking so even just a little bit ago. Rox now going to be struggling. SKT whittling away at this Baron, still only down to about half HP at the moment. Mickey and Shy going to do what they can to try to delay this one, but Shy, he's going to get taken out. Mickey gets locked up by that crystalline arrow, has to flash away and jump over the wall as SKT goes back over to the Baron to take this one out. Bang going low. Seems like he may just be okay. Mickey does not have the flash, does not have the Shadow Assault to try to get on top of the Ashe. Can't do a damn thing, and that's going to be Baron going over to SKT, 25.5 minutes.
With Randuin's and Sunfire, Huni can tank the Baron forever, peel off for a taunt, and go back to keeping it. So they never have to unleash the Baron. With how tanky from armor and health, the best stats for tanking Baron you can be is, Faker flashing over was just the death knell for all these members of the Rox Tigers. The one area they didn't have vision of until just a moment previously was that Raptor camp. As they put the ward in, so did Faker come over. Yeah, parkour over the back. SKT harassing them away from Triple Infernal.
Yep, and they're just going to go ahead and keep this thing leashed here in their favor. So first Dragon picked up here for SK Telecom, denying the Triple Infernal away from the Rox Tigers. And with that plus the Baron, seems like they'll have everything necessary to close this game out. Feels like it's a much later game, but it's only 26 minutes in because of that pause.
I think also, building the storyline as get it done early or go home. We were always looking for Rox to make the big plays. They never came, and now there's that air of inevitability. Huni is just ungodly tanky, although catching Bang.
Yeah, hello, Shy walks in, tries to find Bang, is able to take him out, takes a bit of damage from that redemption, gets finished off with
2
Mickey.
kills.
Actually does find Wolf, so the bottom lane of SK Telecom is taken out. Now Mickey going to be hot on the heels of this Grace, slowing him up with a rake, dashing forward with the Q. Has to be careful, there's so much damage, and Peanut can trade back, and he's able to get it off, dashes forward. And the buckshot to the face takes out the Talon.
And never even calls in the Stand United from Huni. Just does it himself, does Peanut. 6-0-2 already. Having a monster impact on this game. A welcome return to form from Peanut after he was monstered by Haru in that last series. And meanwhile, SKT taking so much standing gold on the map.
Yeah, bottom, inner turret, mid going down simultaneously. Peanut bringing up the wave in the top lane. SK Telecom just surging forward, almost 10,000 gold in the lead here now at 27 minutes. Started off so calm, it was even for the longest time, which we already said was bad for Rox, but this is pretty damning for sure, as SK Telecom definitely cashed in.
Peanut and Faker especially doing the majority of that cashing in. It's been so comfortable controlled from SKT. You never really know how teams will react from an unlikely loss. We've seen KT, for example, come pretty unglued in recent weeks after losses, whereas SKT, only 2nd loss of the season, going back to the tried and true game plan.
Well, Shy, you're in a bad spot. Might have to pop the TP to get out of here safely. I think at this point, maybe you just let yourself die, though. The timers aren't terribly long.
Can dash through Peanut, though, so he's actually fine.
Mickey seems like he was having other thoughts. Like they wanted to collapse in onto Peanut, but Shy doesn't want anything to do with that one.
But then you notice he has Black Cleaver and Sterix Gauge and Ninja Tabi, so Peanut's actually tanky in his own right.
Yeah, popping him is going to be Bit of a challenge.
Health is already a really good stat against Talon. When you get to build health and armor on multiple members, Talon's...
Feels amazing.
Yeah. Kill potential for Talon goes completely out the window. Doesn't really have any good targets, apart from the Karma. SKT's siege isn't wonderful, so for now they're going to be halted.
Wave clear, still going to be strong here from the side of the Rocks Tigers, well, with Song Yun on the Varus.
And is that our first Thornmail of the season from Huni? Might be.
Yeah, might be. He's coming through, just stacking up all the armor that he possibly can. Faker's going to get locked down. Grasping Roots barely missing him. Now that connected from Key. Likely would have seen the all-in from Mickey.
Why not Guardian Angel has kind of been the story for Thornmail and why no one's picked it up, but guess what? There's no magic damage at all, so pick up Thornmail and just be obnoxious. Got 257 armor, even with 4 stacks of the Black Cleaver on him already.
Huni's like, why should I kill you when you can just kill yourself by attacking me? So it seems like a pretty sound plan coming through from him thus far. Lateral damage coming through, takes Key rather low. Wave clear still here from Song Yun, but the Repetition's coming down on top of SKT to keep them all topped off. Ash Arrow comes out, locks up the Talon. Faker's already finding the first blood of the fight as Key goes down. Shy popping the Dominus, trying to find a way in here as Faker just goes fearlessly forward, taken so very low. One piercing arrow would finish him off, but he's got the shield from the Seraph's Embrace, and now Mighty Bear on the backside of the fight will get taken out, and the Cassiopeia, one hit from dead, will stay alive for a little bit longer as the base gets broken for the Rocks Tigers.
I mean, in comical fashion, they were all trade tanking the turret to dive members. Didn't even wait for a minion wave because everyone has health and armor.
Screw
the
it.
exact statistics that help you to tank turrets. So even turrets are no objective. For SK Telecom T1, 11,000 gold ahead, and maybe they can pick up a Crocodile too. Huni failed that.
Yeah, Taunt not connecting there, so Shy going to be all right. So Guardian Angel will stay on for him, but you can see SKT basically playing with their food at this point, just bleeding Rocks dry as slowly and surely as they possibly can.
So just come in. Feels like this game is being played in increments of Chain Vest, but even some damage being put together. The Bang is gone. We've seen a lot of different builds with the Blade of the Ruined King. We've seen early Black Cleavers, even on Ashe. Previously, it was just Lucian. Then a lot of European AD carries were going Black Cleaver early on Ashe. We haven't seen so much of that here, but Adam Dancer is the second Zeal item. Does give you that bit more trading damage and indirect tankiness in a 1v1 duel. And given that people are diving the Ashe, it's actually going to be pretty good in terms of statistical effectiveness. Phantom Dancer plus Ninja Tab. It's not a lot of physical damage between the two, if you think about it.
With Blade of the Ruined King where it's at, it's going to more than make up for it.
Varus has a Rage Blade, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, all right, Song Yun.
Magic damage, baby. He found the magic damage, guys.
All right. This was the plan all along.
Yep. There we go. Varus hybrid damage, definitely going to be relevant this game.
Mickey's like, no, I'll play Talon, you just get a Rage Blade. Song Yun, though, speaking of which, you get locked up by that Ashe Arrow. Redemption coming down will whittle him away a little bit more. Huni dashes forward, trying to find that taunt, but it's not going to be able to get it. But Mickey, he goes in, just trying to pop somebody on SK Telecom, but he's going to get taken out. 3 kills already going over to SK Telecom. A double here for Bang. We'll see if we can add more to that. As Shy comes back up from the Guardian Angel. Nope. Will be taken away by Peanut. So 2 double kills here for SK Telecom, and that should be the end of the game as Super Creeps go ahead and push in onto those Nexus turrets.
Yeah, everyone on SKT is a tank effectively, so they're just going to end the game at 32 minutes. The pause extended it. The Rocks Tigers took a gambit. They went all in on physical burst damage. Wasn't to be. An easy controlled victory in game 1 for SK Telecom T1.
Well, they'll get Key at the end just for good measure, taking him out, padding the KDAs, and making it an ace on top of that Nexus collapsing. So game 1 over to SK Telecom, 33 minutes just about on the clock for them. So pretty steady as she goes throughout the majority of that game. No real speed bumps here for SK Telecom.
Yeah, very anticlimactic for my end of things. See, this all seemed so glacial, the glacial pace of the game because of the draft. Came alive in front of us. The words, we saw them, they were brought to life, and sadly just weren't more interesting because Rocks didn't take any risks in the early game. They had to wait for the level 6 on the Rengar. Level 6 didn't really translate to anything. They lost a couple of skirmishes, and the wheels were off this particular hype train very quickly for the Rocks Tigers, so hoping to throw that draft out the window and come up with something new for game 2 because you need to make SKT sweat. We saw Haru do that on his own in the first 3 minutes of Samsung versus SKT Game 1, but no need to sweat here for SKT. Very easy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, closest thing that Rox had really going for them was going to be that double Infernal Drake, but once the Baron went over to SKT, once the triple Infernal was stopped out by them, it was definitely in their hands. So now they're going to have to close this out, see if they can do it with a 2-0. Rox going to need to pick up that win if they want to keep the playoff hopes alive. A 2-1, definitely not the best spot for them to be in.
Not mathematically out with a 2-1, but need a match victory or Rox Tigers isn't going to offseason.
All right, well, we'll see if they can get it here as we go to a break. We're going to come back and have game number 2. We'll see if they can close this out, take us to a third and final, or if Rox's playoff hopes will get halted right here by SK Telecom T1. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. the duffel bag and let's roll. Grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
All right, there we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna look at the damage charts here. You can see Faker popping off on that Cassiopeia. I mean, from level 3 was applying so much pressure in the mid lane, and that translated throughout the duration of the game.
Yeah, a lot of it was empty damage onto Mickey in the laning phase, but then increasingly, those problems generalized all over the Rocks Tigers lineup. It's a good game from Faker, but I think Peanut definitely was a standout player, but Faker will take the MVP, because guess what? He's pretty close to 1,000.
All right, well, a bit of a storyline MVP. I mean, still played very well
Yeah,
here
sure.
on the Cassiopeia, so you do have to give credit where credit's due. 74% kill contribution as
But
well.
look where it
now-
places him.
But now, tied for second place here between Mickey and Haru.
And SKT, there was just an air of inevitability about this game. It felt like a superhero origin story that you'd seen 3 times before. You're like, is this going to be different? Oh, no, it seems to pretty much go as I expected.
That's how I'm feeling about the new Spider-Man movie now.
I think they might do something different there. I'm hoping so. I haven't seen the trailer, you have, so I hope it's not just a young student as his self being bitten by a radioactive spider, Uncle Ben, etc., but we'll see how that all goes. Spoilers for Spider-Man, I guess.
I think it's actually post all of that, but anyway, we'll focus back in here on the game. But I mean, Rocks Tigers had a very small window of time to work with. They couldn't get ahead in that time. SK Telecom picking up a Baron, transitioning even further into objectives, just kind of steamrolled them in the latter half of that game. It seemed like we had a pause. We came out of the pause, and SK Telecom just took off. So maybe Bang's issues were persisting through the first 15 minutes or so of that game, and then once we came back in, everything was just smooth sailing.
Yeah, the only unknown we had that game was what mouse Bang has. We weren't able to find out the brand of that. That's the only big question mark, because
Team Razor should be able to tell us.
I kind of feel like Mickey does about game 1.
Yeah,
A bit of a wry smile at the end, but hopefully we get an exciting, balanced team comp on both sides in game 2.
Yeah. After that game 1, I can kind of kick back, throw my arms around the back of the chair, relax, and cast this game. It's going to be anything like game number 1 as we go back in here. We'll see, though. We'll see what Rocks can do. See smiles on the faces of some of those players there. Songyun having a bit of a laugh. So, still have the emotions up. Not going to be feeling too down on themselves after that
Now
loss.
let's talk about the ramifications of game 1, because with that win, MVP now actually has guaranteed a spot in the playoffs, just because they cannot be passed by either the Rocks Tigers or Longzhu with game score that they're at. So MVP now have the 4th spot. Still looking like Afrika will be the 5th placed finisher. Also, remember, if SK Telecom win this series, they are guaranteed 1st spot and will go straight to the grand final. Face the winner of the semifinal, so only would have a single best of 5 to play after the season has ended. But let's go to the picks and bans here. Imagine Rocks Tigers will once again pay plenty of attention to the top lane. So far, Rumble and Camille banned away. They've had to ban Camille on blue and red side. Clearly Shy had ample time to practice that. We didn't see the Lee Sin banned in game 1, and Graves was selected by SKT with everything available. So I imagine Rocks Tigers just going to leave the jungle pool wide open again.
Yeah, I mean, we had so much that made it through there in the first draft. You can see SKT not going to be changing anything up. The Taliyah, Malzahar, Nautilus, 3 bans that they brought out in game 1 will be coming back through now over onto that blue side.
What about the Fizz, though, Achilles?
Yeah, the Fizz was that 3rd ban that we saw taken away by the Rocks Tigers. Did they leave it open this time? Did they decide to take us off the board yet again? And they will go ahead and ban it, so nothing changing in that first round of bans.
And triple top lane bans from the side of Rocks Tigers, and the Nautilus on the side of SKT. Gonna first pick the Nautilus with no profit in the lineup, I guess. And yeah, they could just go Graves. Looked so comfortable for Peanut in game 1. Now, Rocks could once again go for one of these Rengar strategies, but add Ashe for extra initiation and then just balance out the damage types a lot cleaner than they did in game 1. So we might see a similar draft from the Rocks Tigers, if with just that one variable changing. Ashe has become once again the de facto AD carry. Saw some Ezreal for a time, Varus for just a hot moment, but back to Ashe ruling supreme.
Still haven't seen any of the, more dominant ones in solo queue come out. The Jinx is something that's made a bit of a resurgence with Blade of the Rune King coming through.
I mean, even Lucian has been...
We saw Lucian first picked yesterday.
It's been up and down, and as you say, first picked as recently as yesterday. Bang has played that Lucian as well. Well, maybe we'll see some Lucian in this game. That'd be fun. But I would like to see Rox not change too much from the Game 1 draft. The Rengar, again, Mighty Bears looked great on it, so why not go for it? I guess the most interesting factor here is, will it be Ezreal or Lucian for Bang? Anything else would be a surprise.
Yeah. Don't think we'll see him bring out the Varus, but I guess that is technically a possibility if he wants to bring it to the table. This is also potentially good for the ROX Tigers because Mickey can get his hands on that last pick, trying to get a counter into Faker in the mid lane, but there we go, so nothing too shocking. It's just going to be his namesake with the Ezreal.
There is still the chance one of these teams will snap the Taliyah. Sorry, Taliyah was banned. Okay, missed that one, overlooked the Taliyah. So yeah, it does make it now more likely that there won't be that blind pick mid laner, as Taliyah has been very high priority recently, and not much changes for SKT whatsoever. But now Rox is getting comfort in the right spots. This time it's going to be Shy on the Shen. He's undefeated on Shen so far this season and has been split second on his Stand United timings. Now we're going to see top laners that lane well into Shen banned away. Rumble already earlier. Soon to be the Gangplank and maybe even Kennen going to be banned, as that was the matchup that we saw Marin run away with in the series yesterday.
Well, for now, SKT going to be changing things up a little bit here as the Lulu is taken off the board. So targeting out a bit of the support pool here for Key. We saw a lot of priority on the Zyra first, picking it on blue side. Still available at the moment, unless they want to use that final ban for it here.
Yeah. Key's been very top-heavy on the Lulu, 6-1 on the season, so I think it's banning away a comfort draft from the side of Rox, and also a comfort blind. Well, it won't be blind, but at least they're going to have to go, you'd imagine, for an answering support into Karma. Thresh has been the other big pick for Key. There's still great options here. The Zyra once again available. Could just be Nami as well. Those have been the supports du jour recently. Both of them lane decently into the Karma.
Definitely going to be the support pick here. Trying to get that last final counter pick over to Mickey. So seems like Zyra might just be the option. And we'll go ahead and lock that up. So Ashe and Zyra bottom lane coming through for the ROX Tigers.
And now the blind pick for SKT is going to be really interesting. Ryze is certainly an option. Talon, if they take Gragas for magic damage top laner, is possible, as it would still be pretty damn focused on physical damage, but not quite as trained as ROX Tigers were in Game 1.
All right, they lock it up.
Talon and Ryze are maybe the strongest blind picks, although Cassiopeia could also be considered as well. See where Faker wants to go. Orianna's available and been another blind pick recently, and maybe that's the one that fits the comp best. Ori was banned in Game 1.
Gragas body slamming forward. The one real ball carrier they do have. They will go ahead and pick this one up for themselves. It was banned away by Rox in Game 1. It's open here, so SKT go ahead and snatch it up.
Now action onto Mickey. Once again being looked at for AP mid laner, and Syndra was a champion we expected him to pick up in Game 1. He passed up on it, maybe not fancying the Talon matchup. Would be ultra comfort for ROX Tigers in basically every role. But here's a matchup we saw recently, and he's going to lock. Wow, a third Discern. Interesting. So the Twisted Fate, he drafted into Orianna last week. Did great things on it. The last second goes to Ahri. Back to skill matchup, Vil. But it fits the pick comp the ROX Tigers have put together nonetheless, and he's been on a tear with Ahri largely, apart from the one sidestep against Fly and Longzhu. So he's going to return to a pick that's done a lot for him in the second round robin.
Yeah, see how he does this time around. So I was excited to see that Twisted Fate, but having Mickey on the Ahri is still a bit of a treat in and of itself. So we'll see what level of performance he can bring, whether it's the one that we've seen for the most part or the one that we saw against Fly.
He's been really smart about using his cooldown, specifically his Spirit Rush, basically always knowing his damage output on a champion whose damage output in the game feels like it varies wildly from just oppressive damage to no damage. Not always with rhyme and rhythm based on the early game. As the top lane matchup's going to be a lot of Gragas pressuring in the early game. Interesting Interesting choice there into the Shen, but has the range disengage of the Stand United, range interrupt on that ability. Faker's going to have fun wave clearing as the lane goes on, but Mickey does have kill pressure on Ahri as well, and it's bang on Ezreal, so that is about as much comfort as you could ask for SK Telecom T1 as well.
Tough ask here for Songyun to try to lane into this one, so we'll see how he manages this time around. Has the Ashe in his hands this time, so has the initiation with that Enchanted Crystalline Arrow, but catching Bang with that ultimate is going to be a bit of a task for him. We'll see if they can get it done. We'll see if Rox can pick up a win, take us to Game 3, or if SK Telecom will confirm themselves for the Grand Final right here today.
협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And here we go. So no big 5-man invasions from SK Telecom this time around. Just going to keep things very standard with a 5-point down the river, which will be matched here by the Rox Tigers.
The control ward in Vayne strategy still on, though, as Peanut has that control ward to confirm that it was him in Game 1 with the control ward. Because you're Graves and you kite camp so effectively, you very often take little to no damage in your jungle clears. There's another Faker fan.
The likeness is just striking.
Chibi Faker. Not the first time we've seen it, not the last for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And he's on his most played of all time in the Orianna. I believe this is his 45th career game on Orianna. It's now leaping ahead of the likes of Lulu and Azir, which are up there in terms of most played.
Yeah, Lulu last season in general was pretty popular for Faker. Always be like, oh, we're going to get something interesting that he's on. Nope, it's going to be Lulu again. Just line wave there. SKT, though, going to push in, drop this control ward down on the Raptors. Start this one up. I don't think that Rox know that this is happening. Just haven't seen any pings coming out of this one. Peanut is taking a bit of a beating this time around. He's going to have to be careful. Level 2 Mighty Bear roaming around from the side. So this is actually going to get botched a little bit here. Going to push back in, try to get the smite onto it.
Mighty Bear's the only one who's smited, but couldn't tell if the last hit did in fact go to Mighty Bear. We'll assume so.
I believe so, because he's got the 2... Yeah, I think he got it.
Yeah, he did, because he has, as you say, the amount of creeps that he has is 1 Raptor and the 2 buffs.
Alright, so it looks like he took that one away, so that's going to be a bit of a botch there for Peanut, not the start that he really wanted.
Especially because he invested a control ward.
Well, now he's going to go ahead and move over to this red buff. He is pulling it up towards that Raptor camp, towards
No
that
smite
barrage.
on Mighty Bear.
Yeah, so this should just get picked up here. So Peanut, yeah, just smites this one away. Mighty Bear not going to be able to leap in, try to lock him down.
Could go over to the Krugs, but because Ezreal and Karma have left lane, he actually has to find a escape path.
You can see Bang roaming up here. Won't be able to find him. Be able to jump in onto him. He, though, a bad spot as Bang jumps forward the Arcane Shift, getting a lot of damage down onto that Zyra. Doesn't force out any summoner spells, but Peanut actually going to force Mighty Bear out of the river. Take that blast cone over the wall before he eats that Q to the face there from Wolves. It takes a little bit more damage, and Scuttlecrab will get snatched up by SK Telecom.
It's once again Bang in a matchup he's had a lot of practice on recently. He's been winning both sides of the Ezreal Ashe matchup pretty consistently.
Oh, hello, game. Yeah, meanwhile, down to the bottom lane. They come over the wall. They find the Zyra. Get both summoner spells out of her this time and still come up with first blood. So good pickup here for SK Telecom.
Yeah, it looked like Zyro's trying to answer the push from SKT in towards stealing the blue when they chunked out the Rengar and wasn't able to. Must have taken some liberties. Hopefully we'll get a replay to see exactly the genesis of why he went on a bit of a Dora the Explorer investigation mission. Taken down, though. Here's the replay.
Oh.
Standing in a ward. They knew that ward was placed because there was vision when both junglers warded the same brush, but disrespectful play from Key is punished, which, again, is something we've seen pretty consistently this season.
Yeah, just greedily wanting to drop that ward over the wall, so it gives up the first blood. Going to put SKT off to a very nice start here. Almost 1,000 gold up at 4 minutes.
I'm loving this vision of camps. They even have him warded on the Krugs. Huni was able to push in a wave and just ward on the edge of the brush near the Krugs. They've been tracking Mighty Bear on basically every camp he's taken, apart from being surprised that he started red buff. So every subsequent camp, he has been envisioned one way or the other by SKT.
I mean, that's what we saw from them in Game 1 in that bottom half of the jungle, just constantly maintaining vision, keeping tabs on that Rengar. So when he hit level 6, the thrill of the hunt was pretty much a non-factor because they knew exactly where it was going to be.
You're right, it was predictable in Game 1, but that was them basically owning a half of the enemy jungle. This is actually them tracking them on both sides, which is even more impressive, I would say, because it's a team warding thing rather than just the bot side and jungler. Yeah, it's been certainly a vision battle of early game jungling routes won by SKT, which is a surprise. Remember, Rox Tigers have the Hawk Shot, which almost wins you a massive advantage from level 2 when you can skill Hawk Shot, given the spawn timers are so long. You get a lot of jungle information. So Mickey's taking some pretty one-sided trades here. I hesitate to call them trades.
Yeah, a couple more hits there from Faker, even with just the auto attacks, would have taken down the Ahri, so he's going to have to go ahead and peel back out of there. Faker, of course, running that cleanse so he can get away from the charm. Doesn't have any aggressive summoner spells that he could use to try to come up with the kill. But had he been level 6, it almost certainly would have been at least a flashless Mickey, if not a dead one.
Has Ignite. Been pretty exclusively the summoner spell of choice with Sin on Ahri. With her resurgence to the meta. Everyone's playing Ahri recently.
Not Fly.
Yeah, Fly is tilted whenever someone plays Ahri. Fly lost to an Ahri. Kuro beat him just the other day. Made me smile.
Maybe he's got to rethink the priority list there for his mid-lane champions. But
Hey, no one will respect him for playing Ahri, so it's going to be a surprise, that's for sure.
yeah, maybe he'll pull that out in their series tomorrow against Kongdu.
Well, they need to
It's a great time to try it out if you're going to try it out.
I mean, the bigger worry there is even though it's soft opposition, regardless of recent matches for Kongdu, and Longzhu, you need to win every game 2-0 and have results go their way or their season's going to end in disappointment.
Oh. Mighty Bear and Mickey roaming down. Smoke screen comes out, and SKT will go ahead and peel back as a unit, stopping them from pushing forward anymore. Opens up Song Yu to get a couple hits in onto that turret, but won't be able to get much else.
Yeah, Mighty Bear was happy to face check brushes because Shen is already level 6, so could have called in the reinforcements if necessary.
Seems like it's going to be the Manamune rush here from Bang, starting off with a pickaxe and a tier. So not going to be seeing anything like the Cole. Not going to see any tier Sheen pickups. Start things off. So just too far behind as far as gold goes to get those items.
It is very gold timing specific, even if Sheen does give you the most trading advantage in lane. Has Karma on his side, so at least doesn't have to worry about lane control as much as if he had less of a pushing support. I think if you have the Nami, you need the Sheen, otherwise you just lose out so hard in 2v2 trades, but with Karma to help you push, you can be a bit more flexible, get greedy with your scaling.
This will be one of the faster Muramanas that we've seen for sure. Just needs to get a little bit more gold in. 775 for that completion, I believe. And then the stacking will very much begin with the passive coming through, so maybe 20 minutes for that to be completed.
17, 18-minute Jace Nidalee days, a thing of the past, but
Mighty Bear can't finish off the red buff, it seems.
that's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's a bit of a feel-bad moment.
Use the smite as well. We'll have another charge when he recalls. And comes back. So Rengar's first through of the hunt. Not going to have red buff, or will be significantly delayed if he paths back over to the red buff.
Yeah, might just have to see him go for a gank here onto Huni, but he's got such good vision with that Krug being spotted out. So if he wraps around that top side into the tri-brush, he will get spotted out.
Feels like the most likely gank is mid lane. Bot lane, Ezreal's going to be hard to lock down, and Karma's a possibility, but even then can be pretty tricky. So it feels bad when Cleanse Orianna might be your best possible gank target. But certainly the moment Ezreal is drafted, you lose out on some of the easier options to gank. Double control ward to get vision around bot side. It's going to start to be cleared out, you'd have to imagine, by Peanut pinging it out on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, true shot thrown out there by Bang, wanting to check for the blue buff, see if it's going to be taken away.
And lose out on double control ward as well, so now even gank paths are starting to become a little bit less possible.
rough. Peanut, though, starting up that Ocean Drake. Will be able to take that out solo.
Very slowly. Might actually need some backup because it is so hard to slow this down.
He's getting whittled down, but still has the smite. There we go. Tosses it out. Will be able to pick that one up by himself in the end. So he's all right. Can go ahead, just quick draw over the backside of the pit. And get ready for the next one that's going to be spawning in 6 minutes. Mountain Drake will be coming through. Bang getting locked down, however, in the bottom lane by that Asho. Didn't stand a chance. Nothing he could do. The heal not enough to keep him alive. He goes down. Now Peanut juking out. Doesn't get caught by the charm. End of the line. Taking quite a bit of HP off of Mickey's health bar. He'll go ahead and have to peel out of there, jumping over the wall with a Spirit Rush. But kill picked up by Rox Tigers at the bot lane. They're going to get a lot of pressure now onto that turret. Peanut comes over the wall. Charm connects onto the Graves. Mickey stays alive, doesn't even have to blow the flash.
Yeah, had his wits about him, did Mickey, because that was a very nice opportunistic flash over, but no kill to be confirmed. But Mighty Bears stayed in the bottom lane. They really want to get first brick and get this game rolling, if possible. But the recalls will come through. No turret dying for now, and a bit of free time with the turret for Faker.
Be able to chunk that out just a little bit there with the Orianna, but overall, it's relatively safe from going down. Bot turret, however, one more push from the Rox Tigers should be finding that first brick, so going to be a bit of a rough spot here for SKT to try to hold on to that turret for as long as they can.
Still no Stand United usage from the Shen. We haven't even moused over the top lane recently, so
The observers are learning.
finally low enough kill pressure. Gragas versus Shen confirmed. Oh, there they are.
Oh no, we hit
What will happen in this lane?
the caster's curse. Is a real.
They listened to us and they knew we wanted to kill you.
Yeah, they just heard. Ooh, top lane, go to it.
Take that, Shy.
Yeah, the body slam.
Would you say he was bodied?
No, I would not.
Spirit Rush not back up off cooldown, but all Rox Tigers want is this turret in the bot lane.
Keep working their way down there. They have pretty good vision control now. They've been able to force up inside that lower half of the jungle. And just drop quite a many few wards, so they should be able to pressure this one out. Songyun takes a lot of damage in the exchange here from Bang. They get a bit more here onto Keita. They're coming through from Wolf, but has to peel back. But they're in a very serious danger of getting wrapped around on. As you can see, Mighty Bear coming down from below. That's going to be the throw of the hunt.
5
Plus,
members.
Stand United coming in. Bang jumps with the arcane ship, but Mickey comes forward. Charm not going to connect, but they find Wolf. They find the turret. Ash Arrow will not land. So that is still going to be quite a many few objectives picked up here by the Rox Tigers. But
Faker
is on the way. Well, members of Rox chunked out low. Faker, can he find the perfect Orianna placement? Gets caught by the charm. That's going to delay him, and it looks like SKT are going to go ahead and have to peel back out of this one. So just going to be kill and turret picked up for Rox.
If Faker didn't have Ghost, so couldn't get himself in the right position to either respond fast enough or get the big Ghost Flash Shockwave. So has to back away. Mickey's in this brush. It's warded out. He gets confirmation with the way the minions
Oh,
pop.
Peanut, though, you're all by yourself. Walks in, gets locked down by the Shadow Dash, and one more hit would take him out. There we go, Shy. Able to find it. Huni coming in with the help of Bang, going to try to answer one back dodge. Field coming down. Shy, himself relatively healthy, and Huni's going to get locked up by the charm. Shockwave coming through, chunks out Mickey just a little bit, but Faker still does not have the kill pressure, and Huni's gone down to the backside of the fight in the meantime. Songyun too far forward, gets taken out as Bang dashes in yet again. Faker coming over the wall with the flash, able to take him out. Gets rid of him. That's going to be 3 kills now picked up for SK Telecom, but not without suffering their own losses. They want another one. They want that 4th and final if they can get Mickey, but he lands the charm, takes out the Ezreal, and the rest of SKT have to peel back.
His Flare mid lane is trading big advantages left and right. This time Mickey, right at the last, salvages what looked like it was going to be a really good team fight for the Rox Tigers. Remember, they did get first brick at the start of all this, but the gold lead is so minuscule, only 600 for Rox Tigers.
Just playing on the edge of a knife, both of these teams here. Peanut just getting way too aggressive moving forward.
It says a lot that Karma is still just walking from base as this all begins. It's a very, very long trade as Faker had walked all the way around, picked up a trade kill, so it's 1 for 1 at this point, and still Shockwave, after 2 sets of skirmish and team fights, had not been used. One comes through, gets 1 member low. Songyun seems to just completely...
He zones out.
Yeah, it seems zoned out in many ways, mentally even in that case, not even respecting the Faker, could just walk down. A straight line translation picks up that kill.
But I mean, speaking of not respecting Mickey here, Just landing the charm as Bang just fiercely pushes it, doesn't have minions around to body block for him, and he gets taken out.
Yeah, didn't include the Thunderlord's proc for the damage calculation there, just enough to take down Bang, even through Command Protect. So, wow, this game is a lot closer, though, so the optimism can still be there for the Rox Tigers fans who still have that sliver of hope of getting past the Afreeca Freaks and making it through to the gauntlet.
Yeah, sliver, definitely not an understatement. Rox need all of the stars to align.
And they have the rough schedule, right?
Yep. Oh, Mickey finding Wolf, dashes in. A couple more hits would take him out, but he's actually going to stay alive, gets the heal off at the tether. Keeps himself up for a little bit more, but you can already see just how formidable Mickey is with this Ahri. The Morellonomicon completed for him. He's got just so much damage to be output with those 3 kills coming through. SKT going to have to approach this because this is a whole other animal compared to game 1.
So let's talk about why the Tigers spent so much time trying to get the bot lane turret. Now, obviously getting first turret blood is a big objective in its own right, but the reason why it was such a primary objective is, once again, it's 1-3-1 versus Orianna. We saw this a lot last week with, say, Ryze versus Ahri as Mighty Bear face checks Peanut. But Ahri is another one of these champions who is comfortable in the 1-3-1 because she has so much maneuverability when the Spirit Rush is available. So Rox will continue to play the 1-3-1, which is their dominant win strategy in recent weeks. And Orianna has to split her time between multiple lanes trying to find farm.
Roxo now starting up this Mountain Drake, down to about half HP. Peanut's nearby. Does he want to go over the wall for this one? Has the flash available to try to eject himself. Might just be looking for a collateral damage toss over. Would be blind, just a little bit too late, not able to find it. Meanwhile, Mickey arrives yet again, this time takes out the Karma. Gets rid of him, Ash Arrow and the Grasping Roots coming through, but Peanut's just going to flash away from the Strangled Thorns, keep himself safe. But Rox Tigers, they find another kill, they find themselves a Mountain Drake, they find themselves with a 1.1 thousand gold lead.
And you look at Mickey, 4-0-0 on a pseudo-assassin in the Ahri. Mickey is #1 for kills in LCK. Ironically, Faker is #2 as that storyline continues to go. Same amount of matches played, but Rox Tigers have played a lot more games because they haven't had those clean 2-0 victories, so had more time to pick up the kills, but you can't argue with the statistic. Most kills for Mickey, right up there in MVPs as well. Fun to see 2 mid laners in form, trading objectives, trading advantages, and so far this game at least, advantage Mickey.
Definitely 4-0 on that Ahri, and now you can see the needlessly large rod coming through. More than likely for that Ludens that go for himself. You know, it's starting up this Rift Herald. We'll see Huni likely wrap down around to try to assist this, but don't have much vision control of the area, but it seems like Rox aren't going to be pushing into the river at the moment.
They don't have the right formation to do so. Very respectful from Rox Tigers. Will be a very delayed take on Glimpse of the Void. That buff should be alive till about just before 38 minutes, so should be the majority of this first game.
This one over to Peanut. Huni did go ahead and recall back to base.
Item timing significantly delayed on the side of Faker. Null Magic Mantle to trade in, or the Negtrunks Cloak, sorry, to trade in for the big needlessly large rod purchase on the side of Mickey.
A decent push in here for the bottom lane. Already Mickey by himself just checking out that tower, getting it down to half HP.
And the best thing about it is it's really ordered Achilles. 3 wards in the enemy red side jungle to allow for the safe split push from Mickey, and they can always throw in the Stand United to back them up as well. He's going to be cutting, though.
They might be looking for a collapse here onto the mid lane. Faker has both of his summoners available. Troll Hunt coming through. Did that move speed increase from the dissonance, just trying to create some distance from himself in the turret, but Rox should be able to pick this one up. We'll see. Huni come over the wall. Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Tosses out the explosive cask, just knocking 2 members one way, Mickey the other, but Rox Tigers able to exit safely all the same. They will trade one back here, SK Telecom, as they take out that tier 1 on the top side. But Rox Tigers still just keeping their foot on the accelerator.
Yeah, because their vision is good, they're able to make those straight line movements from bot to mid lane and pick up extra objectives, and SKT have been second to respond to them, and even though they've been in decent spots, haven't been able to turn around the pace of the game. Now, all's not lost, only 700 gold lead the side of the Rox Tigers.
Oh, Shockwave coming through. Mickey stuck in the wall, has to dash away. Faker not going to pursue any deeper. Could Could have flashed in, trying to get that final auto attack.
No Ezreal ultimate available either for the snipe away.
And won't be able to get it, so Mickey barely makes it away with his own life, but now SK Telecom going to try to build up some pressure here in the mid lane, but delay coming through from the Zyra, throwing out the Stranglethorns just to stop the minions. He's not going to take up a little bit. It looks like SKT will be able to get this in the end, despite Rox Tigers' greatest efforts.
Now the vision actually starts to be pretty lopsided because they have very offensive vision to Rox, but not as much defensive vision, so have to play very respectful as Gragas gets free time on the enemy bot lane outer turret. They're going to lose blue buff as well. Basically evens up the game between the two teams. They've been swapping slight advantages. But no more than that. Haven't seen a Stand United in quite a while, so waiting for there to be some big plays. Rox jump over with the blasting
You say
plan.
that, and that's going to be it right here. Getting started up. Mountain Drake is here for Rox Tigers. Mickey showing in mid, so the rest of SKT, do they have many ideas?
They're
as
gonna
this is
check with
happening? Rishab Raj comes through. They do spot this one
Already
out.
so low.
It's going low. Wolf getting taken low as well as Peanut starting to wrap around the backside of the pit. Dashing forward, trying to get there in time, but he won't be able to do so. Baron goes over to Rox, and Wolf
in the front
gets
line.
annihilated. Ashero comes out, binds Peanut. Now he is just in such a bad spot as the rest of SKT get taken out around him. Bang going down, 3 kills plus a Baron over to the Rox Tigers, who are looking like they very well will be taking us to a game 3.
And this should send alarm bells around the world that in this meta where every AD carry rushes Blade the Ruined King first or second item, you need to have it watered from 20 minutes. It was a 20-minute, 40-second Baron buff going over to the side of Rox Tigers. And I love Mickey once again. Look at the choice of targets here. Shen and Ahri is ultra comfort for Shy and Mickey respectively. They pick their targets, they get both kills, they get the Baron buff. And although they lose out a turret, Rox Tigers now once again have the stranglehold over this game.
Yeah, that's 6-0 and 1 now on Mickey, picking up the double kill in that last fight. Still a very minuscule gold lead for them, but with the Mountain Drake, now with the Baron buff, they can add so much more to it by picking up these remaining turrets. The bottom lane inner has already been chunked out. There's still that outer turret in the top lane that should be going down for Rox if they send somebody up to that side of the map. We'll see just how much they can grow this gold lead.
Seeing an adjustment in Ezreal builds, you'll notice no sign of Trinity Force from Bang. Maybe because of the early deaths, he's gone for the most power, most bang for the buck in getting this Blade the Ruined King second. They really do need Bang to be the carry in this game, and it feels like he's an item, half an item behind where he needs to be, start taking over team fights. There's definitely some lockdown CC on Rox, so it's definitely not the sort of game where he'll be with reckless abandon, but Bang is the big late game carry for the side of SKT. See though, Mickey returning to the 1-3-1, pushing in, doesn't have to respect Orianna, so he's even getting auto attacks. Already have the inhibitor turret and bot down to 50% HP.
Yeah, he is just chunking away at this one. Bang trying to clear out as best as he can, but the Baron-empowered minions are making it a bit of an arduous task. He will have to kite back though, as he's taken rather low. Rely on his passive to get a little bit of HP back, but how long he can stick around is going to be pretty limited, even with the vision control they have in that bottom side of the jungle.
It is surprising to see SKT still sending multiple members to the top side of the map with Mickey getting this inhibitor turret so low.
He's going to be able to take this one more hit, but now he's going to have to go ahead and dash his way out. Spirit Rush comes through, but the minions are able to finish off the turret, so in him going to be exposed in that bottom lane. Inner turret taken out here in mid. Rox Tigers are just netting themselves everything they could possibly want off the backside of this Baron buff.
I don't really understand why Graves are spending so much time on the top side of the map when there's still an outer turret for Rox Tigers to be able to take down. They're going to get it inevitably over time, but Graves in the past minute and a half could have been reinforcing bot lane, could have been reinforcing mid lane, instead was kind of meandering, picking up a couple of bonus camps here and there. That just leads to big wins that SKT can never have respawn. Losing this inhibitor turret at 23 minutes to the first Baron buff makes this Baron power play just a massive one from the side of the Rox Tigers. It gets them a 5,000 golding when they were behind before.
Bang gets caught by the charm. Mickey flashing in will be able to take him out. Just clips him. Bang a little bit too late on that arcane shift.
You can never be too late when you're against a 6-kill Ahri. Will die almost instantly.
Stand United coming through on top of the Ashe. Throws out that ultimate as well, just trying to lock up.
I mean, Mickey doesn't need to join. He should run straight at the inhibitor.
Oh yeah, he's going to do so, and you see Mighty Bears roaming down to join him in this, so they can try to burn right through this. Minions will be brought up here by Mickey.
Rox need to stop back. This should be a free inhib.
Peanut's the only one here, but even he has to show respect. If that charm connects onto the Graves, He will be going down. Mickey dashing forward, finds the charm. Orb of Deception comes back through, and Mickey picks up the solo kill on the Graves, the inhibitor to boot. Rox Tigers are just starting to run away with this game.
I mean, Rox in an elimination match for them from the gauntlet are stepping up when they needed to. Still have an outside chance of making it through. Faker taunted.
Won't be able to find much off of that one. Explosive cast coming through as soon as he gets popped off by the Stranglethorns. No one able to dive in underneath the turret to get on top of the Gragas and try to take him out, so he will be safe for the time being. A bit of a delay on the take of that turret in the mid lane, but now Super Creep's going to be pushing down this bottom side of the map. Double Mountain Drake for Rox Tigers. What more could you possibly want?
I mean, the efficiency of the cooldowns from Mickey was the true beauty of the past 5 minutes. He took out Bang without even using Spirit Rush, and then was able to take down a second member in Peanut as well. So Rox Tigers have been fully on form. Hooney's a bit too tanky for him to kill.
Yeah,
So
this
go
is
spend that 1,600 gold he's sitting on.
This is the fight that you definitely don't want to take. You have to 1v1 anybody on SKT, so he'll go ahead, recall out.
Was an awkward gold timing. He actually had not enough for a death cap and not enough for a void staff if he sold a Doran's ring either. So he will be still sitting on a lot of golds. Didn't get any stronger. Kind of worrying when that's the thing you're smiling about if you're an SKT fan, that Mickey didn't actually pile on the extra item, but he will soon.
Oh. Faker, that's going to be the second with Shockwave that we've seen from him so far. It does clear out the minion wave, but overall not going to be gaining much, not going to get any damage down onto that Ahri.
Mickey. There is still vision. Been warding up basically every entrance. They know the pick power of Mickey is on another level. 26 minutes into the game. As accelerated as he is.
I mean, this is definitely just a situation where you have to pile in onto any one person on the side of Rox Tigers. It's going to be Mickey, but by that point, Songyun with this Ash Blade of the Rune King coming through. You know, for him, stacking up the rest of his items, has the phage ready to go. You can definitely shred out your team. Zito, Bang. Gets chunked out, just taking a little bit of damage from that Ahri.
And this is the Ahri that is the thing of terrors, where it doesn't matter if he hits a full rotation or not. Getting a respect heal and flash from Bang because he's so accelerated. So infrequently do you see an Ahri with this much threat. This is that one time. Mickey will finally recall. I imagine he has enough gold for the death cap, and only gets a bit more scary on the Ahri. There it is.
Yep. As it completed. It's rid of one of those Doran's rings to pick up some control wards, so you can see just how well Rox is coordinating for their vision. Both sides of SK Telecom's jungle completely lit up and very well prepared for that Baron that's going to be spawning in just 10 seconds. So Double Mountain Drake, we saw just how quickly they were able to take it at 20 minutes. Now with all the items that have come through, the Double Mountain Drake, Rox Tigers will absolutely destroy that objective.
And you see pretty respectful builds on the side of SKT. Missile Scepter Void Staff for Faker is more of a Shockwave build than just getting a death cap and being able to be a shield bot for Bang as a backup to having a very impactful ultimate. Missile Scepter also only really gets value for being dived upon, which admittedly Rox Tigers want to do. But a bit of emergency out of the items from Faker.
I mean, Shy's just got the Super Creeps pushing into the bottom side of the map. SKT going to have to try to back off. You can see just how much damage Wolf is taking there as Mickey goes forward with the Spirit Rush. Doesn't toss out the Ignite, still has that one. Didn't have the Flash, but unneeded to get himself out to safety.
They know any pick is Baron, as there is the ultimate to check Baron.
Shot Barrage does come through. Charm's tossed out, but Faker's already rotating back, so won't get caught by that one. One pick for Rox Tigers, and they just go ahead and turn straight in onto the Baron.
Delight that they're returning to minion waves, though. Add that six-man pressure to everything else you have. Pick power, Baron taking power.
Songyun going low. Bang, going to cleanse that one off with the QSS. Tries to get a little bit more damage down onto Songyun. We'll be able to find it, though.
One way that SKT can force was with pushing Brute Force down mid lane, but I hear Thrill the Hunt.
Yeah, Thrill the Hunt coming through as Mighty Bear starting to poke it from the backside. Standard 90 coming in, the jump in on top of Bang. Shadow Dash won't connect on him, but he's still very low, and now Mickey has arrived to the fight. Gets locked up for a little bit, but not before he can come up with a double kill. That's going to be three very swiftly taken away from SK Telecom, and Rox Tigers. Super Creep still on the bottom side of the map. Going to be drawing pressure away. They can go ahead and turn straight in over onto this Baron, take this out, and then knock out the rest of the base of SKT.
Peanut's still alive, so he's probably going to go on a one-man mission. Even has Hooney to back him up. This is Peanut. This is where he earns his paycheck.
Yeah, already goes ahead, gets taunted up though, goes low. Trying to quick draw away, trying to make it over towards that blast cone, but just can't do it. Songyun takes him out from over the wall. It would be a miracle if Huni could come up with a seal. He won't even get the opportunity. Rox finds themselves another Baron and a near ace over SK Telecom.
And this is some wombo. This is what happens when you're snowballing with diving assassins. Mighty Bear himself strong enough, but Mickey comes in. One charge of the Spirit Rush into Flash Q to guarantee the first kill. Got Orianna as well. Huni actually used his ult not to try to steal, but just to try to kill Mickey and cancel a Baron buff from the side of the Rox Tigers. Not to be. Mickey is just monstrously ahead. Not many players get 2,700 gold ahead of Faker, but credit to Faker for keeping the CS advantage in a game where they had so little control.
I mean, that's about the only advantage that SKT really has, and it's not translating well into these fights. Almost 10,000 gold now in the lead as the Rox Tigers. 3 minutes on the clock. We'll see if they can close this out about as quickly as SKT did, if not faster than they did in Game 1 with the second bear buff coming through. Super Creeps have stopped in the bottom side of the map. You can see Mickey is already on a mission to get those rolling again. It's coming through.
This
Mickey
time
gonna
pinging
take a lot of
friends is
damage.
the right thing to do.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and have the kite back. Spirit Rush is going to be down for him. And that could very well affect the pressure game here for the Rox Tigers. Good flash away from Songyun, takes him to the other side of that explosive cast, keeps himself alive.
He's not backing, waiting for enough spell cast to get a bit of lifesteal from his passive. Certainly not going to be anything massive, though.
Shy can go ahead and fearlessly push in. Put away at this turret. The rifle of Peanut will cause him the kite back as the wave clear has now arrived. Sharo coming through from Songyun, not going to connect onto anybody here, and SKT in the mid lane. Trying to zone them back so they can get on top of that turret and take it out and have a second exposed in him.
Yeah, Mickey losing his health bar was so important for SKT because they couldn't pressure 3 lanes then, Rox. Orianna in the mid lane, Gragas Graves pushing in top, delays the game a bit more. Shy's just trying to brutally backdoor this turret. Had enough.
Go ahead. He'll get that one. Goes in onto Huni. He'll try to get a little bit of damage down onto him. Faker going to get sped up, tosses out the ball, but not going to be in range of Mickey quite yet.
No magic resist on Mickey, so we'll take a lot of damage from Faker. Might die in just over a single rotation from Faker.
See though, full court press coming through very well for Rox Tigers, and Huni's going low. He's going to have to back off to the fountain. Try to get healthy again, and that's going to give Shy some time alone with that inhib turret in the top lane you'd have to expect.
Let's see if Rox can really coordinate, though. There should be no way for SKT to answer 3 waves, pushing only about 45 seconds of Baron left as well from Rox. There's that mid lane turret finally taken down.
Yep, 2 exposed inhibs. Mickey going in, gets the charm into the Faker, throws down the ignite. An orb on the backswing, won't find it. And United coming through, Shockwave comes out, Mickey goes low, but they find Faker as Shy goes forward, takes him out. And now it's going to be the fight here for Rox to try to finish. They go ahead, they lose Key. So far it's going to be 1-for-1, but now a 2-for-1 as Mickey is able to trade up, gets rid of the Gragas. And now Rox going to knock down that second inhib in the mid lane. Do they seek to end the game right here is going to be the question. Still going to be a bit risky as Mickey's down to half HP, getting jumped on. Collateral damage comes through, but it's just barely not enough to take out the Ahri. Now Songyun pushing forward, firing away on these Nexus turrets. Should be able to knock down both of them, if not the Nexus itself. Rox Tigers, they want to stick around. They want to end it right here. Bang tossing out the true-shot barrage, but he's low on mana. Can't find the hit. Songyun firing away, keeps himself alive, comes up with a double kill, and Rox Tigers will be taking us to a third and final game, saying, SKT, you are not going to the grand final quite yet. You still have to get through us.
And they also keep their slim playoff hopes alive. So hope reigns supreme for Rox. You might not see it on their faces. They know that still the story has not been concluded. There's still a lot of work for them to do. They need other results to go their way. But what did we say during the draft phase? Comfort pick, comfort pick, comfort pick. So much comfort on the side of Rox Tigers, and they show that they're not the joke of the first round robin. They are a team that's building, and maybe spring season won't be the rise of the Rox Tigers, but you've got a lot of optimism for a squad that's probably going to finish 6th, retool, get some scrims in under their belt over the MSI break, and come in strong for the summer season, because Rox are a much better team than they were 6 weeks ago pre-IEM, and SKT, clearly, if they give too much comfort to Rox, are still fallible.
Now we have to see what SKT is able to do. As they come back in here for Game 3, we'll be flipping back over towards that red side, but with all of this top lane focus that has been coming out in the pick and ban, forcing Huni onto something like the Gragas, he's not able to have a major impact on the game.
Yeah, 3 bans from top laners on the side of Rox Tigers, and the single Nautilus ban did a lot of work, you'd have to say, as the Gragas pick into the Shen didn't provide much. So maybe taking a top laner early, a Freaka style, Nautilus, a Shen, would get a bit more comfort to the side of SKT, because they did seem a little bit lost once that game went really the way of the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, we saw them do that in Game 1. We'll see if they do it in Game 3. We'll see also if ROX can close this out with a 2-1 victory, keep their playoff hopes alive, and delay SKT's grand final appearance a bit longer, force them to earn that against MVP later this week on Saturday. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have our third and final game of the first set, so don't go anywhere, guys. It's sure to be a good one.
So coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. So grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
don't wanna go too fast. No, cause nothing really lasts.
다리 까도 돼요?
I think I need some time, but I can't get.
이게 아쉬워. 오늘 첫 킬에 나왔으면 그 공격이 첫 킬을 한 이후에 찍는 거라고 생각해요.
테스트. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋. 그냥 그 당시에 제가 고등학교 1학년이었는데 제가 이제 리그 오브 레전드 시작하고 5개월 하고 랭킹 10위권 정도에 든 거예요. 그래서 딱히 막 프로게이머를 되게 동경하고 막 정말 하고 싶다 이런 건 아니었는데 그냥 프로팀에서 이제 제의가 오고 학교에 지장 안 받고 게임만 할 수 있으니까 그게 좋아서 그냥 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 그때 아마 박정석 감독님이 저를 마음에 들어 하셔서 데뷔할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
오늘 어떤 팀이었는지 기억나요?
제가 기억하기로 중국 팀이었어요. IG. 네.
NLB나 이런 거 말고 혹시 롤챔스 것도 기억나요?
롤챔스 거는 기억이 잘 안 나요.
MVP 화이트였던 것 같아요.
아 그래요?
경기가 이즈리얼이었는데
네.
원래 뭐 이즈리얼에 약간 애착 같은 게 있어요? 요즘 잘 알거든요.
아니요 그냥 그 당시에 이즈리얼이 아마 좋았을 거예요. 네. 그래서 아마 했던 것 같아요. 진짜 별 생각 없었어요. 그냥 하루하루 살아갔어요. 그냥 그때 당시에는 이제 기업 팀도 많지 않았고 되게 어떤 느낌이었냐면 그냥 솔로 랭크에서 항상 만나던 사람들이 이제 오프라인에서 게임하고 실력 겨루고 또 만나고 하는 게 되게 재밌었던 것 같아요.
더 잘하게 되는 깨달음 거나 이런 게 있었어요?
있었죠. 어떤 거였냐면
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not big. But I don't know if I can.
Welcome back. You can see Mickey right here, absolutely devastating the damage charts with Bang trailing just a little bit further behind him, but wasn't enough to swing SK Telecom into a lead. Rox Tigers just completely being put on the back of that Ahri.
And this is the potential of Mickey. We still don't feel like we've ever seen truly his ceiling. But the second round robin has probably been his most consistent set of matches in a very, very long time. We haven't had many of the Corki Valkyries into No Vision in general. His play has been pretty restrained, and on his day, he can play as if he has the basketball and no one else getting a pass. He's dunking on everyone. He looks like Faker at his best at times. And that already is a ringing endorsement.
Yeah, 75% kill contribution.
And let's
there.
even make him
Deathless game.
first, damn it.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead. We'll bump him all the way into first place over top of Crown. He'll be tied for that right there. Faker going to be left behind in third.
And the roaming started early for Mickey. He was actually trying to exit lane pre-6. Didn't get too much of that, but he got so far ahead. And trades like this, miscalculation from Bang. Definitely not a trademark of his on a champion like Ezreal. And he was so accelerated that this is the Ahri of Nightmares, as I said on the cast. This is the Ahri who does more damage than any Ahri we've seen in solo queue in a very long time. Picking up kill after kill. Actually picked up a second kill after this. Didn't even need to hit skill shots. He'd done so much chunking. And there was Peanut. It just makes it look so effortless. You know, one of the reasons that Fly criticize Ari is that the downside of this champion is real. There was an interview with Marin and Kuro yesterday where Marin, Kuro was saying that Marin says, don't pick Ari. You know, it's not reliable enough, but when you start snowballing, a game like this reminds you of the ceiling of a champion like Ari.
Yeah, it's reliable enough here for Mickey, that's for damn sure. Having yet another star-studded performance with that champion. And now we have to ask the question, is he going to get his hands on that in game number 3? And oh, there we go. I was about to ask, will we see any swap-ups coming through from SK Telecom? And with that music, the answer is going to be yes. So Peanut, okay, this is a little unexpected. Peanut's going to be taken out and Blank is put in.
And you know Koma's probably disappointed that he actually has to make this change. We haven't seen Blank in a long time, and leaving no data points for a team coming into the grand final would probably be a pretty big ace up the sleeve. Now, you can take the other side of the argument and say getting stage experience for Blank before the grand final is important, but we already saw with Bengi that if SKT and Koma in particular trust in a player, they will hold on to that player until they deem the right situation, then accidentally draft them in Italy and have them win on it. It was a bit weird, that storyline. It took a right turn, but still worked out for SKT in the end, so surprisingly, no profit. But Blank is the only one subbed in for SKT.
And we haven't seen Blank since the second Telecom War. Close that out for SKT.
First game of the second round robin for SKT.
Yeah, that was the first start there. So, I mean, it's been quite some time since we've seen Blank. And he's going to make his return onto the Rift right here in game number 3. So, ace up the sleeve indeed. We'll see what kind of performance he can have. He can live up to that title. For now, Rocks moving back over to the blue side will be Fizz first and foremost banned away from that by them.
And I wonder if SKT just need to buck the trend and lock in a tank early, because there's only going to be 3 bans potentially at top lane from the Tigers, and the Tigers have already shown they're going to stack top lane bans and try and get a favorable matchup, so Shen could be really, really high priority as early as first pick or first rotation, given that seems to be the tank most likely to make it through the draft. Will Shy play Rumble? Because if not, they're going to have to ban Rumble on blue side.
Running down the clock. We'll see where they want to go. It's going to be the Camille. So far, Rumble would be matching if they go ahead and ban that away with the first 2 games.
The only reason you don't ban Rumble is if you want to run Cannon into it, and it's such a risky proposition that, you know, Tiger showed that with an even draft, they can win a game on their own merits. But again, the only reason you don't ban Rumble in this spot is if Shy is going to play it or you want to take the Cannon into it. A counter matchup, if Shy is a Dr. Mundo player as well, but we only saw Marin try that one. I don't think that's going to be the draft. It's already been tried against SKT and failed, so the team's really taking their time. Will they ban the Rumble or not? It's suspicious if they don't, and yep, the suspicions certainly rise at this point, Achilleos.
All right, so Orianna banned away here by the Rocks Tigers yet again. Saw this in game 1. Wasn't that effective there by Faker in game number 2. But, I mean, by that point, Mickey was just so far ahead that there was little he could do to try to swing them back in.
Nautilus still available, been frequently banned in this series. SKT probably wants to keep the top lane pool as large as possible, and they will ban Rumble. So respecting Shy, bringing back a champion he has not played this season and has not played in recent memory is interesting to track already. And do you just lock Nautilus and accept whatever jungle matchup? Is the question for the Rocks Tigers, as Ashe has been high priority, but over Nautilus, to me, is a surprise.
Yeah, going to be a bit questionable if they go ahead and lock this one in. And Song Yun's initiation with the Ashe arrows was decent there in game number 2.
And Bang doesn't have to go to Ezreal. That's certainly been his standard answer, but this could definitely be, this will certainly be Nautilus. It'd be ridiculous not to draft it here. Even if Huni hasn't been playing as much as Prophet, still very much a staple pick of any draft. As Blank shows Nunu for a second, I wondered if Bengi was in the Bengi was in the booth, but probably just going to be the Graves from the side of Blank. Doesn't strike me as a Rengar player, at least with any reliability. So
well, the last 2 times that we did see him, he did play Graves and Rengar, one in each of the Telecom Wars. Victories on both.
See him being more comfortable on the Graves, and I imagine Mighty Bear just, you know, laps up the Rengar for a 3rd time. He's got the Ashe for backup initiation reasons, so Rengar in this part of the draft would make a lot of sense. We'll seems like Rox will be taking Shy onto the Renekton once again this series, although the matchup's not going to be, at least if we do see Nautilus versus Renekton, quite as much of a struggle as, wow, Mighty Bear will not be going Renekton. He will be locking in the Elise for more early pressure.
Rengar, you did it again.
I'm sorry. At least it's not going to be both of them, so I can't make that mistake. It's like when I say Ak and I can't say Atlas anymore. I have to stick with saying Achilleos. But Elise is a bit more pick power. Certainly a pick comp from the Rox Tigers in that first round. They will stick with the Ezreal, so perhaps no surprise that Bang will stick with the champion that he's become synonymous with, as our post 1,000 kill interview that we showed before the start of this match did illustrate. The top laners are now accounted for ostensibly in the first round. Looking for safe mid lane blind picks on both sides. No Talia, as that's been banned very early in the draft by both sides.
I mean, do we see the Syndra this time from Mickey over on blue? Went for the Talon game number 1, got punished very heavily by Faker on the Cassiopeia.
I mean, it's definitely a Syndra comp for Tigers, but guess what else it can be done? When you have Elise from the jungle and can go for a match damage support, it could really be Talon. Once again, in Game 3, with a much more balanced comp than in Game 1.
I think maybe if we see a Cassiopeia ban out, we could just see the Talon blinded. Syndra is going to be the first one here from the Rox Tigers.
And now you're wondering if SKT are going to blind pick Talon as the first pick of the second round. So Talon could be banned on either blue or red side. Going to be double support ban instead from SKT. We're expecting them to take Nami, as that's been their lane almost every time it's been available. Could still be Karma, of course, as well. But I have to imagine one side will take Talon in this next round of the draft. And for now, SKT does not seem to be concerned about it. And you don't know if you want to ban Cassiopeia if you're the Tigers, because then you have a Talon, you might not have an answer to it. So they ban Cassio. Does SKT just take Talon in this round of the draft?
And if that's the case, what does Mickey want to answer with? It's like they might hold on to this, could just snatch up the Karma, and they will for Wolf in the bottom lane. So still going to be giving Faker that last.
He actually, I saw a bit of a pump of the fist there.
Yeah, he's a bit excited.
He got Malzahar.
Oh, the Malzahar has made it all the way through to the final pick here for the Rox Tigers. So he definitely happy to see that one come out.
Let me introduce you to your pick friends, Malzahar. We've got plenty of pick CC on the side of the Rox Tigers. The most insane pick CC.
Such potential here to chain these together.
A lot of early game pushing as well, although Ezreal Karma has been beating out Ashe lanes like Ashe Malzahar. But what will Mickey blind pick? It feels like it has to be Talon.
I mean, they have a good amount of AP damage, but oh boy, okay, he's going to go ahead, flips it over to the Twisted Fate. This is risky.
This is the most disrespectful pick you could ever take into Faker. Twisted Fate has famously had one of the worst laning phases of any meta mid laner. Basically, every choice you take into Twisted Fate is favored for the lane. They have a lot of pick C to try to change lanes. What does Faker want to take in? There's so many different options, and this would be fun.
Oh, this would definitely be quite fun. Second game of the season so far here for Faker. Will lock in the Ahri. Says, all right, you know what? You did a pretty good job in game number 2, but let me show you how it's really done, Mickey.
I mean, this is definitely the battle of two big balls mid laner. Blind picking Twisted Fate into Faker. That's, you know, we're going to talk about a handful of people at most that would ever have the balls to do that. And then Faker's like, hey, I saw your Ahri. What about my Ahri?
Well, the first time he played it, didn't pick up a win on it, as it turns out. So we'll see how he fares this time around.
Still a famous pick for him, mostly in the infancy of his career. Obviously, a lot of time was spent on Lulu and Orianna in more recent years, but Faker's having none of this. No whippersnappers coming up to his lawn. He will be taking Ahri in what is a good matchup for the Ahri, but when you blind pick Twisted Fate, you're not looking for good matchups, and Rox Tigers, in their last series, played the cleanest game of Twisted Fate, admittedly one of the few games of Twisted Fate, but the cleanest games of Twisted Fate I've seen in years, let alone in this calendar year. They have pick CC everywhere. The first CC will be chained into almost an unstoppable barrage of single target CC. And that's the sort of scenario where Mickey and the Rox Tigers can snowball control and stop the SKT parade, because remember, if SKT win this series, they're locked into the grand final.
And if Rox wins this, they keep their hopes alive for playoffs, albeit a very slim chance. But we'll see if they're able to do it. It all comes down to this right here for Rocks Tigers, right here for SKT, making it into the grand final. Let's go ahead and see what happens as we jump onto the rift for game number 3. Alrighty, here we go.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Definitely some screeching going on in the crowd right there from the SKT
Yeah, the T1
side.
cheerleader really hopes they don't have to play through the playoffs because they're going to keep her voice for the grand final with volume like that.
Yeah, definitely not.
And my God, the CC on the side of the Rocks Tigers. You get a bit of cooldown reduction. It never ends, Achilles.
Yep.
You don't need practice mode to get a never-ending CC bar.
Gold card, Ash Arrow, Cocoon, Nether Grasp.
I'm trying to add it all together. I believe it's... We're talking at least 9 seconds of CC, maybe 10 with a full range Ash Arrow. Could be even 11.
It's a ton.
There's 3.5 for the Ash Arrow, 2.5 for Malzahar. Twisted Fate gets to 2. Elise starts at 1.5. I forget if it scales anymore. I want to say it might stay at 1.5. And Renekton's 1 second, so that adds up to a lot. I don't need to do Hearthstone anymore, so I don't have to remember lethal. Not going to calculate it.
See though, nice, very strong leash here for Mighty Bear. He'll rotate over.
Leash is always where we have to hold off, because of course we've seen Ash pick up red buff level 1, but
Just
the moment
stop on the Raptor though, so he's got to go back to this.
yeah, the moment that Mighty Bear started to walk over, it did seem to be a leash, although as we said, we have seen Ash level 1 red buff in multiple games, not just a single game cheese. And now we get to see the matchup that's oh so fun. Mickey with 1,100 MVP points, blind picking his famous Twisted Fate against Faker on Ahri. Only Twisted Fate of the season from LCK has been 2 games from Mickey. It is 1-0.
See though, starting off with the boots, so going to be looking to juke around the charm and whatnot as best as he can. Mighty Bear comes over the wall, finds Huni, who's now going to have to
Fate
run
has
down the
Ghost.
river. He already flashes away.
Here comes Twisted Fate.
Yeah, from that Cocoon. But Mickey starting to cheat up the river, does pop the Ghost. The Faker pushing forward as well is enough to go ahead and have him cheat back down into the lane. So Flash going to be down here for Huni, which makes him very susceptible to a gank here from Mighty Bear if he roams back up.
And Ghost in Vision is always something that's unfortunate to give up, but only a 3-minute cooldown means it'll be back for 6 minutes, and when level 6s are available, so not the biggest deal. And now Huni has to play even safer against Renekton, that he loses trades against and gets pushed in early as well. That's awkward for the side of SKT, because it doesn't look like Blank will be paying too much attention to top. Remember, it is Blank in for Game 3. First game since the first game of the second round robin against Katie Rolster. Expect him to be a pathing jungler in the vein of Bengi, about providing coverage, not so much about the proactive ganks.
Mighty Bear rotating his way
He
up
knows
here.
the blast cone is down.
Yeah, Blank could just quick draw over the wall. Huni now going to be stuck in underneath the turret, but here comes Blank. Cocoon connects onto him. Looks like Mighty Bear and Shy going to try to just go ahead and peel back into here, but the dredge line comes through. Mighty Bear flashes away, slowed up by the red buff. Blank goes forward. Health taking him up into the air. He comes back down, going to look to trade in.
Oh!
Blank flashes away. Is able to get the
Double
first one with the
buffs.
help of Huni, but yeah, double buffs going to be going over onto Shy as he trades one back. So 1-1, first blood to SKT, but gold still going to be close.
The double buffs, very interesting to evaluate, given that there's no mana cost, of course, for Renekton, but cooldown reduction is helpful. One of the stats he does crave.
Added damage from the red buff in those exchanges, going to help him out. But blue buff for Huni, so he can just keep spamming that Riptide.
Ash had to back, taking the best trades. Bot lane against the Ezreal.
Vamp Scepter, Noble Potion start.
Well, we know where that's going. No one builds any items other than Blade the Ruin King in the AD carry anymore, except for the Ezreal. I guess Jhin as well. 2 champions that build not Blade the Ruin King, and everyone else, I mean, even Ezreal gets it eventually. Jin's kind of left all alone.
Yeah.
It's funny that the indirect buff was actually the strongest nerf. So the indirect nerf was the strongest nerf to Jin. It was like if Blade was still at the same power level, we'd be seeing a lot more Jin this week. Blank's here.
Yeah, Shy gonna be low. Doesn't have level 6 for the Dominus yet.
Does have the turret to hide
He's gonna
behind.
go ahead, have to take this one up. He gets locked down though, and he's gonna dash back. Huni will die, and Shy makes it out with his
baby.
life. Big botch coming through from SK Telecom.
Vintage Shy as well, turning back the clock to 2012. Played around the turret expertly. Remember, it is impossible for Graves to just auto-attack through a turret. His auto-attacks are stopped by terrain. Really smooth from Shy. Even if it was a 1-for-1, when they used 2 members, it would have been a win for Shy. This is a massive one. He comes back with Phage and 2 kills.
Yeah, the 1-for-0. Gonna be so nice getting fast-tracked here further at Renekton, and this is something that Rox lacked in game number 1.
And this is also something we're learning about Huni, because it feels like Huni has been the common thread behind some botched turret dives for SKT. Once with Peanut, now once with Blank. Their evaluations of the turret dive seem a lot cleaner when Prophet is in the lineup. Maybe it's something that other teams will take note of.
Let's see. Big defensive start here for Mickey. Kicking things off with that Catalyst.
We know that Shy can play Renekton, one of his most played of all time. He's got a big lead as well. They're just zoning the minion wave away from Nautilus.
Yeah.
Graves on the other side of the map. They've given up on this.
Could just be the first brick coming through. Blank gonna rotate down towards that bottom side. He's in behind them. Mickey spotting out here though. Throws up the Destiny, so they will not get caught unawares here by that Graves. Gonna try to clear that out, but this will be first brick going down over to Rox Tigers here in the top lane.
And the ult was able to relieve pressure, guarantee a turret, and he didn't even have to miss any CS. Nice stuff there from Mickey. Usually the first Destiny is of great consequence for the ganking reasons, but there the vision was enough to talk about. As Shy is just he's just proxying Huni from the wave.
Keeps him shoved back.
And
So
honestly,
dash forward. Got the stun off for the trade. Mighty Bear throws out the cocoon, won't connect, but they can still get quite a bit of damage in. They force the flash out yet again. Huni just gonna have to use that one almost on cooldown. Just a couple minutes that he had that available.
it's hard for me to put this into words, but we'll hold on to that
Not
story.
even. Now Mickey though getting jumped onto the mid lane. They come up with a kill, so SKT finally able to put a second one on the board. Going to be matching Rox Tigers in that fashion.
It blows both summoners and actually provokes Mickey to go double door instead of rushing through to the blasting one towards his Rod of Ages. So the Rod of Ages timer gets delayed a bit. No summoners up means a lot more kills coming through the mid lane. So SKT predictably going to have to play through the mid lane, play through his Faker's lane, because top lane is already a disaster for SKT.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've seen from Blank in those games that he has played. The few that he's taken part in have been, getting Faker ahead, playing like Bengi did while he was still on the SK Telecom roster.
Which makes you wonder why, is the investment in Peanut worth it? And I think over time, yes, because it gives you more different strengths to your bow. You can play through other lanes. Peanut seems to gank top more than any other lane, but sometimes you can't argue with just putting all the eggs in the Faker basket.
Peanut's used to playing with Smeb for a long time, so.
Hey, man, Huni, Huni's pretty good too from time to time.
He's had some good ones, but the tower dives definitely leave a lot to be desired.
Smab has inherited the spirit of Flame when it comes to turning around turret dives. And Huni still has to work on that side of his game.
Oh, well, that'll get reset.
But just to finish the thought, it actually does, from an emotional standpoint, it is a really cool emotional storyline to see Shy play like he has, to see him proxying waves, to see him having pressure in lanes, because he looked done for in 2016, and when he was announced onto the 2017 roster, you looked at it and you're like, well, this will really help them pick up some fans. Shy's still very popular. He was once one of the best top laners in the world, hands down, in 2012, 2013, and to see him channeling that level of performance 4 years later is a really cool thing to see.
Wolf gonna walk in here, throws down that ward. Cocoon goes wide, so won't connect.
They brought in Ahri, and that was enough pick CC for them to
Yeah.
back away.
Don't want to mess with that one. Faker still doesn't have the Morel and Abacon, but is on a pretty swift path to go ahead and pick that one up. Phoenix Codex is there with him on top of the Lost Chapter.
Meanwhile, Shy has the most items.
Yes, he does. Black Cleaver already finished.
And a longsword.
Another longsword coming through for him. So that's a very scary Renekton, to say the least.
If he shows up behind you with Dominus on, you run every direction except towards him. Wards here are good for SKT. Make Mighty Bear very predictable. Expect the vision game to be tightened up with Bengi, sorry, with Blank. I said Bengi, but you know what I mean. With Blank in the roster.
It's close enough. Maybe that's a compliment to Blank.
I mean, Bengi's triple world champion, so that definitely has earned respect.
How's that working out so far in China?
Oh, Vici Gaming.
Didn't do so well for Marin either.
That's
having
true.
one world, so.
You know, it's better if you just think of it as a retirement home.
Yeah.
I don't mean that to insult the LPL. It's just some of the legacies of the players going there and really just being down the bottom is kind of depressing to think about.
We'll pay you to retire.
Mighty Bear is really spending a lot of time camping. He's not farming a lot. Actually is ahead in CS of Blank when it comes to jungle creeps, but very hard to evaluate what that means given that the camps have very different varying amounts of monsters in them. For now, it's just going to be Shy providing solo map pressure. He's being able to just keep returning to top lane and fight around the inner turret, which almost never is a strategy, but you want to keep Renekton in a 1v1 lane for as long as possible, and doesn't really help when it comes to a pushing war unless he's teleporting behind with Dominus. If they can get away with this, they will. And it does relieve some pressure for the Twisted Fate as well, because it just means that he can stand towards the top of mid lane, and it's very unlikely that he will see the jungler pathing that way. By top, I mean the left side.
Shy starting to cheat his way into the mid. Faker does have the Spirit Rush and the Flash available for Charmin. Slow up the Renekton, stop him from getting that stun off. Keeps himself safe for now. See, Rod of Ages has been completed by Mickey on this back, so not going to be delayed too terribly. He'll have that fully stacked up in about 21 minutes.
As long as it's before about 14 minutes, you're not really worried about the timer. It feels like 12.5 is almost par time, so the fact that he could throw in double Dorans is not bad for Mickey, and he almost has Ghost Flash up, so he hasn't been ganked mercilessly during the duration of his summoners being down.
Tiger's just going to be holding firm right now with almost a 1,500 gold lead. 12.5 minutes in, so things looking pretty good for them. But if we know anything about SK Telecom, it's that if you give them an inch, they will take 10 miles. So Rocks still have to play this very methodically to maintain this lead.
And it's really interesting to see how they play this Snowball Global Draft without a big lead. Because they had such a big lead that they could do whatever they wanted in their last series, and it didn't matter. They have to play a lot more intelligently here. Team fighting is deceptively in the advantage of SKT. Renekton will get kited mercilessly in the late game. Sure, they can teleport on top of people. Speaking of
Destiny in the
teleporting,
bottom lane. Here comes that chain CC we're talking so much about. Bang. Gonna get jumped on, knows that he's dead, tries to sustain it with the heal, but holds on to the flash.
and just like when we see Tillia drafts, we need to see much more skirmishing from Rocks. True 5v5. They all kind of suicide dive onto Ezreal. He lives, they lose a team fight. It will happen from time to time when QSS is completed. So a sort of pick that has been denied from Rocks so far. They do give up mid lane turret HP, but only a small amount.
Well, that's going to be the Dragon going over to Rocks, so they'll go ahead and stack another objective in.
Don't see what the next spawn is. First one was Cloud Drake.
Mountain Drake, all right. So going to be good for either side. We already saw, Rocks willing to pull the trigger on those early Barons. So if they can get that Mountain Drake, it's going to help them out that much more.
And every comp becomes a 20-minute Baron threat when Blade the Ruin King is at the strength that it's at. Sure, Rocks on paper have a pretty weak Baron. Twisted Fate, not a great Baron taker. Renekton's fine, at least on the better side, but Renekton's largely just going to pop Dominus and try and tank it for a while. But Asher Blade the Ruin King already is a Baron threat. So we need to see teams this week and future weeks tighten up vision control around 20 minutes because Baron now feels like it's been nerfed because Blade the Ruin King has been buffed.
See where Rocks goes from here. Only knock down the one turret. See Shy handing off this blue buff.
I mean, Shy's having so much fun. He doesn't need to be anywhere because he has the freedom of walking through the enemy jungle, the top lane. No one is going to put up anything other than a white flag when he shows up. He's so far ahead.
They hasn't been in lane for the longest time. It's still going to be a massive CS lead. Over top of Huni, Charm connecting though onto Mighty Bear. Collateral damage coming through. They dash back in, and Blank is able to come up with that last hit. TP now going to be channeled through by Shy. Mickey in a bad spot. Dredgeline won't connect, but Faker goes in, flashes forward, lands the Charm, and helps come up with a kill. Wolf takes away the killing blow.
They want more.
Chasing forward. It's going to be a bit risky though, chasing in onto Key. Full HP on that Malzahar. Blank was chunked out just a little bit. But looks like that will just be 2 kills fairly cleanly picked up here by SK Telecom. They pop over the wall. They're going to be looking for more. Tether coming down onto Key. He's going to flash away. Still has the Nether Grasp. Going to silence in onto Blank, just retreating back in underneath this turret as best as he possibly can, but he's completely surrounded now. Huni is arriving with Faker, so they have plenty of tank potential. They won't even need the Nautilus. They'll just go ahead, take him out as Blank finds the killing blow. And SKT will finally put a turret on the board for themselves.
And also take over the lion's share of tempo in the early game. The game was being played at the tempo of the Renekton. Such was the advantage that Shy had over the top side of the map. But rolling through 4 or 5 members strong with the movement speed from Karma, they pick up multiple picks. The Elise, the one downside of Mighty Bear so far in competitive play is that he sometimes chooses bad engages where he has no exit plan for, even with Flash available, couldn't get out. And the flow-on effect is that SKT bring back what was a very big pressure and gold lead for Rox Tigers, who now are only 1,000 gold up over SKT.
Yeah, closing the gap very substantially here is SK Telecom. You can see Mickey, though, wants to play very aggressively, has gone for the Sheen on the second item, wants that Lich Bane to come through so he can just completely assassinate people like Faker, like Bang, as he comes in with the Destiny. Huni, though, getting locked up. Asho comes through straight into the Nether Grasp. They stack the Cocoon on top of it, but that won't be punished. They still are able to come up with the kill quite handedly as Huni goes down, and that'll transition into a second outer turret here for Rox Tigers.
Doesn't matter if you stack the CC when literally everyone has even more CC to bring to the party. That's basically when everyone brings cupcakes, and it's like, well, what to say? Doesn't even matter. People are going to get fed one way or the other. They're pushing to a second turret, which would be an extra bonus objective for sure. Shy can take some free damage.
Yeah, wave crashing in. They will be able to take this one out, so Faker by himself won't do enough to clear this out. They're going to try to trade one back up in the top lane with that tier 1, but still an inner turret down in favor of Rox Tigers. Good move still coming in off the backside of that very botched fight.
At least they're still trading up. And they're going to end up giving over an objective, but they got the kill, got double turret. Now suddenly, 20-minute Baron looks even safer, Achilles, but I don't think SKT will repeat their mistake of game 1 when you even have the Destiny.
Well, they're going in looking for Mickey. Throws out the red card, not a gold card there to lock up the Ahri. He gets locked down by the tether, and Faker comes up with the kill. Now flashing away as Shy goes in, trying to answer one back, but he's going to have to get out of dodge. Flashes away, just too much damage here for SKT, and even with as fed as he is, can't come up with a kill.
And now he's short of flash as well, so we'll have even less relevance in the next fight. Once you have Ahri locked in,
that's awkward.
Twisted Fate is inevitably going to give up kills. No, it's actually so they get complete control over that brush. It's going to take even longer for them to clear the vision on the side of SKT.
That takes 10 hits.
Yeah.
It's just like a scuttle crab sitting in there, 60 gold ready to go.
I've actually seen teams purposefully put down double control. Well, that by no means was purposely.
Bait them in.
That was definitely a bait, but that was definitely a botch. But yes, to bait them in, it's actually a decent strategy, though. Not when you just mess it up. And nothing Mickey can do about picks like that. If he wants to wave clear, he's going to overextend. He will die. The moment Ahri was locked in, there was an air of inevitability. This would not be a KDA game for Mickey.
We'll see. Still a lot of potential for him to impact.
He's winning
the game.
gold.
Yeah, I mean,
stack deck, passive.
He's getting close there. Faker stretching just a little bit ahead of him.
He was 100 ahead, but they're just clearing waves right now, so the numbers will vary a little bit. But stack deck, and the fact that he's doing decent in CS means that Twisted Fate will hold up, even with no kill involvements. And most of the kills have gone over to Blank, which always kind of tricky to evaluate whether that's a good thing. The champion certainly, Graves the pseudo frontliner.
2016, you would definitely be like, well, crap, this isn't great. But right now, Blank, again, haven't seen him in too many games, but the ones that we have, he's been pretty instrumental for their victories.
He's still very much Blank. You would say that some of his play under pressure has been a lot better than it was last year, where it felt like he wilted in big games, but watching Sang Yun there look for an engage.
Feels like his shortcomings are not as damning as they once were.
But like with EasyHoon, you're never sure if that's because he doesn't have to be a starter or because he's actually really developing his game off the riff. Because if you only play less, there's less videotape of you, there's more time for you to practice, and EasyHoon's small champion pool, for example, was never really able to be targeted because you could always sub in Faker. So I don't really have a fully formed opinion on Blank right now because he just hasn't seen much play. We know his tendencies, but not much more than that.
We might be seeing more and more of him as time goes on, especially with the playoffs on the horizon. See though, SKT looking to make a play, looking to make a move. Mountain Drake is there as well as that turret in mid. Shy not going to get caught by the charm. Now Rock's going to push forward. Gold card is drawn, but Mickey can't find a target. It's just going to now try to chunk them out with those Qs over the wall.
Difficult with no flashes, specifically on the Renekton for them to face check Brush from Rox Tigers. They do have Destiny they can pop. They do have Hawkshot. So they have a lot of way to fight for vision, even when SKT have the vision advantage, which is a pretty big thing for them.
But if you have to pop that Destiny just to get vision, and you can't TP in onto somebody, it's just a major cooldown that you have to burn.
Doesn't have Zonia's yet. Looks like he's going Lichbane second. It was Zonia's second last time, so it won't be the dive onto the Kog'Maw strategy from Mickey that he did in that last series where he played Twisted Fate. Going to be much more about split pushing.
There's no vision inside the Baron pit here for SK Telecom. They're trying to bait them up the river. Looks like it might have just worked. Tony going to get locked down immediately by the Nethergrass. Off down to about half HP as Redemption comes in, keeps him alive in time to pick up a kill onto Shy. Now SK Telecom going to try to throw this one away. Faker dashing forward, comes up with a kill onto Mighty Baron. Now Mickey getting charmed, goes down as Bang finds that. 3 kills swiftly picked up for SKT, and they say, you know what, you can keep your mid lane tower. We're moving right over to that Baron.
Yeah, the target selection was really questionable from Rox. Dumped everything onto Huni, who wasn't as emaciated as maybe they thought he was. Had a Sunfire, had double Dorans, had enough health to live through the initial burst and overlapping CC. And now this will be an unanswered Baron for SKT. The hopes of diving into the backline are still very much further for Mickey in particular, who hasn't got a Zonia's, and maybe Rox will take a Mountain Drake, but no more. However, here comes SKT.
Well, you can see the TP being burned out here by Shy.
Really deep TP coming through from Huni as well.
Yeah, they really just want to try to pick this one up. Destiny gets popped by Mickey. He's still inside the base, so doesn't have too much range here. Huni on the backside of the pit has the blast cone to try to come in. Mickey dropping in, won't be able to get the cold card down. They're not able to find the steal though, as Shy is able to slice and dice his way through to pick up that last blow. So 2 Drakes here for the Rox Tigers as they stack on Mountain Drake, but without the Baron there for a lot of time, Mountain Drake won't be finding too much use.
And they just spend so much time taking down Huni that between the Redemption and his tankiness, there's another shield. They don't take him down. And the problem with a comp like Rox is running in a 5v5 is if they don't kill the first person instantly, they are all lambs to the slaughter, overextended against consistent damage and slipperiness from Ahri and Ezreal. So target selection is everything. Target selection was off, and speaking of target selection...
Yeah, Faker going in, tosses out the charm, won't find anything, actually gets locked down by the Nethergrass, straight into the Ash Arrow, and he gets taken out. Shy going low, will go ahead and dice his way back out at the front line.
Are they done here?
SKT, they're going to have to try to kite this one back. Mickey's taking quite a bit of damage here from Bang, who's still full HP, jumps with the Arcane Shift, takes out Key. Dredgeline coming through, finds Songyu to double kill. Going over to Bang now, and SK Telecom just turning that one right on its head, a 2-for-1. Going to be the inner turret on top of that for them. The gold lead starting to spill very well into their hands.
Yeah, Baron buff minions still as well for over half the duration, means they will lose the inner turret, turning into a pretty good Baron power play from SKT. You can already see Shy, despite being so massively ahead in the early game, is running into the same problem that every Renekton does in 5v5s, where he gets kited beyond disbelief. This is a much better choice by Key. Gets on to Faker. All the CC is dumped in, and it could have just been a 1-for-0 and a lower efficiency Baron buff, but Rox get greedy.
Up.
They think they're going to get the next gold card, but as Mickey walks up, he's taking Mystic Shots, he's taking Qs from the Karma, and it's a really nice hook from Huni as well. Redemption is back off cooldown. Baron buff doesn't get cancelled out when the first pick might have been the start of that for the Rox Tigers.
Well, Rox going to be at a severe disadvantage for the first time in this game. Almost 4,000 down at the moment. SKT, see how much more they can get done with this Baron buff.
They're smart.
Be up for too long.
They put the bonus gold into QSSs onto Ezreal and Graves. Zonia's already completed for Faker. And now Rocks don't really have an option or an identity in the 5v5. If they jump onto one person, QSS, Flash, Arcane Shift will come through. They won't get that kill, and they will die. There is no Zonias for Mickey. There are really no teamfight options for the Rocks Tigers, barring the sort of pick we saw on the side lane, but all their side lanes are going to be pushed up, and Mickey's build only excels truly in the split push, but there's no split pushing against SKT anymore.
Yep. Now SKT going to go ahead, posture up in the top lane, take out this second inner turret, going to be the bottom one, the only remaining structure standing outside of Rox's base. And even the inside of the base might not be safe for too much longer. SKT starting to poke in, try to whittle down Rocks, force them back to the fountain so they can get some quality time with this inhib turret at the top lane.
When the Ash Arrow is no longer threatening for SKT, you know, Renekton's just standing under a turret, wave clearing, Twisted Fate can't look for an aggressive Destiny. SKT are not actually overextended on the map, and they no longer have to respect the CC train from Rocks.
Yeah, and I mean, this feels a little bit reminiscent from that game 1 versus MVP, where they got the Renekton very far ahead, and then it all just falls apart because they can't play to that strength. Rocks just overcommitting for one too many fights, come up short. Gold card coming through, Mickey getting down to about half HP. Big pop-up on the Mighty Bear as well as he gets chunked out. Shy stuck in the front line, might just go down. One more shot would do it, and there we go. Bang is able to come up with a kill in the end.
You see the health bars aren't actually that low from SKT, whereas everyone
Bang
is blinking on Rocks.
Very aggressive from Bang, jumping back into the face of Songyun. Turret almost takes him out. Actually is going to be standing for a little bit longer, so SKT are unable to finish that objective off. Destiny's popped, forcing SKT back, buying a little bit more time here for the Rocks Tigers on these recalls.
It does interrupt the recalls, like you say. It's never going to be a completion there.
I mean, it's Mickey, so you never really know.
That's true. But remember, he has information now. And usually when we see his reckless initiation, it's with no vision.
Yeah.
Destiny, by definition, gives vision.
This is true. Well, he's going to try to chunk out this turret. Does have that Lich Bane, so should be able to finish this one off, especially with the help of Mighty Bear here. So there we go. Turret is picked up, but Faker, he's out for blood. Has the Spirit Rush available. The Charm will not connect, but he still has plenty of damage from the Orb of Discord. The Orb of Deception. Finishes him off, and that's going to be the kill picked up by Bang in the end.
Yeah, the chase from SKT, they knew they could use both the first two charges of the Spirit Rush for mobility, because any damage registers. Ezreal will be there as well. Ezreal, Karma, Ahri is the most mobility when it comes to chase down in fights, and that's Mickey dead for another 25 seconds. They still haven't found a way to break the base, but it almost seems an inevitability once again for SK Telecom.
They're damn close. Wave in the top lane is going to be pretty far off, though, so they won't have that pressure onto that very low turret.
And he has teleport, but isn't grouped for now.
Yeah, just going to be moving up that wave, trying to knock down that final outer turret.
The reason why the QSS is so key is not just because of the CC being able to be cleansed off, but it allows Huni to split push. If there's no QSS on the rest of the team members, Huni has to stay because they actually can die to the focus CC, but with double QSS and the comp that SKT have, able to actually have the 4-1, push up minion waves. Minion wave control has always been a standby of the Coma era, a standby of SK Telecom T1, and yeah, not really much else to say here. See Huni camping a brush, the shops come through, and SKT look to be confirming their spot into the grand final in just a few moments' time.
Definitely looking highly likely at this point unless Rocks can find one hell of a turnaround. But Shy is going to try to get this one fast track. Jumps in, sun in onto Huni. Ash Arrow comes through, but they're barely scratching the surface of his HP bar, so they invest 2 ultimates for this one. 3 as Mickey has the Destiny popped. He's going to go ahead and retreat up towards that top side of the map. And they won't be able to come up with a single pick. And now SKT, they can just go on the offensive, try to break the base yet again. If not, just take that Mountain Drake.
And that's when they have Karma, so they can just speed up the Nautilus. Depth Charge is going to miss. Steel doesn't quite come through. Songyun does pick up a red buff, but not too much to be hyped about on the side of Rocks Tigers when you're talking about a red buff being claimed on your own side of the map.
And there we go. Mountain Drake picked up for SKT, first of the game. But better late than never for these guys, and that's just going to help them break the base even more easily here, as they will be returning momentarily. Maybe after a visit to that Baron that has respawned.
Clear minions for now. SKT is still worried about going for picks. If you don't have complete vision, you're always worried about the next CC coming through. So you might just take the wins where you are and keep the minions pushing, get the next shop in. But Baron vision has certainly been claimed by SK Telecom.
Yeah, control ward thrown down in the river just to really make sure that it's cleaned out.
Splitting the map is really all Rox Tigers can hope to do, but they're splitting with no vision. But at any point, B collapse will always be slightly less on the front foot because they have the worry of being collapsed on. That's why you see Renekton pulling back. Both top laners have teleport.
Mighty Bear sitting nearby, just waiting to see them start this one up. SKT, though, just going to be pushing further into the jungle. Make sure they get rid of every little ounce of vision that Rox might have, so they can spot them coming in if they do start up this Baron. The pings are coming out for this one. Mighty Bear's on the backside of the pit, trying to get prepped for this.
Destiny will be up in about 5-6 seconds, so he will have guaranteed vision to look for that steal. 2 levels under, but we've seen Mighty Bear steal in this scenario before.
Hawkshot comes through, just to guarantee that they aren't going for this one. Faker coming forward, Bang jumping over the wall with the Arcane Shift. Just takes off the passive of the Malzahar, but won't be having any more kill threat here.
They haven't seen Elise in a long time, so they probably have a pretty good idea of what Mighty Bear is up to, if not his exact position on the map. Mighty Bear has been in that brush for roughly 2 minutes. It's his new home.
Yep, he's just going to be camping it out.
He should put down some sight wards next to it to give his home a couple of chairs, you know, a candle.
Well, Destiny coming through, Faker walking in. Destiny's there, Cocoon to chain it in, and Faker will get deleted. Nicely done. So, pitched a tent, and it worked out in the end.
Yeah, Faker, uninvited house guest, came into the home of Mighty Bear, was taken down. First positive movement ended up being the longest brush camp payoff we've seen in quite a while in LCK. It's 5v4, but you wouldn't know it. Bang's getting Rambo.
Yeah, Bang jumping in, chunks out Songyun. Gets a pretty low. Wolf and Blank, however, also are going to get hit a little bit here. Uni throwing out the dredge line, just going to find a Voidling from Key. Won't be coming up with anybody, and now Rox.
They have to do
Bit
this.
of a Hail Mary. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and toss in, try to go for the Baron. Key getting chunked out on the backside as Bang keeps poking in with the missing shots. Gold card coming through, locking up Blank. He gets locked down again by the Nethergrass, and they're able to come up with a kill. Now no more smite threat here from SK Telecom, but Rox have to hightail it out. The Baron has done so much damage, and Bang is looking to capitalize, jumping forward. Mystic shot connects, double kill over to him. Gonna make it a triple as he takes out Key. The bot lane of Rox Tigers completely annihilated. Maybe looking for a Quadra as he gets a wraparound here onto Shy, who's desperately trying to trade a kill back in onto Wolf. But there is just nowhere for him to go. He will go down. And SK Telecom turned that on its head.
Yeah, no more CC to respect for Bang, so he can run wild, even has QSS left over after the fight. Crazy to say, with how this comp is put together, there's no threat on the Ezreal, but just given how tanking the front line is, and the fact that there's a Graves to absorb some CC, that there's an Ahri, Bang is still able to freewheel through the fight. They're going to turn onto the Baron. Graves not there, so when it comes to securing this, don't have too much secure, but Elise is now off the map. How much respect will SKT show? None at all.
Yep, they don't really care. It's just going to be Mighty Bear sitting in the mid lane, picking up some minions as SK Telecom slowly and surely take out the Baron. Second of the game. Hawkshot just a little bit too late to spot that one out.
I mean, Rox, you know, in a different game, if the gold lead wasn't there, if it comes one like this, obviously it's a mistake to go 5v4 and leash the Baron, but they would not win this game if they didn't find a way to pick up the Baron, so they force the fight once again. They start to fall low. When Bang sees this, his eyes light up, still has flash up to go in aggressively. Look at this flash Mystic shot. Max range, you wouldn't know it, such as the accuracy.
Perfectly aligned.
Beautiful stuff from Bang.
Yep.
And when he has a performance like he did in the previous game, you know the next one like this is only just around the corner. You got the runs on the board. It's the sort of plays you're able to pull off.
Cocoon connects onto him. They're going to go ahead and throw out the Nethergrass onto this, as well as the Ash Arrow. Trying to kill the Karma. He's still alive. Will go down just at the end, but they're just going to go ahead and trade 1-for-1 on the supports for now. And now Mickey, stuck in no man's land, will get taken out as Faker. There's that charm straight into his face. 2 kills picked up here. Only losing 1 is SKT. They trade up yet again.
They want to brute force down an inhibitor turret. Finally, this game is extended for about 10 minutes since SKT were in full control. Still have the Baron buff. Nautilus doesn't take damage anymore. Honestly, Huni should probably tank this instead of actually letting the minions tank it. He will.
Move
This
in.
is the right move, because then you still have minions if you want to try to consider ending the game, which is unlikely, but with 30 seconds still on Twisted Fate, it's nice to have options.
Yeah, maybe a slight consideration, but looks like SKT just going to go ahead and have to peel back out of here. The other waves not quite prepped. They are moving towards Rox's base, but they're not close enough for them to go and try to knock down a second inhib, so SKT will just go ahead and peel back.
Well, you see the best and worst of Mickey. He's doing a Mickey this series, but
Well, he can at least sit easy and assume that Faker's probably not going to get the MVP to tie him.
silver linings, huh?
Very slight one. Seems like Bang is working his way towards that.
The Twisted Fate draft was always going to go one way or the other. We saw the best of it last time, and this one here. It could have been Talon, like you say, when they had Elise locked in already. They had Malzahar as well. It was a clean spot to take Talon, but Mickey saw a pick that just wasn't going to be there, and again, you get the both sides. That's why he's such an enigmatic player. That's why he gets both the cheers and the boos at times, because you see both sides very often.
Well, they're all waiting here in the brush looking for Huni, but
Who's waiting for who?
even if you commit 4 people onto Huni, I don't think you're going to come up with a kill. At least not quickly enough for the rest of SKT to arrive.
Minions are pushed out, at least for a moment, in the mid lane.
Oh my god, dang. Missing shots, even onto the Renekton, just chunking him out. Guardian Angel won't be available for him, so Shy can't play up into the front lines. Gonna be a second in him. Being taken out here by SK Telecom. Super Creeps mid part of the mid lane, so they're not exactly threatening those Nexus turrets yet, but SKT is running rampant on the map.
Want to book their spot into the Incheon Samsung World Gymnasium. Last time they were in that venue, SK Telecom, was against Samsung Ozone in their undefeated Champions Winter 2013-2014 series. So a lot of good memories for them, and who knows, Kilios, we might see SKT versus Samsung in that building once again. Incheon Samsung World Gymnasium will be the venue on the 22nd of April.
I keep thinking you're saying Samsung.
Yeah, it's a close one. Samsung.
Samsung.
World Gymnasium. Incheon World Gymnasium for short. Skip out the Samsung part. Like I said, undefeated season of Champions was achieved by SKT there.
Huni fearlessly pushing forward. Says, throw whatever you got at me. I do not give a damn.
SKT are very nonplussed. Even though this is the last few minutes before we assume they're booking into the finals. It's looking like SKT will just bowl over the Nexus and catch on
Dredgeline
Mickey.
here onto Mickey, goes into the zonies immediately, but still just wreak havoc in the front line here. Huni throwing out the Riptide, slowing them up. Faker dashes in, but gets Nethergrass immediately, and Mickey's able to come up with a kill. But can they turn around the fight? Can they stomp out SKT so far? It's looking okay as they pop the Guardian Angel. Mickey pushing back in, has the gold card up, but Bang yet again with his Ezreal dashing forward, takes him out. And now it's just Songyun against the world, but he won't last too long. An ace for SK Telecom, losing 2 members. Super Creeps pushing in from 2 lanes. They're gonna end the game, 38 minutes on the clock, and they are gonna punch their ticket to the grand final.
Only the second time ever in the LCK era we'll see SK Telecom winning the regular season. Every other split was won by the ROX Tigers, but the ROX Tigers are a different beast. They will not win this series. They will not be making it to the playoffs themselves, and congratulations SKT. Champions Summer 2015 was the last time they waited at the end of the gauntlet, but once again, they are the big bad. They are the team that everyone is looking to beat. And good luck, because only Samsung has really found a window since Afrika's win in the first round robin to take down SKT T1.
SKT, they still do have that question of who will be starting in that grand final. They have one more match to play before they'll get some nice time off to prepare.
And you talk about nice time off. Achilles, it's 3 weeks after the next match. It's the 22nd of April.
Yeah.
They will play on April Fool's Day, the 1st of April, and not again till the 22nd. So they're going to have a lot of time to hide scrims, probably a lot of time to stream, so Twitch TV is probably like, yeah, great stuff. But SK Telecom, they are dropping games quite a bit. There's been a lot of 3-game SKT series recently when it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 in the first round robin. Have they found their best starting lineup? I mean, our answer would probably be no, given that Blank and Prophet have been interchangeably coming in, mostly Prophet in recent times, but Blank now when they needed him. So will it be Huni and Peanut starting in the first game of the final? Probably, but any more than that, I don't have the information. The ROX Tigers let's not take a dampen on what has been an excellent second round robin for them. They started off right down in the bottom. They were looking like they'd be prime for playing in the relegation, and now, a month later, they're going to feel pretty hard done by to not be playing off in the winner's gauntlet. So for them, it's been a big development. They're still going to have a match to play, but they've built a lot. They look in a great situation to maybe make it to the gauntlet in summer season. And given how much turbulence the org went through, that's a good result.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just good preparation here for Rox Tigers moving into the summer split. So can definitely go into that one with their chins held high. You know, you weren't able to take down SKT. When SKT is the gatekeeper for your playoff hopes, it's a pretty uphill battle to begin with. They put on a very fantastic show in game number 2, but Mickey, sometimes he just has these very polarizing performances. This time around in game 3, it's just it's in the opposite end.
Yeah, it'd be the drafting choice. If anything that I would criticize there, the way it played out was pretty elementary. If you want to have any relevance to Twisted Fate, you have to walk up, and then everyone was there to lock him down. Could have been the Talon, could have been something safer. But he saw the glimmer in the lights, and sometimes that leads to a triple kill and an MVP, and sometimes that leads to just not being able to have any impact on a game. But you take the good with the bad with Mickey on SK Telecom. Again, it's the old story, but this time they're going to be waiting. This time they're the ones that are going to have to be watching others play, and if you look at history, whenever they've had extra information to understand how a meta is going, how a patch is playing, because remember, we'll most likely be on 7.6 when we get to the final, they're usually the ones to use information the best. So there should be a wealth of information for SK Telecom Team 1, as that's a lot of damage on the side of the Ezreal.
Hot damn. Well, Bang really just trying to earn that MVP as best as he possibly can. Keep Faker from tying up with Crown and Mickey at number 1.
I'm watching you, OGN.
He might have done it.
I'm watching you, OGN. There's no Faker MVP for this game.
When he does less than blank out of the jungle, then you know it's something would be up. But there we go. Bang does earn it for himself. 10-1-9 with a 79% kill contribution rate, and only his 4th win at MVP. So definitely has not been the season for ADCs. But Bang does put another one on the board, and definitely deserved it here.
That's Ezreal. That's Bang, and this was Bang on Ezreal.
They are one and the same.
It was an elaborate compound word illusion from OGN. But, you know, this was the hard lockdown comp. If you're ahead, if you're 6,000 gold ahead early, like Rox Tigers were the last time you played this comp, you win the game because there's no items. Everyone's too brittle. But when the QSSs came through after they won a fight, felt like there was just no way to play the draft by the Rox Tigers to win a team fight. I couldn't even tell you what a one team fight for the Rox Tigers looked like, barring just the biggest collapse 1v5 into 1v5 from SKT. And then guess who profits when all those long duration ultimates and CCs are on cooldown? Bang is ahead. Bang's able to skip in the front and back line, taking down members, and he made it look easy, which is the Bang way when he's playing Ezreal.
Yep. They just coexist with each other so perfectly, you have to say. But SKT is looking a little bit scary there from the get-go, but overall, things turn out quite well for them in the end.
And the best team is waiting in the grand final. You know, with the way the gauntlet works, this is the result you want. You want to see SKT waiting. You want to see other teams playing themselves into form to find a way to stand up to SK Telecom T1. That Mystic shot with the flash that's what experience shows like. And that's, as you say, how Bang and Ezreal are so well linked. And we're going to see an interview with both Bang and Faker to close out this series.
Yeah, so we'll hear from the carries. So Joel, go ahead, take it away with the translation. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations, and we are here with SK Telecom, who pick up another 2-1 victory against Rox Tigers, and we are here with Faker and Bang for the interview. Congratulations on the win, guys. Thank you so much. Faker, how do you feel? You know, today deciding the finalist spot for us was a really big thing for us, and I think, you know, although we had some up and downs today, I think we want to improve on the things that we didn't do so well. Yeah, your face expression didn't really seem all that satisfied with how you guys played. Yeah, I think I kind of lost it halfway through the series, and, you know, picking it back up was difficult, but yeah, I think it was disappointing all in all. We still think you did a good job. Faker, what did you think of the talent when you first saw it? You saw that Mickey was being very aggressive with it. Yeah, in the first game they lacked a lot of AP damage, and which gave us a lot of easy item builds. And the laning phase was relatively easy as well because all we had to account for was the attack damage part of things, and it was a really fun matchup for us. And top was really contended for both sides in the ban pick phase throughout the series. But at the situation where you guys could have picked up Shen, it seemed like you guys weren't going to pick it up at first, but what was the decision behind that? Yeah, we knew that Huni would play Shen pretty well, and we took that into account when we made the decision to pick it. And I think that's the reason we decided today. We have a video highlight of Faker. Seeing that earned him his MVP. And this was probably the decisive moment of the game where everything turned around. Yeah, I knew all along that we were able to block that, defend that turret from going down. And Pino was coming from behind and gave us a lot of advantages going in. So first game was really relatively easy for you guys picking that up, but second game, taking the game away was really, I'm sure it was really painful for you guys heading into the series. But what did you think about the game overall? Game 2, I think they really used the Shen and the Rengar very effectively. And I think, them pulling off, a series of good plays, allowed them to get the snowball. And I think the decisive play was really at the Baron, where, I think, us getting the advantage that we were supposed to and just faltering off of that just, allowed our Ahri to get bigger and bigger, and we just couldn't come back from it at that point. And third game is another appearance of your closing saving pitcher of Blank. How did that game turn out? Yeah, I think it was more of the team morale after this game 2 where we were really down about the loss and we needed someone to bring back the vibe and the morale of things, and Blank was really very supportive of that. And game 3 was also interesting in the fact that top lane was actually winning in the sides of ROX Tigers at one moment, and it seemed like you guys could have been afraid of another loss coming away. Yeah, I think our picks that we picked in the third game was not really out of confidence, but it was more to supplement the team to contribute to the win, and we were just hoping that we could get a certain series of plays that gave us enough advantages to pull through the late game and hopefully get the win. And I think we were very fortunate in the fact that we were able to get those few opportunities and we took advantage of them. And I think we worked really hard as a team and worked really well, and that really paid off for us. And we have another video highlight of this time Bang's MVP highlights. And here Faker was cut off early, and it seemed like the team fight was going ROX Tigers' way. Yeah, I got cut off there. Yeah, I couldn't. No one on my side cut off the Malzahar, so I died there. So this is where the second initiation went in. What was communication in that part? Well, we knew that Malzahar was available. We told each other to be careful, but I think if Ahri, with her escape abilities, that we were feeling pretty safe. That even initiating pretty hard, we were able to be pretty safe. But I think we got cut off a bit early on that one. And Wolf did spectacular. Also, we want to mention that. And was there not any comments on that? And with the redemption and all these minuscule things that he did. Talking about Wolf? Yeah, it was okay. But with Wolf, he's always contributing in the areas that is unseen. And his positioning is something that we always have to talk about. That is really not mentioned as much. But you know, Wolf as a 5-year veteran, I think he knows what to do at the right times, and I think it's just another day at the office for him. But I think he was feeling disappointed in some parts of his game, but I think he did pretty well. And we would like to, take this chance because you guys are complimenting him just as much. We want to say that he did really well, and we want to hope that the OGN staff looks more on the support for the MVP candidates. And all 5 positions are very important, as you guys know, and it seems like support, since they're not visually seen as much, that the contributions, specifically in the MVP role, isn't going towards that way. Lastly, Faker, you have a lot of fans out here who are really happy to see you guys clinch that spot in the finals. Would you like to say one more to these guys? I think all we have left to do now is prepare for the finals, and it's an exciting time for us. But at the same time, we want to prepare just as hard so we can get the result that we are expected to get. And right until the day of the finals, we're going to prepare really, really hard so that we can get the result that we want. But we will show you a good performance at the finals. You can count on that. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, for the translation. So yeah, no attention to the support role unless you're Max, it would seem. So SKT giving some shout-outs to their own. And the rest of the team as well. Going to bump them up the standings. But for now, it's going to be Bang picking up his 4th. Faker currently going to be tied for 2nd place.
Yeah, fun series. Rocks Tigers looked really good in Game 2, but couldn't get over the line in the 3rd game to draft themselves into a bit of a hole with their lockdown one person forever. Oh wait, that's 4 other people. Crap strategy in Game 3, but this is where things get interesting, because MVP now has qualified for the playoffs. SKT still have a very enigmatic and interesting role to play, because they play against MVP, and MVP, KT, and Samsung can still do some musical chairs. If Samsung win their 2nd series of the night, they will be confirmed in 2nd spot. But KT and MVP, who plays in that best-of-3 wildcard match, and who actually waits in the semi-playoff, that's still to be decided.
That it is, and I mean, MVP will be playing in our next match right here to close out the night. It's MVP versus Samsung, so big, heavy implications here coming into this match. Samsung, as you say, really want to lock down 2nd place for themselves. MVP desperately trying to avoid that wild card game, so a win for them here would be so utterly important. They didn't look too hot in their last series, so we're going to see if they can turn that around and have a better performance here today.
They're definitely going to need to. Samsung tough opposition and in great form.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a bit. Look for the timer at the bottom of the screen as we get the players into the booths, get them set on the PC so we can go ahead and dive into our last match of the night. So we'll see you guys in just a bit, so don't go anywhere.
If you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. In a world so shallow, we gotta shine that some by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
Long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'ma ride for you, just like you ride for me, and we gon' take this thing.
Coming up next, MVP, Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
So grab the duffel bag and let's roll. cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not a thing, but I don't know if I can.
Today's matchup. MVP. Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, guys, as we get ready to go into match 2 of the night. This one's going to be MVP versus Samsung Galaxy. Big implications here for either team in the standings.
I mean, that's the thing, is that MVP still have some upward momentum, and Samsung no longer upward momentum, but want to maintain their spot in second place. If they're to beat MVP today, that will finally end the hopes of MVP from moving to second, even as remote as they are. It's all about the table this late into the season. We now have 4 out of 5 teams for the gauntlet confirmed. Freaka Freaks still masters of their own destiny. Only need a single game win to confirm their spot, or for some of their opposition to falter. If Longzhu Gaming lose a match also, they will be eliminated. So odds on the top 5 on your screen will be in the gauntlet. But there is still a chance for MVP and KT Rolster especially to swap spots. And if MVP win today, that will be first blood to them, as they have the harder run-in. And if they're to beat Samsung, they'd be only the second team to beat Samsung in the entirety of the second round, Rob.
Yeah, we'll see if they're up to task. Last time MVP came out to play, it was a little bit rough for these guys, so they're going to try to turn things around here with their match up today. So Rocks put on one hell of a performance there, at least in game number 2 of our first series of the night. MVP suffered a loss at the hands of Rocks Tigers, so now going up against Samsung, the second team to give a 2-0 win, or to take a 2-0 win over SK Telecom. It's going to be a pretty rough task here for these guys. We'll see if they're able to bring it out.
I mean, MVP have really been adding to the amount of unique champions played in spring 2017. Lots of unique support picks, especially for Max.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, Ian was like, I can also play a unique champion, and then he had his Pantheon game where he counterpicked a Talon and died solo at level 3, and then died more times. It was a bit sad times for Ian. He doesn't get to go for unique picks anymore. Only Max gets to play whatever he wants.
It was very sad to see, to say the least there.
But Samsung Galaxy, nothing sad about this squad. What a second round robin for them, only dropping a set to a Freaka Freaks, beating all other teams, including both members of the Telecom War, KT and SKT, looking to beat MVP, confirm their spot in the semi-final. Predictably, it's their strongest possible roster. Haru has been a revelation in spring 2017, forcing Ambition away from the starting lineup. We only see him from time to time, and Crown, for now, still leads MVP, although he is tied with Mickey at the start of this game.
Yeah, Haru now going to be very close behind on the heels of Crown, so it's going to be a bit of a back and forth between the mid and the jungle, trying to inch out ahead and get that MVP win. You can see, though, Samsung, a massive win streak at the moment.
8 games in a row, so They are in a great spot. Only a single loss to KT. And then the Longzhu victory was also a 2-0. So when SKT is playing 3-game set up, 3-game set, Samsung's getting it done quick and dirty. We might be out of here very early, Achilleos, if that previous graph is any indication. But MVP are no pushovers. It's actually a pretty tough game for Samsung if you really think about it. Last time these two teams faced, it was a win to Samsung, I believe. So MVP, they have been KT's tonic, but this is the man to watch. Haru had just an outstanding performance against Peanut in particular in Game 1 against SKT. Not that his Elise showed any slouch either. The last 2 weeks, he's played 7 games, won all 7. Ambition has dropped a game in that run. But Haru is looking like the best jungler in Korea and increasingly the best jungler in the world.
Yeah, he really is starting to inch his way up towards that. I mean, Score still puts up a bit of a fight, despite the record that KT have had as of late. But Haru has really made a case for himself over top of the likes of Peanut.
And it's all about the language. Starting to look like the best jungler in the world is what we're seeing from him because he is beating those people. He's beaten Peanut. He's beaten Score. Score had a great series against him. Score is definitely somehow finding himself in ELO hell again. No one understands how this can keep happening. Score is the consistent person there among all the collapses of multiple different types, but Haru has had an amazing run of form, and now he's running Crown very close in the MVP as well. Have to imagine our eyes are going to be trained towards that middle and jungle duo. But let's get onto the Rift and see if MVP can return to some of the things they've done well. This team is great at playing pick comps, Scion comps. They're even great at innovating, but sometimes it feels like they just throw everything out the window. They're looking for that famous art piece of art with just all the different colors of paint and hoping it works out. And especially around Baron, we're hoping to see a different level of security because they seem to be inviting with open arms the Baron Steels.
Yeah, trying to go for the 50-50 Baron against the likes of Haru is going to be very questionable for Beyond if that's what they set themselves up for.
Fun thing, Haru and Beyond, in my estimation, the 2 best Rengars in the league. So seeing if Rengar will be banned on blue and red. Remember, Peanut and SKT were banning the Rengar on blue and red side, did not allow that to slip over to Samsung Galaxy.
See, Samsung here doing their research. The Varus bans have fallen away very heavily, but Maha has been favoring this pick so much that it actually does draw a ban out on the red side.
But it's a really fun one, because like, what if one team gets Rengar, Beyond undefeated on Rengar, Haru 7-2. The other team's going to get the Syndra if that's not banned soon, as Crown has increasingly become a fantastic Syndra player, and Ian is still 8-1 on the season, even if he lost it on his last time out. So no bans towards
both going to be available.
Either of those picks is interesting, as double support ban from MVP. If you look at the most played for Core JJ, he's actually played 19 games, so even more than that, 24 games on Zyra and Karma. So finally Core JJ is going to have to jump off Comfort, as surprisingly MVP draft Graves over the Rengar.
Yeah, they will forego that one. This opens up a lot here for Samsung. Could see the Nautilus come in for Cuvée. This hasn't been the largest priority for him. He's played the Nautilus a couple times, but he's been more of the Maokai type in this split.
I like Nautilus AD carry here, just because the AD carry pool has already been hit with 2 picks. Ooh. They could just shield information and try to look into what matchup they're going into, but given that Maha's been a bit more inflexible in his AD carry choices, I kind of would have liked a takeaway AD carry pick at that juncture. Regardless, just a fact-finding mission. Haru onto the Lee Sin, so they actually skip past Rengar, despite both these guys being very proficient Rengars in recent weeks.
Yeah, definitely surprising to see here. Now, we'll to pick up on what MVP wants to do in the top lane. We see the hover over this Gragas so far. Saw this in our first series of the night, and there wasn't much success there for Huni, but ADD will be trying his hand at this one.
What about Taliyah, the champion that was banned away in all 3 games early, but then picked up? Now, Nidalee, it's an MVP, so there's a chance it's going to be picked up, but it'd be kind of bizarre to be taken after Graves and Gragas.
Be the return of Nidalee, you would have to expect, unless they wanted to run it in the bottom lane, but for now, they'll move away from that. It will be Lulu picked up here for Max.
Early support draft, so it is the standard AD carry jungle support. Oh, no AD carry, sorry, jungle top lane support. So the AD carry picks could be focused on, and we wondered how early Syndra will be drafted. Nautilus is usually the side of a pick comp, Lee Sin effective in one as well, so they take the Syndra now. and now they'll start banning mid laners. So surprisingly, we will not see further AD carry bans, but with 2 AD carries banned away already, could potentially not have that many left in the pool. But if both teams do not ban them, there still will be the likes of Caitlyn and Ezreal, Jhin as well. They have plenty of comfort picks to go. So we'll see what MVP wants to attack. They could look for top lane or even further support bans.
We're going to target out on the ADCs here for MVP. So Lucian taken off the board. Ashe is already not available, so Ezreal jumps up in priority, you'd have to think here. But MVP, they have this Lulu. We know that they are keen to use the Kog'Maw. They have done that in the past. It's gone, 50-50 for them pretty much. But we know that they have that in their back pocket, and they're willing to pull it out. So maybe we see that if the ADC pool gets pinched anymore, but looks like it won't be. It's going to be Orianna and Tahm Kench as the final 2 bans from either side. First pick here for Samsung. Looks like it might just be that Ezreal for Ruler, which we know that he's so very comfortable on. This was a massive pick for him in the summer split of last year.
Taking AD carry at this juncture also means that the Nautilus could be flexed to support. So either they can counterpick the support or counterpick top lane. And you spoke about the Kog'Maw. Did not work. Last time we saw a Kog'Maw was against the Twisted Fate from ROX Tigers, but this deceptively little backline threat from Samsung. Sure, Lee Sin can get around the back, but in the late game it doesn't happen often. Nautilus might be able to get in depth charge range, but then again might not be able to. So they will go for Lulu Kog'Maw. As you're never really sure with the Hobbit. There's a lot of knockups on this team, Achilles. There's an outside chance it will actually be the Yasuo, but that would be blind. It'll be to Syndra, which is not that happy either.
All right, well, we won't see that one come through. Instead, it's going to be the Echo into the mid lane here for Ian. So going to be trying his hand at that mid lane assassin. Trying to get rolling early. Get that Proto Belt in so he can just annihilate people. And the final pick here, and the support role is just going to be Nami going over to Core JJ.
Second game of Echo for the season from Ian is the pretty standard laning matchup into the Syndra. Does allow them to go double teleport as well. Potential that if Samsung fall behind and have their mid lane turret taken down, they could be spread across the map. A lot of power in the Samsung draft. Most surprising thing is Lee Sin being taken in the first rotation by Samsung over the Rengar, but they've shown a lot of Rengar. Maybe it's the time to start putting doubt in their enemies by playing some new champions and throwing them off the scent for their inevitable gauntlet run in just a couple of weeks.
They're going to try it right here, right now. We'll see how that top lane is going to fare as well with ADD coming in on the Gragas. Has had some mixed results across every team. So we're not really sure, just where exactly it fits in on the power rankings for top laners.
Gragas is so enigmatic. He does very well in tank matchups, but in the late game, he is pretty much the cask into not much. Can be very tanky if ahead, but the Kog'Maw also very interesting.
We'll talk about that in the late game.
I like it as a laning matchup against some specific AD carries. He's actually very good against Lucian deceptively, which is something we might see in that gauntlet, but Kog'Maw Lulu, it's back again.
Yeah, we'll see if the Juggermaw can work out here and carry MVP to a Game 1 victory, or if Samsung is going to continue on this massive win streak that they've established for themselves. Let's go ahead, jump onto the rift for Game number 1, MVP versus Samsung Galaxy.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Of course, Samsung having no shortage of fans, but MVP as well, with their success, have certainly grown their fan base this season.
I mean, we've seen them ever since they joined the LCK in summer of last year. Mega fan base, even, of course, that the name is very famous. MVP used to be Samsung, so there is a bit of rivalry around there. The MVP organization selling to Samsung Ozone, ironically, around the time that famous Champions Winter final happened.
That's a really good Dongjun.
That is an excellent Dongjun, one of our Korean casters, Korean analyst, you should say. But, yeah, was looking at that Samsung Ozone versus SK Telecom T1K match, because that was the one that capped off the undefeated season, and also the same venue that will be playing this year's final at. An MVP sold to Samsung, was out of League of Legends for a long time, even though they're a staple of Korean esports. brought back in, but into the challenger scene. Qualified in spring. Summer was a building season, still had very few fans, but the fans are starting to flock because Korean fans love winners, and they stick with the same 5. And a lot of bubbly personality around some of these members, so it's cool to see them entrenched in the playoffs, and their first ever playoffs will be this season.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, 2 of our teams that arguably kept with the same 5. I mean, Samsung finally kind of moving back into that. Ambition has fallen away, but for the start of the split, they had that same core, and they built up from there. So they built up this, they built up Haru in such a massive way, and MVP have improved across the board.
Yeah, amusingly, the only team that has stuck with exactly the same 5 is MVP, given that Kongdu added a substitute. So that went from being a 50-50 to 100% record of teams that stuck with the same 5 making it to the playoffs. Love that sample size, Kilios.
Yeah, it's fantastic, right?
And we're watching Haru, who had a monster series against Peanut. I've said the word monster about it a lot, but my goodness, watch those VODs.
Hello, Max. Dangerously low. He's going to have to be numbing up on those biscuits, trying to get back to full HP.
No sustain in Kog'Maw Lulu. These guys are fearsome later in the game, but laning phase not wonderful. And Nami beats Lulu pretty hard in the terms of support matchup because she matches the poke and has sustain as well. And thus, Max and Maha going to have to be a bit more respectful in this lane.
You see Ruler just trying to cheat around the minions, trying to get some Nora Mystic shots in. Not going to be connecting yet, but just trying to poke them out as much as humanly possible, get those potions burned out, and maybe get an early back here for Maha and Max to really establish that lane dominance. Beyond's going to rotate up towards the top side of the map, take away these Krugs. Hasn't been spotted yet. And Haru, he'll just show himself in mid.
Doesn't need to appreciate there's nothing on this side of the jungle anymore, as Beyond has spent his time clearing camps.
Spotted out. Haru now going to know pretty much exactly where Beyond's at. He's sitting inside the brush, so he doesn't see him yet. He's going to have to peel back as ADD starts cheating down towards that dry brush.
Yeah, and we talked a little about what Gragas does. One thing you can say is going to have a pushing advantage in most every top lane matchup. Usually we'll go W Max first to push on a budget as mid lane.
Yeah, Ian gets stunned up. Haru comes in, but immediately gets locked down by the parallel convergence. Flashes in, goes in with that resonating strike. And now Haru way too far forward, gets taken out. Ian comes up with the solo kill in the 1v2. First blood to MVP.
Well, we call that the caster curse. That's when you praise someone and then, look, they have a bit of a merit, giving the double buffs and the kill over. It's a big swing for a matchup that needs a bit of gold to really be able to stand up against the Syndra.
And Crown has already been having a bit of a rough time here in the mid lane, trying to stick out ahead of that Echo. And now with the double buffs, the harassment is going to be even harder to get through.
It's because the first early buys are so difficult for the Echo that you struggle in the matchup so much early. You're not able to wave clear without mana problems, and you also need to start building some magic resist to deal with Syndra's all in. So
problem solved.
Exactly. The blue buff solves both of those problems. We're going to see the replay. So Haru comes in and gets stunned up. So that part already, you could have just backed away if you're Haru, but at level 3, at level 4, you get the kill there almost certainly. So
There's a hesitation before he used the E. And you can see there, Ian popping off a bit in the booth.
Feeling good, wants to get the Pantheon game out of his system. Good performance in game 1 would certainly help that.
I think we'd all like to get that out of our minds.
I don't know, it was really funny.
It's painfully funny.
Interestingly, ADD has changed the skill order. He's maxing barrel roll first, you know, the old AP Gragas way.
He's looking to go pretty aggressive here. He's got the triple Doran's ring. Well, gang coming down to the bottom lane.
Beyond.
Going to get locked up here. Polymorph coming through on the Haru. Takes a lot of damage from the end of the line. He's going to get taken out immediately as Beyond finds the kill. They're able to answer one back onto Max. Maha barely limps away with his life. But Haru, the jungle for the support, MVP, still not that bad.
And if the objective for Haru was to make people want to ban Lee Sin, so far he is not making much of a case for himself. Looked past the Rengar that we know he can play to deadly efficiency in this game 1, but nothing so far. And Beyond 6.
Yeah, Ruler just a little bit too far forward. The bubble from core JJ will not connect. Would have been pretty dangerous there for Beyond, but now Ian, having that level 6 of his own, is going to run down towards his bottom side of the map, spotted out by that ward behind.
With the double buffs, was able to push in the Syndra a lot more easily, despite being a bit behind in terms of CS.
ADD with the roam down, just trying to interrupt Haru, who has been struggling so much. 2 deaths already, just the 1 assist, and down by 30 CS in the jungle. So he has been having a very poor game thus far.
He's kind of lucky that he has a bit of a long leash, that his lanes are actually picked for early power. Syndra, Nautilus, and even Ezreal Nami are very self-sufficient early lanes, so he doesn't really have to do a lot to influence this game. If they picked scaling matchups and he died twice in the early game, the game's probably over. But they didn't. So once again, talking about ADD, going barrel roll first instead of the Drunken Rage is usually not happened or not done because of mana problems, but he's going this new age build of triple Doran's Ring. Back when this was last in the meta, I always used to joke that it was the budget Rod of Ages because you get so much mana regen, health, and AP, but it only costs you 1,200 gold. That is a really, really powerful early game Gragas, to be clear.
So far, just going to be stretching out a very slight lead. You can see here, Cuvée coming back in, has an All Magic Mantle and the Ruby Crystal of his own. So just going to be down that 1 Doran's Ring, but he does have a refillable potion. Give himself a little bit more sustain. So the wave clear should be pretty even, you'd have to expect between the 2 of them with the Riptide and the roll the barrel. Barrel roll, whichever it is.
I think you give the roll the barrel, so either or.
Yeah, it's one's a little bit more literal.
Ruler's using Pulsefire Ezreal, which is not something we see very often.
No, yeah.
Skin used to have a lot of bugs associated with it, which made people not want to play it.
But a couple of those fun ones that stop skins from being used in pro play.
No, it was available. It just was actually buggy for the user more so. There was weird sound and audio glitches and some visual glitches as well, but I believe they've mostly been ironed out. Usually we just see Debonair with some crazy chroma. Sheen already in the inventory, so not looking like it'll be the Blade of the Ruin King second that we saw in Game 2 of the last series.
Yeah, and also not going to be rushing in for the Manamune completion.
Predictably, play the Ruin King for Maha as well. Trinity Force Rush was what Def did last time we saw him play Kog'Maw, but given the power level of Blade the Ruin King and the laning stats with no sustain, it makes a lot of sense to go Bilgewater first.
Beyond waiting here in the bottom side of the map. For the wave to push up so he can make his way into that brush perhaps, but actually we'll just go ahead and start channeling the recall. So it looks like they know with the wave pushing up towards the tower, they won't be able to go for any sort of play. Crown though, yeah. Sustaining his way through this matchup in mid. Harass early on was pretty devastating for him, but at the moment doing a decent job and going to be up in CS. Proto Belt is getting ready to come through for Ian, however.
Yeah, Ian being able to go Proto Belt without rushing Magic Resist, though, is letting you know that the laning phase has gone pretty comfortably. The double buffs and early gold is probably what has allowed him to go a relatively greedy build compared to just the Negatron cloak early.
Roam down to bottom, going to be interrupted here. Crown's going to go ahead and zip his way back up top. Clear out the wave. So yeah, the push power from Ian still coming through. So Crown not going to have as effective of a roam as he would like.
The big winner here is Beyond, because everything from the Gragas was spec'd into pushing by maxing the barrel roll. The double buffs going over to Ian has allowed him to push in as well. So kind of unexpectedly, Beyond is able to both farm and invade and have his lanes in position to help him out, which definitely wasn't to be assumed against Nautilus Syndra solo lanes.
Really like that by Crown. As soon as Ian leaves the lane, he just goes ahead, cheats down into the river, which draws back Maha and Max. They have to be worried about that Syndra arriving in the bottom lane. So just trying to play a bit of a mind game with them.
If Syndra had solo killed Echo early in a different game, and the bot lane was going to go the way it was, this could have been one in laning phase for Samsung, so cannot overstate how much the early deaths for Haru have allowed MVP to get an advantage. They're going to try and dive Cuvée. This is hard to do.
Side. Yeah, the body slam and the cast don't go the way that MVP would have liked them to. So it seems like Cuvée will be fine. Just take a little bit of damage, but again, Riptide going to help him clear out these waves, so he'll be all right. So bit of a botch by MVP, but they don't lose anything for it other than the ultimate on the Gragas. Pop over the wall with a blast cone. Tidal wave coming in. Maha getting locked up. Bubble coming through as well. TP's going to be channeled out. So far, double one coming through from MVP, and Samsung, they're going to have to turn around from this one, try to peel back, keep themselves alive. They'll come up with any kills, but they do draw out both teleports and all the summoners from Maha, so it's not all a loss here.
Yeah, Samsung got greedy looking for 2 kills, but double teleport being used and summoners from MVP is quite a lot to be used for QVE to not have to be involved. So they could have focused one and got out and still drawn the same. But MVP want to get at least this Mountain Drake to make the summoner investment worth it.
Yeah, they will go ahead and pick this one up. There's no way for Haru to get around safely to try to go for a steal. So Mountain Drake goes over to MVP, and an Infernal will be on the way as our second of the game. We'll see how they get prepped for that in 6 minutes when that gets ready to spawn. For now, Samsung are gifted a bit of a window here. The only thing they had to invest for that play in the bottom lane was a couple ultimates and a Ghost from Crowns. They have a massive window for QVE to use that TP that can be unanswered by both Ian and ADD.
Which may never happen in this game again because of the double teleport nature of MVP's draft. If you want to make a big teleport play with QVE, the next few minutes is where you want to do it. Notably, QVE once again is on this Nautilus, which wouldn't be a notable thing for any of our other tank players, but you mentioned it in the last game we saw from Samsung. Previously, there'd only been a single game of QVE playing Nautilus this season, so it's 3 games now, including this one. Not a surprise that he picked up the champion, but Samsung just were not drafting it in previous weeks.
Yeah, it hasn't been a big one for him. The Maokai is something that he's been playing that not many other people have touched.
Even out of meta, you would say, relatively, the Maokai right now.
Still seen some pretty disgusting performances on him despite the nerfs that he suffered as of late.
Well, it just feels like you take Gragas in the situations where you would blind Maokai just because Gragas doesn't really have any bad matchups, but he doesn't get to be Maokai in the late game, so there is still a cost to it. What about very, very early for Ian?
Yeah, does have that one completed.
Crown loves this build. Interesting, he's going it again. Going the double magic penetration build. This time, with only health and no magic resist. Kind of hard to evaluate just how high his kill pressure is. You can see 42 magic resist on the side of Ian.
We saw some big misjudgments coming through from the Unleashed Power before.
True.
So we'll see if he can turn that around and actually know when he has kill pressure.
Still has a lost chapter in his inventory this time, so has some mana sustain. Morellonomicon will come in, cuts the healing from the Echo ultimate.
Haru's trying to go for this red buff. Beyond's nearby. They jump in. Haru taking so much damage from Ian. He will get stunned up by the Syndra, but that's just barely doing enough to keep the Lee Sin alive. He's got to go ahead and back out of there. Meanwhile, fight over a control ward here in the bottom side. Ruler poking out where he can. Gets a decent amount of damage down. No one gonna die, no commitments to a fight here. But you can see just how much damage Ian is already doing with just the Proto Belt.
And the completed items definitely advantage MVP. First item, Blade of the Ruin King. First item, Proto Belt, both completed for MVP. Don't have those teleports, but ADDs will be up in roughly 45 seconds time.
Yep, now he's just gonna go ahead and proxy out this wave. There's nothing they can do. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, actually, an engagement comes through as Haru helps pick up a kill here for Ruler as they take down Maha. Max does make it out with his life. But now they can put some pressure down onto that turret. Beyond's wrapping around to try to
have teleport advantage as well. First brick will be a big advantage to Samsung.
See Beyond coming through. Will have decent wave clear with the end of the line. Gonna go ahead, toss that one out. Meanwhile, QVE maybe gonna get solo killed up top here. ADD flash body slam comes through. Takes him out. Impressive to say the least, finding that one onto a Nautilus.
Second time we've seen ADD in a tank matchup get a solo kill. We saw this in Nautilus Poppy, I believe it was, as well. So going triple Dorans and also working towards the Spectre's Cow seems to give them a big advantage. First, we're going to watch what happened bot lane, and, well, that was great pathing from Haru to be there at the right time. They take down Maha through the ultimate.
They force him to cheat up.
What happened in the mid lane? We missed this.
Oh. Just barely missing a kill.
We don't often get replays of almost kills.
It's because it's Crown on Syndra.
It might have been because we weren't watching all 3 lanes. Usually there's only the backup observer. There's not usually a third observer also watching a third lane. So I guess we missed some of the development of the top lane solo kill. That is one tanky Gragas.
Yes, it is. Spirit Visage completed, has the Ninja Tabby ready to go. Still the 3 Doran's rings giving him
6
that
items,
HP.
baby.
Yep, he's full build. 16 minutes, new record.
I mean, it doesn't really get much better for Gragas than this actual point, if you think about it.
That's true. It's all downhill from here.
I mean, Iceborne Gauntlet's okay. And then it's kind of like, well, I can build tank items.
At least gives him like split push pressure, I guess.
Yeah, it's more burst, sort of. But
Drunken Rage will hit pretty hard.
But right now, he's really happy. With the happy hour passive.
Good
and
spot.
Spirit Visage.
There's no punish really outside of Maha going down for the TP, and that wasn't even
ADDs.
involved. See Cuvee getting his dredge line interrupted. Takes quite a bit of damage.
I think a lot of people will take note because we've seen a lot of Gragas, blind picked, a lot of Gragas top lane. We have not seen a lot of barrel roll first Gragas, and maxing the Q with the triple Dorans has allowed him to proxy a lot of time, has also in some way contributed to a solo kill as well. So changing the build order is something which, given how important this pick is in recent meta, should be tracked.
Well, MVP continuing to innovate ADD this time around. The one pioneering the way with this Gragas. Maha, though, taking quite a bit of damage. You can see Ruler starting to play very boldly. Maha is already low. Haru and Crown now arriving. They kick him into the wall. Wild Growth comes through. The Tidal Wave won't connect, but it doesn't matter. Crown has the unleashed power.
Could be a
can
big
Samsung
stun.
get out with their lives? What about forward? Ian spreads a little bit of damage in, but takes a lot in return. Could snap back in, but he'd be in the middle of 4 members of Samsung. Definitely just not worth the risk, despite the amount of burst that he would get onto the members. So just going to be the one kill as Maha goes down yet again.
Yeah, they would have pathed around and gone for the teleport play before, but remember, they couldn't because Cuvee got solo killed. This time they get that first brick.
Yep, and they also get the ultimate away from Ian. Went back. The base healed up a little bit in the fountain and then snaps back in with the ulti.
Got his shop in, but the turret was just not healthy enough. Infernal Drake probably another reason that he wanted to be here as soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll join back in. Vision is here inside the pit. Samsung going to go ahead, pull this out, and maybe even just back off of it. No, they're going to go ahead, stick to this one. TP has not come through from ADD nor Cuvee. Parallel Convergence thrown down, but there's just no way for Ian to enter safely without the ultimate, so they go ahead and hand over the Infernal Drake to Samsung.
Cuvee had a deep ward he could teleport to, but they get the objective and they get out. Low mana bars on Ruler and Crown, so Samsung happy they weren't forced to fight any sort of fight, but now they're also low mana around a turret.
Parallel Convergence coming in. Ian gonna get the shield. TP thrown down by Cuvee. Turret taking a lot of damage, but he should still arrive in time, and he does. Collateral damage tossed out by Beyond, but doesn't really connect onto anything, and now Haru is chasing in, comes up with the kill as he takes down the Graves. Dredgeline comes in, barely clips Maha, but still gets him. Sonic Wave goes in, but Crown able to finish it off before the second connection there from the Lee Sin. 2 more kills on the board for Samsung. They hold on to the turret, and Ruler is just pressuring in the bottom lane.
And you know it means so much for the confidence of both Cuvee and Haru, both of which have made pretty big mistakes in this game to get a pressure play and turn the tide of the game. Haru getting a kill onto Beyond, registering his Q, and then a really nice hook, catching Maha on the exit. Haven't had to talk about that recently as Maha's position has been good. They seem caught unawares by the dredge line, and now it's Samsung in full control. They got the Infernal Drake, they got the 2 picks. They even have their waves in a pretty good spot. And only really ADD's tankiness separates the 2 teams.
Yep, 2,000 gold here in the lead is Samsung. So ADD just not able to join in on that fight. Can't turn the tide of that, can't knock down that tier 1 turret. Gonna try to turn things around here. ADD getting popped up into the air. It'll take quite a lot of time to whittle him down. Be able to body slam away. Has that innate regen on the HP, so he'll be quite all right so far. But with this rotation up towards the top side, Ruler and Core JJ going to be pushing in, trying to knock down another outer turret.
Nice thing about Gragas into this comp from Samsung is that he interacts really well with the Syndra. Syndra wants to fish for a Scatter the Meek, and then often will be in range of being bounced back by the Explosive Cask. So the sort of game where Explosive Cask can win a team fight straight up. Also just disengage for the Kog'Maw. When Juggernaut was last in the meta, Gragas jungle was a thing, but Gragas top lane, another person who can peel for Maha, who still needs a lot of time. Still 2 more items away from real relevance in this game, but Hurricane will come in eventually. If they can find a way to steady the ship, keep the gold even. Feels like it's going to be a battle of who can carry in team fights harder, the Ezreal or the Kog'Maw.
Well, so far, I'd have to put my money on Ruler. Maha's positioning has been punishing him pretty heavily here. 0, 3, and 1 on that Kog'Maw thus far, and down about 50 CS as well. So it has not been fun times for him. Now pressure coming out in the mid lane. Ian going to go ahead, dash back with the ultimate, trying to avoid that unleashed power. So it takes quite a bit Samsung just pressuring up where they can. Haru now in maybe a bad spot if ADD wanted to go in. Trying to pop him back in with that explosive cast, but instead they'll be able to kite back into the mid lane safely, defend this turret where they can, and Ruler knocks down that outer turret up top.
But Samsung's only getting wins. Remember, they were the ones threatening a turret dive and also taking a turret in the top lane at the same time. Feels like MVP is being spread too thin, trying to answer all the question marks that are being raised by Samsung Galaxy. And the only minion way for them to ride into is in the bot lane. ADD would have to go there without teleport and also a much longer teleport timer than Cuvee, but MVP can't afford to keep donating objectives and tempo to the side of Samsung Galaxy.
Haru trying to pressure Beyond out of the jungle, away from this turret. It's a pretty crucial wave clear on the side of MVP. Max going low, Ruler gonna jump forward, comes up with a kill with the Arcane Shift, but now has to get out of there, but actually can't do it. Maha finishes him off as he flashes away. Whereas as the Arcane Shift comes through, Ian getting popped pretty low, but the Unleashed Power, but this is not enough there from Crown to finalize the kill onto the Echo. So far, a 1-for-1 ADC for support. MVP should take that as a victory, as they will very also likely take out this Tier 1 turret at mid.
Ian hasn't backed. He could have backed, and Ulta could have backed and teleported, but knew his only role was to add extra zoning for the turret to go down from MVP. No reason to overdive. They got the objective they were going for. Things once again stay within 1,500 gold for the side of MVP. We wondered about Iceborne Gauntlet in the top lane. Might be double Iceborne Gauntlet this game because we see a bit of tankiness coming out from the side of Ian. Won't be going the Lich Bane route, actually going the Iceborne Gauntlet route, which tells me that he wants to spend his team fights occupying the time of Ruler. Because we mentioned how when it came to backline threat, on the side of MVP it's not massive, but Iceborne Gauntlet, Proto Belt, Echo can occupy the time a lot, as this was some nice Ezreal mechanics, but quickly answered by Maha. As the replay came through, it was a nice cask as well, but in the end, Crown ulted, couldn't find the kill, didn't even use the snapback there. Good calculations from Ian. They took the turret, and now Ian, because he kept the teleport and the ult, going to start visiting the side lane pretty happily.
Yeah, and if he can get some alone time with that turret in the bottom side, he'll take it out very swiftly. And we'll see how Samsung want to play around this one. They weren't able to break that Tier 1 in mid. They can get rid of that. That opens up the bottom half of the map for them quite considerably. I mean, well, the map in general will be opened up for them very well. And with that Infernal Drake coming in 8 seconds, Samsung want as much pressure as they can possibly get.
Cask again.
Throwing out the cast, just knocks away Core JJ and Haru. Turret still goes down, but now Ian comes over the wall. Proto Belt in. As Ruler goes low, gets the shield coming through, trying to keep himself alive. He's getting chunked out. Collateral damage takes him low, but Crown is able to finish off Maha. Now Haru going in, kicks back Beyond as he gets stunned by Crown, who comes up with the double kill. Can he find more? The answer is going to be yes. Triple kill on the board for the Syndra, and that is going to be a guaranteed Infernal Drake for Samsung.
Second fight in a row where Maha is caught and killed first. Needs to be a lot more conservative with how he's opening up on the Kog'Maw. Maybe this is a pick. They can't really look to any reliability when we get to the Gauntlet phase. Samsung picking up an Inferno. Oh no,
I say
Lulu!
guaranteed, but yeah, there was no smite available, and Max, he's done this before with Barons on Thresh, actually comes up with the Infernal Drake. Caster's Curse indeed for Samsung.
Star Guardian Lulu feeling pretty good about herself. I believe the Drake fell to 6 HP and then was taken away by Max, who I love how Max is the counterpoint to Ian. Everything always turns to gold when Max is around, but Ian, he tries one thing and shenanigans ensue, and it's not really acceptable. I mean, we watched as the team fight develop, so they got the objective, they're backing away. Ian dives, but if you watch Crown, he just walks over and kills Maha. Like, no one is interrupting him. He's able to ghost, just instant pop. There's 2 different CCs that affected Beyond, so he was traded for Haru, but it should be just a straight up one team fight for Samsung Galaxy. They just, you know, this is just what happens around objectives for MVP. Seems like Baron and Drake.
That's definitely a PogChamp moment there for Max. He's had many of them so far.
And you just know every support main in watching this game is like, yeah.
Sweet, sweet justice. Scuttle Crab somehow ended up on the other side of the wall.
Finding new terrain.
Crown just tossing him at people, the poor guy.
The Rift coward. Probably doesn't like going to other parts of the Rift that he doesn't understand. He or she. I'm actually not sure what gender the Rift Scuttler is.
Who's more of a coward? Is it the Herald or the Scuttle Crab?
I mean, the Herald does just leave at 20 minutes.
Yeah, he kind of pieces out.
He's
so.
that guy who comes to the party, but only to say he was there. He just leaves, and you're like, wait, was he? When did he leave?
Like sneaks in the back of one photo and then just bounces.
Yep. There's photo proof that he was there, just like the Rift Herald's like, look, no, that was the timestamp, 1945. Yeah, that was there.
Steals like a bottle of whiskey from the bar. Just like, yeah, no, for this one.
Damn Harold.
Such a jerk. Never invited again.
And yet he still comes to every party. When are we going to uninvite the Rift Herald?
I don't know.
Kilios?
We need to hire. We need some bodyguards.
We can talk to Riot Games. They can uninvite that Herald for good.
They're probably working on something right now to at least change his attitude.
Well, Samsung still in control of this game, even though it should have been double Infernal from their perspective. And Crown, I mean, you got to say, it really made us a believer of the Syndra. We were criticizing it early in the season. He had a couple of performances like, okay. He had some great performances like, yep, it's there. And now truly entrenched in his champion pool. Wondering what'll be next from Crown. I, for one, want to see the Crown Aurelian Soul become a thing. Doesn't really strike me as a Crown champion at all, but maybe.
Yeah.
He made Talia a thing.
This is true. Maybe we could see something like that come out. For now, though, still just keeping his champion pool pretty tight-knit. Extends it one at a time. So we'll see what the next surprise is going to be from him. Suddenly he's like a Zed player.
We know he's a Yasuo player, Legacy, but Yasuo mid lane no longer a thing. Unless you're playing solo queue, then very much a thing.
MVP flashed it for us. We made us think maybe we would see it coming out, but unfortunately, we will not.
I want to know if Insect's played Master Yi this season. It's on 6.5, Exhaust Spin nerf, which is a buff for Master Yi. I believe Insect gets one Master Yi game a year.
It's in his contract.
It's waiting his time. I mean, Arrow already played Draven, so.
That's true.
This is a sneaky Baron, only 2 mana, not the 2 men you'd expect to do damage. It's an assist ping from MVP. They know what's happening.
Yeah, Crown and Haru are there. Go ahead, they spot this out though, and as Samsung will be able to just peel back away from this.
It's the Liandry's rush from Crown, which meant that even though Lee Sin and Syndra were perhaps the most deceptive possible duo when it came to Baron, still snuffed out by MVP.
It's a little bit too quiet on Summoner's Rift.
I wonder if Ian has enough threat with this build. He's gone Void Staff third after Iceborne Gauntlet Proto Belt. Needs to really stop Ruler from excelling in fights. That's his main role.
Over the wall comes Samsung. Trying to poke out ADD, but he's still all right.
Worried about just for mobility from Ian. That'll be down for a little bit.
See how Samsung want to approach this one. Looking for some damage. So I'm not going to connect to get the flash away from Beyond. Good pressure coming out from Crown.
Ian will start the 1-3-1. Double teleport advantage, you'll remember, for MVP. But no warding advantage. In fact, almost no wards on the map whatsoever from MVP. Not necessarily been a strong part of their game. I'm not even sure if there's any charges on the Sightstone left. Monitors are small, so I can't see if Max has any wards available.
Doesn't look like it. Ian going to get locked up. Can they finish him off in time? No, he's going to
Turn
snap
around.
back. Big damage in onto Ruler. He jumps over the wall, but it doesn't matter. Ruler still has the damage. Go ahead and finish off that Echo. Rashad Barrage coming through, chunking out Maha, getting through that shield offered up by the Lulu. Big pop-up on the depth charge here onto Beyond. Cube still just tanking up in the front line, lands the dredge line, comes up with the kill. 3 already over to Samsung, not losing a single member. And now they will go ahead, turn on to this Baron. Dare I say, guaranteed going to Samsung this time. Max not in the vicinity to try to go for the Miracle Steal again.
Yeah, they might even just try and take down Drake, but because it spawns in 25 seconds, probably not going to happen. Achilles, no globals on the side of Lulu or Kog'Maw. It will be Baron over to Samsung. Played the Baron vision game about as well as possible. Ian has to face check because they have no vision at all. And he's the only one that can frontline at this time. ADD wasn't going for it. The turnaround was great, but they're fighting without vision on any quadrant. Every time a member of Samsung dodges into a brush, goes over a wall, there's no way to continue the damage on them. They just start focusing the closest target, no threat onto Crown or Ruler. The health bar advantage is not massive, but when you have a vision advantage that massive, teamfight only goes one way, and now Samsung have probably blown open the game.
Definitely looks that way. That's a gold lead coming through for them. Almost 6,000 on the board. They're going to be looking to go ahead and tie things up with MVP with this Mountain Drake. So Infernal Mountain each between the two of them.
Means the gold lead truly does reflect where the game is at. 5,000 gold lead plus for Samsung. Kog'Maw's items. Maha's gone for this build a few times. On Varus you can understand, but on Kog'Maw going for Guardian Angel when you have a Lulu is, I think, just a straight up mistake. If there's no reason you should go Kog'Maw Lulu if you're not going to build damage on the Kog'Maw. Sure, it's not going to be a real Juggernaut comp anyway because Syndra and the rest of Samsung will take you down, but either you do enough damage and die, or you don't do enough damage and your team loses anyway. So I'm really not a fan of early Guardian Angel on a Kog'Maw, specifically with a Lulu as well.
Yeah, definitely questionable one here.
You can't go Iceborne Gauntlet Echo and Guardian Angel third Kog'Maw in the same game. You just won't have the damage. My opinion. Not sure any itemization would have necessarily helped them in just the spot where they find themselves, though. Samsung bringing up the minions in top lane.
Things are getting exacerbated for them here. Crown barely going to avoid getting locked down by that Peril Convergence. Still gets popped. Yeah, Beyond finishing him off with the collateral damage. Way too far forward, not respecting MVP.
They had no front line in front of him, just Lee Sin. No other front line there. No kick defensively from Haru, so they get in the grill of Syndra and kill her. That will relieve pressure from MVP finally.
Nice pick up from them, but how long does Samsung want to go ahead and stick around? They still have the Baron buff. I think the minions in. There's very far away now from that inner turret here in mid.
And the plan here, though, is for them to keep pushing up the minions, occupy Samsung's time, and have Ian be the one to do the heavy lifting. A lot of easy objectives for MVP to take down to start closing this gold lead, such as the outer top lane turret, but that vision, you know, we talked about vision a little bit. Sure, they have some defensive vision, but vision has kind of been the big problem for MVP this game. Means they are not able to safely take down the outer top lane turret. Interesting to see where Kog'Maw goes with his next item. Already has a dagger in the inventory. Could be a stinger. Could be a lot of things, honestly. Could be a Rage Blade, interestingly. I'm a big fan of the Trinity Force by the Ruin King Hurricane build, maybe throwing a Infinity Edge at that point, but given he's already gone so defensive, I'm not really sure which next item is the biggest one-item power spike for the Kog'Maw. It's going to be that Zeal, so maybe just a Phantom Dancer for even more tankiness.
Could be. But the lack of damage is going to be so worrisome here for Maha. Almost getting Flame Horizon by Ruler.
It is a build, though, you will see more and more often is something like Hurricane Phantom Dancer. With a lot of assassins in meta, builds like Blade the Ruin King, Hurricane, Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster allow you to be tanky but have the constant critical strike to actually do relevant damage. No Zeal and Trinity Force anymore. As Maha's caught.
Comes down, yeah, Maha gonna get popped up there by the depth charge. Bubble as well connects. The Wild Growth comes through, keeping him alive at least for the moment. Ground gets jumped on by Ian, who will snap back. Just exchanging a bit of damage here. So does fall down to about half HP.
ADD kind of just throw out a party cast for no reason. That's down now.
Didn't get much. Dredgeline comes through onto ADD. Ian gets jumped on, locked down, and he falls. He'll picked up, goes over to Ruler. Max trying to juke out as best as he can, but there's nothing he can do to avoid that arcane shift as Ruler picks up the double kill. ADD on the backside of the fight, probably going to be losing this Guardian Angel. Flashes over the wall, might actually take himself out to safety right at the end here. But the rest of Samsung are going hard in the paint as they go inside the base. The unofficial triple kill going over to the Ezreal. Samsung, 50 seconds on Beyond, 30 on Ian. Do they just go for a victory right here?
Seems very likely. Maha lived, but like I said, doesn't have the damage to take anyone down, and now it's turned on.
There we go. Unleashed Power comes through. Guardian Angel gets popped. The wave moving up in mid. Samsung just biding their time, taking out this Kog'Maw. Kathy gets surprised. Just going to get a little bit of damage in, a smattering of it. In onto Haru.
If you want to keep the Guardian Angel up on Haru, so use the heal from Ruler.
Yeah, just trying to buy as much time and as insurance as they possibly can as they turn in onto these Nexus turrets. First one falls, second one going to follow suit. It's just ADD and Max against the world. And you have to say the game will be going over to Samsung. So a bit hard fought, actually. Well, return of Ian coming through. He's going to get popped immediately, though. Gets taken down by Crowd, and there we go. The Nexus will fall. 36.5 minutes on the clock. Samsung win game 1.
I felt like Samsung played that mid-game really, really well. Big vision advantage. The Baron dance that was performed by Samsung was on a different level to a lot of teams, and certainly on a different level to MVP, who have struggled to pull off convincing Baron takes over the course of spring season. And I did say the last time we saw them, Baron would be their undoing in one way or the other. Lost their last series and were outclassed around Baron in game 1 as well. MVP tried a lot of things at once, kind of been their MO recently. Not convinced with the Kog'Maw draft. Kog'Maw Lulu got really outpaced by the last pick Nami, saving the counter pick for support or flexing the Nautilus. Was really nice drafting for Samsung, and even though early in the game, solo kill for the Gragas, Haru dying twice in the early game, Samsung steadied themselves, got over the lines. Samsung Galaxy 1 win away from guaranteeing themselves second spot and skipping every best of 5 to the semifinal.
All right, well, we'll see if MVP can go ahead, fight back, and try to keep their third place hopes alive here, if possible. Suffering a loss here at the hands of Samsung would be pretty devastating for that. We're going to go take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2. See if Samsung can go ahead and lock themselves into second place. So far, things looking pretty good. We'll also see who's going to win MVP for the team. Crown and Haru both in contention for that first place spot.
KT and MVP both battling for third place spot. No real ironclad knowledge of who it'll be. We still have to see KT play tomorrow. Who knows where they're at?
Yep, not really sure. It's been rough from them as of late, but for now, Samsung still looking quite on point. We'll see if they can clean up that early game and go ahead and close this out with a 2-0. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have it for you, so don't go anywhere.
I can't wait, no, I cannot fake it. I can't wait till the day
are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
잘하게 되면 깨달은 거나 이런 게 있었어요?
있었죠. 어떤 거였냐면 그냥 저는 게임은 그냥 항상 열심히 했어요. 그냥 하루 막 16시간씩 게임하면서 잠도 막 4시간, 6시간 자고. 근데 그게 뭐 딱히 제가 막 내가 잘해야지 막 이런 게 아니고 그냥 게임이 재밌었어요. 그냥 게임 재밌고 점수 올리는 게 재밌고 그냥 그렇게 하다가 이제 기본기는 거의 갖춰진 상태에서 이제 코치님이 알려주셨어요. 그냥 너가 왜 이겨야 되는지, 어떻게 하면 이길 수 있는지, 이기면 뭐가 좋은지 게임에 대해 보는 방향을 완전히 그냥 바꿔주셨어요. 그러니까 이겨야겠다, 나 프로게이머다 이런 생각을 가지게 됐어요. 그냥 SKT 와서 그때부터 이제 프로게이머가 된 거죠. 진정한 프로게이머. 그게 가장 큰 이유죠.
내가 진짜 약간 한국 최고의 원딜이라는 느낌이 들었었어요.
솔직히 말하면 생각보다 그렇게 좋지 않았어요. 왜냐면 연습하는 과정이 경기하는 것보다 훨씬 힘들었거든요. 그래서 뭔가 우승을 했다는 거에 대해서 당연하게 생각했어요. 왜냐면 내가 누구보다 더 열심히 했고, 내가 아니라 우리 팀이 누구보다 가장 열심히 했고, 누구보다 우승을 원했고, 우리가 더 잘 준비했으니까 그냥 지면 안 된다, 지면 너무 좀 참담할 것 같다, 이런 생각이 가장 먼저 들었어요. 그리고 실제로 그냥 우승했을 때도 다행이다, 이런 게 가장 컸었던 것 같아요.
되게 기억하는 자신의 최고의 경기는
제가 기억하는 경기는 2015년 스프링 때 플레이오프 CJ랑 했을 때, 약간 그 경기가 제 인생이 바뀐 경기라고 생각하거든요.
그게 루시안 하시지 않았어요?
네, 맞아요. 루시안 했었어요. 아마 그 루시안이 제가 라인전을 이기고 있었는데 한번 앞대시를 했는데 상대가 이제 텔포를 탄던가 했어서 되게 좋은 플레이로 저를 잡아내는 상황이 있었거든요. 그 실수 한 번이 기억이 좀 많이 남아요. 그 실수를 안 했더라면 좀 더 빨리 이겼을 게임인데 그냥 항상 그런 것들이, 실수한 것들이 더 기억에 남더라고요. 좀 많이 남는 것 같아요, 그 경기가. 네.
본인이 생각하는 자신의 최고 챔피언은 어떤 거라고 생각해요?
저는
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not there. But I don't know if I
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see here Crown really earning his way on that Syndra pick. 34,000 damage, surging ahead of everybody else. And while Ian seemed like he was doing a decent amount, he was chunking people out in those fights earlier on, still, it's kind of not coming up very huge with that Echo.
And I think it kind of illustrates going Guardian Angel third, Kog'Maw, and also going for this lower damage build on the Echo with the Iceborne Gauntlet second wasn't going to be enough, and Crown wins the MVP for another game. Starts to open a rift between him and some other members, including his teammate Haru, and is now 100 points ahead at the top of the table.
I see you, OGN. All right, so Crown earning that sole possession of first place. So goes ahead, separates himself from Mickey and Faker a bit further.
But you find it hard to argue because he was super clean this game on the Syndra once again. It's quickly become a pick that needs to be feared on the side of Samsung. Gives them another opportunity for an assertive early game mid laner next to the Taliyah, because usually Crown, it's all about the Victor and Orianna school of thought. Haru had a mare of an early game, but predictably was pretty clean on the late game team fights.
Good luck
even though
dodging that 5-ball scatter of the week.
there was some pretty sick geometry going on in those fights, and this was a sick turnaround from Ian, but they were already so far behind at this point with no vision around the Baron. It all started with a face check, and how did it end up like this? Well, it seems pretty clear that it was a lack of vision on the side of MVP.
I see what you're going for there. You're Mr. Brightside.
What are you talking about? I've never heard of any bright sides.
Don't worry, you'll get your karaoke in maybe this weekend.
Norebang in Korea, of course.
Yeah. But Crown, all right. So goes ahead, takes the victory here for himself. But can they come up with a win overall? Because well, you can
look
kind
at
of
that
see
jacket.
That.
I saw a jacket. That wasn't Haru's
That's
jacket.
a weird looking jacket. It's, Haru is spelled differently in Korean. No, we will have a player swap. So despite the decent performance there on the Lee Sin, Haru will be swapped out for Ambition coming in. So we'll see the veteran making a return. And this is basically Samsung saying, you know what, let's just try to get a victory here for Ambition before we go into playoffs. Try to give him as much game time as possible because we very well may need him when it comes down to those best of fives.
And you saw the pre-match graphics, 7-0, now 8-0 for Haru in terms of his game score. Ambition has been the one that has picked up a couple of losses, so I don't mind giving him some more game time. He does have demonstrable strengths. Whenever they asked in an interview about the differences between Haru and Ambition, Haru is the one who brings up early game aggression, and Ambition is the one that you trust for late game shot calling. But if you play games like they often do with Haru, it never needs too much particular late game shot calling because they manage to snowball the mid game and early game in pretty frightening manner. So this could be a pretty quick series for Samsung unless MVP can find a way back into it, because they had a pretty good early game and then kind of all came unglued for MVP.
Yeah. See how they manage this time as they rotate over towards that red side of the map. Samsung still going to be banning away the Varus. Want to keep that out of the hands of Maha. Don't want to pick it for themselves, so they'll just take it off the board.
I expect to first pick Graves if it's left available for Ambition. It's a pick that he's kind of not always played consistently, but whenever he's played it's been one of his best champions. He's very good at team fighting with Graves in particular and suits his farming style, so I would expect Samsung to first pick that if it's available. See where else the attention is going to be in this Game 2 draft. Neither of these two teams are big Rumble players, so Rumble actually went through picks and bans in pretty surprising fashion in Game 1 and could do that again in Game 2. There is the Graves ban, so MVP definitely been brought up to speed. I'd love to see Ambition play Lee Sin. He actually was always a very clean Lee Sin. Was his off-roll pick even when he was a mid laner, so hopefully we'll see it for him. But Rengar is also available and something that Ambition's been playing plenty of in solo queue, so I may have wanted the Lee Sin, but some Rengar will be hitting the Rift this time out.
Yep, gonna go ahead and bring that one here for the side of Samsung, try to get that rolling.
Shen Elise would probably be the draft here from MVP. Beyond will almost always answer Rengar with Elise, even though Lee Sin of his own is something that he's excelled on in the past.
He's had strong performances with that pick, but Shen will get locked in here for ADD, so not going to see anything wacky coming in for him. Gonna keep things very standard thus far.
I wonder if Cuvée will visit something like the Rumble or the Kennen. Kennen perhaps more in his wheelhouse, but he's a Rumble player as well, and this would be a very early draft of Lucian.
Yeah, we saw this banned away by MVP in the second half of the ban phase, but they will go ahead and lock this in. It's going to be a bit interesting to see. Lucian going to be very heavy on positioning, so Maha going to have to tighten up his performance with this pick.
I think you start the mind games. I think Cuvée should definitely go for Rumble in this scenario, because if he has a good game, that means a lot for Samsung. Their biggest drafting problems in recent times have been they don't necessarily play the meta picks. Crown finally, with sheer determination, has shown us that he is a Syndra player to be feared. Well, but they are just going to go for the Maokai. They will not be revisiting Rumble. In an interview, Cuvée said, well, it doesn't matter that I can't play Rumble, that I choose not to play Rumble. I'll play other stuff, but...
He says other stuff, but it's just going to be Maokai still.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other stuff. Definitively not Rumble is Maokai.
I can't argue against this. The logic is sound.
With double 80 carry ban and Lucian taken, Samsung still don't feel pressured to take an 80 carry in this round of the draft. They will just go for a support and take the Lulu. I mean, that's a bit surprising, but
Yeah, I mean,
consider what's available. Jinx, sorry, not Jinx, Jhin, Ezreal, and then kind of the situational AD carry picks.
be interesting to see the return of Jhin. Not sure how he would fare going into the Lucian matchup because he can just zip around, not get locked down by the Deadly Flourish.
Jinx actually, speaking of a mispronouncer, does lane pretty well into Lucian, so does Kog'Maw. I don't think we're going to see Ruler play either of those champions, but there is always the outside chance. Do we see more AD carry bans from MVP? Right now they are looking, Samsung are looking for a mid laner and an AD carry, so AD carry is probably a role to be targeted. They will ban the Ezreal to begin with. That's been one of Ruler's staples. Next to specifically the Ashe that he's played a lot of this season. Jhin is the last one, but Jhin doesn't see a lot of respect like you mentioned, even though Warlord's Bloodlust is actually pretty good on the Jhin.
We spanned away, so trying to limit Beyond's champion pool might just force him onto something like that, Lee Sin.
So a bit of both. They take away comfort from Ruler and new comfort from Crown by taking away the Syndra. Taliyah is available to be blind drafted for Ian. Talon as well, although they don't have a lot of magical damage. So I'd love to see Taliyah as the first pick of the red side for MVP. Doesn't necessarily fit with their comp as well as it does for Samsung. So Kha'Zix is banned. So
do we see, I mean, this is a chance maybe that we see the Lee Sin from Beyond, but maybe he goes for something a bit crazier like we've seen from him in the past, the Shyvana, the
last pick of Mumu.
It could be something, but actually it's going to be Kindred.
There's another champion that actually really does love the Warlord's Bloodlust. And that's a straight lock of Kalista. Okay.
Alrighty.
Kalista has always been a very good matchup into the Lucian. Attack speed slows ruin her day, but so far no attack speed slows on the side of MVP. This got really crazy really quickly.
Yes, it did.
We're definitely seeing
making a return.
Taliyah's
the
perfect
Kalista,
in this comp.
And then the Taliyah snatched up for Crown, the one that brought this pick back.
It's going to be very difficult to play around the Lamb's Respite when now you have knockups, knockbacks, all sorts of things going on the side of Samsung. Perfect draft to take the Taliyah in. And there's some more new stuff for Kilios.
All right.
It's maybe Ian's first career game on Twisted Fate. Certainly first game of the season. Only mid laner other than Mickey, who has played the Twisted Fate in Korea in 2017.
Well, this is definitely a bit of an intriguing draft, to say the least.
I don't even know which of the picks in the second round deserve the biggest round of applause. I guess the Kindred?
Maybe. Well, I think kind of maybe the Kalista, because we haven't seen a Kalista at all.
In Korea.
Yeah,
and some
in
other
Korea.
scenes are starting to pick up. Blade the Ruin King being buffed is very happy times for Kalista, because guess what? Blade the Ruin King into Hurricane was always her build when Bloodthirster was nerfed the first time. Ian's second Korea game on Twisted Fate, 0-1 on the champion, but we got really, really crazy fast.
Yeah, we did.
Not here,
took a
though.
turn.
That's not interesting at all. But here we go. First sighting of the Kindred in a very long time. Score, of course, synonymous with that pick, and maybe he'll be watching this game interestingly. Twisted Fate against Taliyah is a sort of matchup where Twisted Fate can die instantly to a seismic shove and 1 damage rotation. Famously squishy champion, Kalista is favored in the Lucian matchup because you can dash to the Piercing Light, although that's probably only going to be relevant in the early game because you start getting that cast time quick enough around level 15 with the buffs on Lucian on 7.5. Maybe that does change the interaction a little bit. No attack speed slows either for MVP. Wow, this is a new pick, but a fun one to track.
This is going to be so interesting to watch. I'm not sure which lane really deserves our full attention. We're just going to have to leave it to the whim of the observers as we go ahead and get onto the Rift for game number 2. See if Samsung can close this out with a 2-0 or if MVP will fire back. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Samsung looking for a death brush. The classic. Good for them. Core JJ gonna walk in, but That's going to be the peel back there from Max. I'm not going to find a pick. This gives MVP quite a bit of time to go ahead and get some vision down. So far, I've only dropped one ward by the Raptors there.
So many different things to track with this draft. So much craziness. You know, Kalista back on the Rift. The first time in Korea in 2017. No sustain from the Lulu, so definitely the sort of lane where Ruler and Core JJ could fall behind. A lot of indirect buffs to Kalista through itemization in recent times. As Lulu has
oh God.
A little bit of a cheeky laugh. MVP fighting woohoo. I agree.
And then whatever that says.
MVP. They're MVP fans also, Achilleos. But Samsung fans are also here. They want Crown to have another big performance. Another MVP today for Crown, and he's not unassailable, but he's pretty close to unassailable in first spot MVP.
Yeah. Locked himself in pretty good.
So Warlord's Bloodlust is taken on Beyond. And I'm speaking a bit about that mastery in Champ Select. It's basically like Static Shiv. It's an energized auto attack when you move an auto, and that's exactly the play pattern of the Kindred. So while it's not bringing the heal back onto a W like people always ask for, Kindred fans, so Kindred mains are always saying, please give us back the heal. It is still a heal that now fits the Keystone really cleanly for Kalista, so that's still something for her to be happy about. His ambitions actually started Raptors into enemy blue. There is double ward on Samsung's blue, so they know that he didn't path that way. But Ambition is known for greedy clear, so you're not necessarily surprised. Also on 7.5, there is the change to how the marks of the Kindred come through. It's level 2 down bottom.
Exhaust coming in onto Maha. He goes low. Ruler trying to get in range of that Rend. Won't be able to find it to get the damage in. So actually losing out on that exchange, and they're down the Summoner spell, but they traded for the heal.
They're also down heal in terms of the Tykor's Blessing, though. So there is a stain in this lane from MVP. It can be so tricky with the skirmishes you take 2v2 in bot lane when you do not have any sustain on your support. But yeah, the Mark of the Kindred now applies to Scuttle Crabs 100% at level 1, and in general is a lot more forgiving when it comes to the early marks. That's a new Twisted Fate skill. Haven't seen that one before.
I didn't catch a glimpse of it.
Unless it's the Magnificent and it's been reworked.
That does look like...
Those cards are crazy.
I guess it would have to be that one, unless I missed a Twisted Fate skin release.
It might be a new
I'm sure, I mean, I definitely own it. But,
well, la-di-da, Mr. I've
remember.
got all the skins because I have a Riot account.
Oh, you know. There's a nice advantage to having a million RP.
Well, we're not allowed to move our accounts to Korea because of how the accounts work, so...
Yep.
As you say, get to look very dapper when we hit the Rift.
All those skins I never had before.
And that you'll never have if you ever leave Korea.
Exactly. That's the downside. That's the one thing keeping me here. It's not the career, it's all about the skins. Mission gonna find Beyond here in the river, but
they want this
last
really
forward, the
badly.
gold card comes through from Ian. They might just have the damage to lock him down. W try to cleanse off. Trying to zip his way out of here. A couple more hits will do it. There we go. First blood goes over to Ian.
Ian gets double buff as well. Neither had timed out an Ambition. He read the situation wrong. His mid laner was in base. I don't understand why he would ever look to walk up, but chose to walk up. Was a one-way trip against Ghost Flash, Twisted Fate, and the Kindred, who has slows aplenty as well. And definitely not the right start, but you have to admit that his other jungler also had some side steps in the early game, so won't necessarily be the death knell of Ambition, but certainly doesn't encourage playing him either.
Well, that it does not. It's going to give a nice early advantage over to MVP. See how they play forward with this one. You can see Ian going to have a really nice shot here. Catalyst coming through. Doran's ring to boot. Start things off.
Early trades usually go pretty well for Shen in this matchup, but we won't be seeing too much of it. It's just not interesting.
No, it's not.
Will be the Blood Razor enchant coming through from Beyond. It's very much the standard Kindred pickup.
Hello.
Ambition's invading with no flash. That's
yeah, with
interesting.
no vision either, but Crown's actually here to back him up. Seismic Shove comes through, and Beyond's just going to get taken out. Good roam up. Didn't see him on the mini-map, and Crown comes up with the kill. So what looked very overly aggressive from Ambition is actually geniusly played by Samsung.
They did have two control wards on that side of the map, and you're right, it was a coordinated invade Ambition in the past has been guilty of the solo invade missions, but this time had his mid laner to back him up. So made an overextension around his own jungle with no mid lane pressure, and now makes a pressure play with his mid laner. So that's good to see. Puts paid some of the criticism of his previous move, and does allow him to get that safe farming into 6.
Yep. Now Crown just going to get a couple stacks in on that Dark Seal for himself. See, first shot coming through from Maha here is going to have that Bilgewater Cutlass coming in.
We're going to have a hell of a lot of globals this game with Shen, the Weaver's Wall, and also Destiny.
Yep.
I don't think we've ever seen Twisted Fate versus Taliyah in Korea. That rhymed
no.
also.
I mean, we've only had a couple of those Twisted Fate games, so.
And it was out of meta during last summer season when we saw a bit of Taliyah play.
Oh, you meant in general?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you meant this season.
I don't think we ever saw. Twisted Fate wasn't played very much in summer either, towards the end of it.
If it was probably Mickey.
Oh, Mickey. Rod of Age is still going to be the build for Ian, so clearly he's been watching Mickey. Twisted Fate builds do change quite a lot as the meta shifts. Lichbane first, Rod of Age is first. A lot of different options depending on how tanky you want to build.
Yeah, it's one of those few champions that kind of have a preference to it.
Kayle, the other one that you'd think of, who can basically build whatever she wants. Jax as well. But saw some Kayle in the European LCS, and if we see some more blind pick Vladimir, if I say Jin-Air, you could see a bit of Kayle as an answer.
Already saw it from Raid.
That's true. That's a different type of Kayle.
That was, that was the bad Kayle. The hunt coming through, Weaver's Wall coming down. Crown gonna jump over the other side, gets a cleanse off there on that gold card. Beyond going low, they're able to pop him right as ADD comes in off that Stand United. Now he's gonna have to Shadow Dash his way out to safety. We'll be able to hold on to that flash, but another kill goes over to Samsung.
And actually ADD would have wished that it didn't complete because he loses a full minion wave to the turret as well and must take the most defensive route through his own jungle to get there, so we'll miss out on the cannon. Bot lane.
Destiny into the bot lane, double flash away. Let's take them out to safety. Roll's going to try to trade back a little bit of damage as Cubase now arriving with the TP. Bubble not going to connect. Ian takes a little bit here. TP canceled from ADD. So will not have that teleport advantage for MVP. At least not for a while before that refund comes up.
Important teleport from Cuvée. The gold card timed out. Didn't actually register from Ian. But in the end, it was just wasted time from Cuvée. But did keep his bot lane alive, so probably still worth it overall.
Coming up with a kill would have been nice, but at least the Kalista gets to live and fight another day. You can see the Hurricane start for her for this play to the Rune King. And yeah, it's just interesting. I haven't seen a Kalista played in a tournament that I've cast since IEM Oakland, when Veritas played it, I think.
Sure.
While he was still on Unicorns of Love.
Just after Worlds. We'll be seeing Veritas in a tournament we cast in just a couple of weeks' time when we do the promotion tournament. Imagine it's going to be a little bit after the finals, different from Europe and North America, which will be playing their relegation matches this week.
Yeah, we'll have to see when those dates are going to be exactly.
It's always after the season in Korea. We've got a gauntlet to play.
Yep.
You guys are wondering, CJ Entus is 22-3 in Challenger, by far first place, so we'll be seeing them before too long.
We've been doing some good work here. MVP, though, trying to get some work done as they go in onto this Infernal Drake. It's going low, and Ambition's wrapping around from the side. Max gets chunked out by Crown.
Lister coming too.
In. Can he get the smite? Actually, it's going to be taken away by Crown. Picks it up for himself. Pulling thrown down onto Ambition. He's going to flash away. Wild cards will not connect, and he makes it out with his life. And man, what a steal. Just completely unexpected. Crown takes it out.
And it was such a half commit from Samsung as well. Ruler was on the other side, so they weren't even truly going to be looking for a collapse, and of all people, Crown.
It's 1v5 to Bear. He just 1v5 to an Infernal Drake steal, basically.
Slightly less than 5, but I do follow
1v4,
that.
1v4, yeah, sure. The threat of the Stand United was real.
A zoning Stand United threaten?
Yeah, you know, really got to shove back that Taliyah. She's known for her steals.
Well, she's known for a Melonomicon at this point in the game.
I mean, we had a Lulu steal in game #1, so you know, I don't even.
We had a Thresh steal Baron, Kilios. Yep. You weren't here for that one.
There's also Max.
True.
It was pretty insane.
Atlas there for that one. Atlas will be back tomorrow with a double Aussie cast.
makes the most accents.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, we're neither of us are particularly bogan in our accents, so you can't complain too much. We've suffered them for our international viewers.
I like when I tell people that I'm from New Jersey, and they're like, "Oh, you don't have the accent." What accent? I'm like, you know, like Jersey Shore.
I'm sure you can if I ask you to.
Even then, it'd probably just sound like a...
Can you sound Jersey? Can you say Jersey the way they say Jersey?
Jersey?
Yeah.
New Jersey. Crown, though. Shoving in on the E, and one more hit will do it. Flash away, but he's got a Weaver's Wall right his way in.
No. Oh. Yes.
Oh, that was a pretty bold stand United there from ADD, trying to keep him alive, but still goes down. Nicely done, Crown, picking up the solo kill.
It's in Walls of Life. That was certainly a wall of death coming through from Crown. Taliyah making it so far through picks and bans, all the way to the last rotation, fitting the comp from Samsung perfectly.
And I mean, this isn't even a pick that Crown has brought out lately. It's been so long.
He's
since
2-0 on it. He hasn't played it since very early in the season.
Yeah, it just hasn't been there. It's actually, I don't even know if he's played it at all this season.
He did right at the start of the season.
Okay, yeah,
twice.
he played it against Afrika.
I believe there's 2 games in there. I could be wrong on that, but very, very early in the season.
Afrika and then actually against MVP.
A pick they used to, but it was his playing it out of meta in IEM Gyeonggi when everyone thought that it was done as a pick after the last nerfs just before Worlds. Just as you were talking about New Jersey, it looked like Ian might get away, but it's only level 1 Stand United. He had no health behind it. He wasn't interrupted, so was able to get off the wall at just the perfect time. Second Stand United, basically for no gain, for a very long cooldown ability. You know, you really don't want to be using Stand United this early for saving. It's much better as a vessel or a taxi to go in. And speaking of coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be Destiny coming down from Ian. Locks up. Ruler should have the kill to help the calling, and they do. Wildgrowth thrown down onto core JJ, but he gets taken out. 2 kills. Very swiftly picked up here by MVP as they try to look for that first brick in the bottom lane. You'd have to say they probably have it. TF could offer up quite a bit of damage with the blue cards. Wave's not really there with them yet, but do they stick around for this? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
Kendra will walk down to try and provide some backup. They really do not want this turret to go down.
Yeah, TP's coming through. Crown wrapping around from the backside. Couple more hits on the turret would take it out. Ambition's jumping in really deep. Teleporting underneath the TP. Comes in from ADD. Crown trying to take out Beyond, but he's got the Lamb's Respite to keep himself alive, at least for the moment. Jumps off it, gets that very slight heal, but ADD is getting duoed at the same time as Crown just keeps all remaining 4 members of MVP busy. Comes up with 1 kill, 2 will go down in the end. 2 kills for Samsung off the backside of the first break, and now they might be looking for a turret of their own.
If Crown had any more time, it would have been 3 or 4 members of MVP go down. So many on blinking health bars. They will answer the turret. May not be first brick, but they will get a turret and answer.
I mean, is this time that we see the Medjai's coming through from the Taliyah? He's got 8 stacks.
Pretty much getting to that gold point, Achilleos, so you'd understand if it's not the next purchase, but if he gets over 10, then certainly Medjai's a decent option. It'll be the second Medjai's of the season, I believe. Did see one in the last week. I think Atlas and I cast a Medjai's game.
I think it was you and
I like to call it the Mana Medjai's. Will not be taking at this juncture as we see the replay, and MVP desperately wanted to get an advantage. Why they committed so hard, but look at Crown. No word ground, of course. He wasn't in this part of the map. It was the Merlinomicon, so the heal is only very slight from the Lamb's Respite. And he just walks up and, you know, with those mana bars and those health bars, another day this could have been a quadra kill for Crown. Shen was occupying the time of the other members. That's why he took a long time to die. Weaver's Wall's back up, remember?
Yeah, Crown's not done yet. Rotating up towards the top side of the map. I mean, Shadow Dash would take ADD over the wall. Cubase going in, trying to lock him down.
Do they want to turret that?
Probably just going to try to chip away at the turret where they can. See, here, even with ADD with that Spectre Scout, still taking quite a bit of damage from the threaded volley. And Ruler and Core JJ without a turret on the bottom side. Go ahead, rotate up towards the mid.
Ninja Tabi coming through from Illusion to help in the duels against Kalista.
ADD's going to stick around, but this might be a bad idea. Crown can very easily take him out.
Juve zoning in from the turret. They want to get the first turret lead of the game.
Yep, go ahead and take this one out.
A lot of damage on that mid lane turret, as our observer showed us as well. The standing gold soon to be taken out. MVP is standing on top of the Ocean Drake. Kalista was always famed for being able to solo down Drakes, but Ocean's one of the hardest ones to be soloed down.
You can see right now, looks like Beyond has gone ahead, started this one up. Samsung, not sure how much they want to contest over an Ocean Drake.
CoreJJ put a skill shot over, and if I've learned anything from recent games, it was almost a steal.
Especially when MVP's in the game. It's almost always a steal. As Weaver's wall thrown down, but Maha and Beyond, they can just leap over that. The turret should still fall. Samsung having to peel back. Not a wave coming in. Bubble going to be flashed away by Crown as he stays alive. Now Dash coming through, locks up Ambition, who's still in the front line. Has to flash away, barely makes it out with his life. As Crown just continues to zone them back with the threaded volleys. MVP cannot chase in for the kill, but they also don't lose that turret.
Ambition, Ruler was staying bot lane. It's actually a big mistake from Ian. Flashed for a blue card, so picked the wrong card. Not getting any form of CC, so Ambition lives, and Ruler is not punished for not grouping, so in multiple ways. Samsung went out on that particular trade, or lack of a trade, you guess you would say, on the side of Samsung. Was a decent spot for them to get stuff done, as you did point out that they do have multiple ways to get over the Weaver's wall. Only Nami will be left stranded on one side.
Actually, it was a really good angle for Max.
Twisted Fate as well. I guess he can Destiny away from the Weaver's wall.
That's pretty much how he has to be playing this one. Just anywhere the Weaver's wall's at, he needs to try to get away from it.
I do wonder about the Lich Bane, but I guess MVP want to play the 1-3-1 and have a Shen in the back pocket of the Twisted Fate. Going to be another early Liandry's from Crown, who clearly has taken a liking to this build. We've mentioned a couple of times that Liandry's and Ludens, the double L items, do seem to fit pretty much the same spot, about the same in gold, but a lot of mid laners feel like Liandry's gives you more bang for the buck, and Ludens kind of fallen away as a result.
Crown with that added bit of magic penetration is definitely going to be chunking out ADD. I already saw him shove out the Shen in the top lane and help them work down that tier 1 turret.
Beyond is building a Black Cleaver in just about the most disgusting way possible. Double Ruby Crystal and a longsword looks very awful.
Ow. That hurts the eyes. Calling will come through here from Maha, just trying to keep them away from the turrets. One hit from going down. So big investment to try to get this one. Ruler walking up, trying to get it. Actually gets chunked down quite a bit. Didn't really see the exchange, but the Wild Growth comes through to try to keep him alive.
Just health topped up as well. Not usually a use for the Wild Growth, but when Crown is trying to zone for an outer turret, they only need a single auto attack. Just preeminently popping it. They will get the auto wins. Another structure over to Samsung.
Yeah, Kive poking it from the backside, just trying to zone them off.
Once again, MVP, no vision on the map at all. Destiny will give them that vision.
Yeah, the bubble comes down, not going to connect. Destiny has been channeled in. It's going to be Ian coming in from behind. Can he get a good enough angle here?
Wow.
United coming through. He's going to try to sprint in, get close enough. ADD now arrives, locks down Crown, who might just get popped immediately, and he does. ADD comes up with a kill, but several members of the MVP still going low. The Shen falls. Beyond the backside of the fight here still has the Lambs fight ready to throw him down, but MVP instead, they're just going to have to kite back towards that inner turret to keep themselves safe.
Still pretty short range on Samsung, means they will not be able to turn onto the objective for one. But the cooldowns used by MVP are a lot longer than the cooldowns used for Samsung. Stand United was used, Destiny used. Even the Tidal Wave has a very long cooldown at level 1, so they will not be able to repeat that fight in the nearest future, whereas Samsung's ults are basically all available again. So if they choose to fight in the next minute or so, big advantage Samsung. Ian was actually, first thought was to move back, understandable as a Twisted Fate, but he was being used to taxi in for the Shen, able to take down Crown first, and given that Crown had all the gold, perfect target selection for MVP, but then they lose their front line and they can't really fight these sort of fights with 4 squishies, so they have to back away.
The Destiny got me curious because the little eye icon, so I looked it up. It's actually Blood Moon Twisted Fate.
The newest Twisted Fate skin.
I didn't even realize that they had a Blood Moon, but apparently they do.
Same time as Jin, I would assume.
Yeah.
Given that one came through.
Guess so. Like I said, I don't know the names of it. I just know that I own it.
Well, la-di-da.
I'm a simple man. I see skins, I buy them.
So do many other people.
Buy in quotations.
So do many other people.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons we have a job, Ilias.
That's very true.
Stay in school and buy skins, OGN Legion.
You need to graduate, get a degree, so you can get a nice job, so you can pay for all
Yeah,
those
think of the skins, right?
Yeah.
Why are we being sellouts? We don't even work for Riot.
I don't know. We don't work for BBQ either, but we give them shameless self-promotion. Or not self-promotion, but shameless promotion.
I mean, they make really good chicken.
They do.
We don't cast any more BBQ games.
No, we
That
don't.
means we're certainly not getting any more free chicken.
Well, it's been that way for a while.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm happy to buy it. Just like the skins.
Oh, dear. MVP really just need to put down more than one ward at a time on the map. I'm getting pretty tilted about it.
I really want to know their wards per minute from this series so far.
It's about 0.1 wards per minute.
It's pretty abysmal for sure.
All right. Just point out the next time they have more than 4 wards on the map. That's what I want to know. I can see 1. I believe there's 3. No, there's 1 on Baron. Okay, 4. You're doing it, MVP. You're coming back. But Samsung have basically full vision control. All the ultimates are back up. So we talked about playing through windows of power, and now MVP can go for an all-in engage with the Destiny and Stand United.
And they might have
Weaver's
to here.
Wall.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall thrown down, just trying to zone them away by the look of it. Maha can go ahead, dash over. They force the flash away from Max. That'll be a nice little takeaway, but Samsung, do they go straight back over towards this Infernal Drake? Looks like the answer might be yes. Stand United and TP are available from ADD, but because of the ward placement, he's definitely gonna have to use the Stand United. See, Beyond is coming in, gonna be looking for the steal. Can't find it though, Ambition able to smite this one away. Beyond inside the pit, gonna get popped up here. As they do take him out, the Lambs Respite won't even come down, and Crown is just helping Cuvee zone the rest of MVP back. Flashes over the wall, actually does find a kill onto Maha as Ruler falls. But Ian will pay for that one with his own life. A double kill off screen coming through for Crown. 4 members dead. It's just ADD left alive. Samsung might be looking to break the inhibitor line at 23 minutes.
Yeah, whenever Maha dies, it's not much consistent damage. Even Beyond's items really haven't taken him to being relevant. Not convinced with the first Kindred we've seen in a long time. And Samsung will break the base. Still very early in the game. It's only 23 minutes in. And even though MVP have done some cool stuff, including, I guess, Shen stealing away a red buff, they will have their base broken. And double Infernal Drake for Samsung as well.
Yeah, so no inhib yet. The death timer is still just too short for Samsung to stick around, and they did not have Ruler to help them out with that auto attack damage. So they will peel back, but now an exposed inhib in mid. We'll take another look at this one. A lot of action happening off screen for sure there with Crown and Cuvee.
So Beyond smited just a second early. Another auto attack from any other member. It would have been the Drake over to Beyond. Crown was able to be no longer in any way harassed. Actually flashed aggressively, trusting his aim. And speaking of aim, Seismic shove perfect onto the Nami, who we saw flash over the Weaver's Wall earlier.
Really good pickups there for Samsung. So Baron definitely would not have been an objective able to be taken by them without the Kalista there. So the best that they could get was just the inhib turret in mid. But now map opened up very much for them. The gold lead is well established, and they have double Infernal. So the damage has already been pretty disgusting here from Crown.
I mean, he does true damage to almost everyone on the side of MVP with double Magic Pen and percentage Magic Pen as well. Flat and percentage going on there. Feels bad building Magic Resist, feels bad having no Magic Resist. Everyone...
Put him in the catch-22.
Yes, everyone is in hell on the side of MVP. I guess you build Hex Shrinker and hope for the best. It's about the best you can do.
That sounds like a pretty poor plan. That's your last-ditch effort. Destiny coming out. It's going to be the Stand United coming through as well, but they're really only able to find poor JJ.
It's Crown.
Fate's Call comes through, keeping him alive. Ian tries to make it onto that Lambs Respite, but just cannot do it in time. Gets booped right back off, and he goes down. Max will get caught out for the double kill. As Crown rips through him with a threaded volley. Cuvee, participation not required, just chilling out in that bottom lane, clearing out the waves as best as he can. As Samsung picks up 2 more kills plus a turret, they can go ahead and look straight over to Baron.
Yeah, MVP used all their long cooldown ultimates at once and lost 4v5, which lets you know that they are in no way competitive with where this game is at in Game 2. They'll turn on to the Baron. It's Blade the Ruin King and also Liandry's, so current HP everywhere means that everyone's a Baron buff team.
Yeah.
Samsung wears that Baron buff, and, well, Cuvee didn't do anything at all.
Nope, didn't have to.
He just sat in the brush.
He's able to chill out.
He saw it work for Mighty Bear, and he thought it might work for him. He's role-playing. He's a tree. Trees stand in the brush. I feel like he's had a very peaceful game. Like 4 people have died around him, so it's still a bit of an atrocity, but otherwise, happy times.
Yeah. This isn't like the Ent March in Lord of the Rings by any means.
I don't speak Lord of the Rings.
All right. Fair enough.
I should. It's a fantasy game. I should know the relevant literature.
Fantasy game?
This is a video game.
I mean, they do have games based on Lord of the Rings. Actually, they were pretty good. Think back to the PlayStation 2, GameCube
Shadow
era.
of Mordor recently was also a Lord of the Rings.
That was a pretty
game.
excellent one. No, they're really bending the lore of that universe for the second one, and obviously even the first one.
I feel like we've learned nothing about Kindred or Callista this game. Kindred just hasn't done much, and
Kind of
Callista
been non-factors, yeah.
has been Crown all over the place. Crown really wants MVP, it turns out.
Yeah, well, Weaver's Wall coming through. They'll go ahead, cut him off, knock down the turret, which means they can set up for the inhibitor and then rotate right over to mid lane where the wave's getting ready to crash. Crown just zoning them back. Nobody can walk into that threaded volley because he's just going to rip them down to about half HP. Still the hunt coming through, calling thrown down. It'll be the tidal wave out from Max as well. Twist advance forward, they lock down ADD. Emshin coming through with Lance Spite on top, just to try to top him up as much as possible. Maha getting seismic shoves, he goes low, pops the heal to try to stay alive, but at Samsung, they might just try to finish this one right here on this push. 27 minutes on the clock, Redemption coming down, popping Cube back up, making him relatively healthy. Seismic shove connecting in onto Ian. As the Stand United comes through, trying to keep that Twisted Fate healthy as possibly can be. Right now, final Nexus turret, just about at half HP. They're waiting for the wave to crash. Comes in, Baron Empowered Minions, gonna help them take this one up. Shadow Dash coming in, locks up Cube only, and that's ADD paying with that for his life immediately. This Crown finds yet another kill, 13-5, 28 minutes, not even on the clock, and Samsung come up with a very swift 2-0 victory, and they will lock themselves into second place.
I mean, they have been so decisive in our second round robin, Achilleos. They are the only team winning 2-0 with any regularity. And that is why they find themselves now confirmed second, confirmed waiting to the semi-final. They will play on the 15th of April against the winner of the third versus wildcard match. That will be the match played at the Gangnam Stadium. So Samsung, what a story for them. Looking like they were going to be significantly far behind KT Rolster, around the same ebb as MVP and Longzhu in past weeks. But when Longzhu fell away, when MVP has started to slowly fall away at the end of the season, Samsung have reigned supreme, and now they've taken out basically everyone in the top 5 apart from Afrika they have beaten in the second round robin. And we mentioned how the last time there was an LCK final, was OGN champions at the time, was SKTT1K versus Samsung Ozone. And I think every betting market would have Samsung versus SKT as the odds-on grand final. And picking a winner, given how well Samsung played against SKT not a week ago, suddenly looks quite difficult.
Yep. I mean, not only that, but surpassing Crown as MVP is looking pretty much not possible. Their final game, and the closest person that could do it would be Mickey on the Rocks Tigers, and he has to face off against Crown in their final match. So it seems like Crown might have just won himself MVP here today.
Neither team are really playing for much in that match. Samsung already guaranteed for second spot. Tigers no longer able to make it through to the top 5. So you're right, it does look odds on. At least we know that we can have an interview that cements that.
What's the tiebreaker for MVP, actually? Because they'd both be at 1,300 points if Rocks wins and Mickey gets both wins.
There's no tiebreaker. We have a double MVP.
Oh, okay.
Which would be pretty cool.
That would be a nice little...
At least we can have an interview that we know is going to be about the regular season MVP because they're both playing in the same match.
There we go. All right. Well, Crown coming up huge here. Nets himself probably 1,300 points. You'd have to expect because he almost certainly has MVP for this
Somehow
game.
there was a...
It's a 99.9% chance.
There was a second round that included...
Oh, my God.
There was a second round that included Callista and Twisted Fate and Kindred, and yet the Taliyah was by far the most important champion. Let's do some quick maths. Yep, he did more than the rest of the team. 56 plus 95 is 16.1, 18.7. Yep, that's a lot of damn damage. That's, yep, he did more than the rest of the team. He also did almost as much as the enemy team.
Yeah.
So I didn't learn anything about
figure.
Callista. Didn't learn much about Twisted Fate that I didn't know.
Yeah, Callista's back in the meta, boys. Here we go.
Kalista and Kindred. Dracos is tilted because that's famously the two champions he mistook once upon a time. The meme that will never die. Thanks, Sharks.
Well, there we go. 9-1 and 2, 85% kill contribution. And very much sole possession of first place now with 1,300 points. Crown just having a day out on the Taliyah, as you would have to expect for the guy that really brought it back into Korea.
And to reiterate, the only way you can win an MVP in Korea, if you're just watching now, is in a one game. So because there's only 2 possible chances for the other members, the only person who can match is Mickey, who plays against Samsung. As Samsung vs Rocks Tigers will be played on Saturday. So it's almost certainly going to be Crown, as I'm sure Val Templar and Dongjun will talk about in the interview. The Taliyah was the 4th champion between those 3 wacky picks of the second round, and, well, walls came down. Everything was tried by MVP, but nothing could be done, and he could have even had more kills, because there was fights like this where you're like, he could get a quadra here, alone, 1v4.
It was certainly looking that way. Maybe one more item, and he would have had
when the card ran out, I was like, oh. But it was only to be the single kill.
Also, when the minions came in, that was kind of the big stopper there, not able to get the thread volley through to the other side. But, I mean, overall, well played by everybody on Samsung, other than, I don't know, I mean, like we said, Kalista was kind of a bit of a non-factor. Cuvée didn't even have to be in some of those fights, but Ambition especially coming up with those smites throughout. Just well played overall by Samsung.
So first and second are going to be the 2 teams, in form. Sure, SKT had a loss recently, but that was to Samsung. Feels like 3rd place is almost going to be the team that kind of sticks the landing. Afrika could get there if they keep winning, but KT and MVP have both had match losses in recent times, so hard to split those 2. So 3rd spot very much still in contention, but 1st and 2nd ironclad after today's matches, and let's talk to probably our MVP elect for regular season. It's Crown.
Yep. Joel, go ahead, take us away with the translation. We'll hear from the man himself.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations once again. We are here with Samsung Galaxy picking up a 2-0 victory against MVP, and we are here with today's MVP Crown for the interview. Congratulations on the win. How do you feel? 2-0 always feels good. And I think, a quick and speedy win also makes it feel better. You seem like you were smiling the entire time in that series today. Were you in a good mood today? Yeah, I think looking at the damage chart made me smile a lot. And, I have to give my credits to my teammates always supporting me, allowing me to have a good game. And it was a good game overall. Seemed like you were doing 1v9 on that Champions today you played. And Samsung is known to be a team that has a little bit of a different team color than the other teams in the LCK. But how do you describe your own team? Yeah, I think MVP is one of those teams that you're talking about, with a different color like you're mentioning, but we have to always look for Joker cards and always look for, things that we might not expect from them. We always have to be ready for those things, and that's how to, best handle MVP. And the first game, we saw that, Gragas and Echo, and we saw a lot of those things that, could initiate back and forth again. But how did you decide that game regarding that composition? When we compare the team composition of both our teams, and we thought that our team composition would be stronger in a 5v5 team fight, and that's kind of what we lean towards to contribute to our victory. And I think continued team fights that went to our success really helped us win. We have a video highlight of Crown's plays. And the team seemed like it wasn't forced by you guys, but somehow you guys came back to win this one. Yeah, I think we were very fortunate with how this turned out, because I don't think it should have turned out this way. And we were kind of retreating back at first, but things happened for us, and it got us a good opportunity to come back and initiate back, and we were very fortunate with that. You were pretty aggressive with your pick today, but MVP kind of countered back, trying to pick the Echo into it. How was that? I think both champions are really skill cap champions, and you know, with the Echo, it can be a counter, but you know, as long as you are careful with it and know how to handle it well, you just need to be cautious of the key plays that it can make. But otherwise, it's something that you can handle pretty well. And I think, you know, as soon as one gets the advantage over the other, you just keep snowballing that to a bigger advantage. I think you're trying to describe me as perfect, but there's no perfect in this game. Continuing on the second game is Talia, which she showed us today. And one thing that surprised us more was the Kindred and the Kalista pick that we saw. Yeah, we had no idea the Kindred was gonna come out, and we just picked the Kalista just for the team composition, and it really contributes well. Is Kalista okay right now? Well, I'm not a bot lane user, but communications with the team, I heard reports that Kalista is okay. And you know, but once again, I'm not an ADC, so I don't have much knowledge of that. And second game, you really dominated the game. We can look at a video highlight to really look at that. This is a solo kill to start it off. How did you know? When did you know you were gonna get the kill right there? Yeah, I was looking at the bot lane, and the laning phase was okay for them, and it allowed for me to, you know, go in aggressively without worrying. And with the items that I had at that moment, I knew that I could face 1v4 without fear. It seemed like all the opponents were running away from you regardless it was 1v4. Yeah, I think everybody was, all the opponents were really focused on Shen, and they really, you know, let me free and, you know, allowed me to put in a lot of DPS on that one. Crown, your plays and your performances overall are really highly rated, and do you want to have any reasons for how you're performing so well? I think it's just being fortunate. Most of the things, you know, getting good opportunities and being fortunate at, you know, key moments, you know, allows me to look good, and, you know, makes my performance look good. But I think, you know, trying to keep calm at, you know, all the time. I think, you know, trying to be greedy doesn't really help your play, but, you know, kind of letting it go at times when you really need it and being calm really actually lets you play much better. And maybe that's a tip that, you know, I could share with you guys. But I think, you know, just kind of letting it go, letting it all go, really just helps me play much better. I think even with the practice, I practice much less than I practiced last year, and I feel like, you know, when I get sleepy, I just feel like, oh, I need to go to sleep, and I just go to sleep. But, you know, don't worry too much. I don't worry too much about the practice time in numerical aspects of it. But when I do practice, I do put in a lot of effort, and, you know, for the time that I do, I put in a lot of concentration. And I think, you know, with a little bit of luck, I think I'm having good times. And it seems like, you know, your other laners were having a hard time compared to you. But what was the reaction with that, you know, with the other teammates struggling? But I think, you know, our team has a lot of trust, and, you know, especially with Cuvee, who doesn't really play a lot of tank champions, I think he has more trust in our teammates that, you know, they could also carry in addition to him as well. And really, he trusts us to do well, and so he goes for those tank lanes. And I think, you know, even we can see during practice that he's going to show really good performances in times to come. So you got a very clean win in the series today and confirmed that second place spot. Would you like to say something to your fans out here today? We always thank you for your support. And we have one game left of the regular season. We want to do our best in that. And even in the playoffs, when we go up to that, we're just going to continue to do our best so that we can get the best results possible. So that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So yeah, Samsung 1 win away from finishing off the regular season here, and then they can look forward to that playoff spot. I mean, granted, they're probably already going to be starting to plan for that semifinal, you'd have to expect, as they are going to be locked into second place. But they still have to go through the Rocks Tigers to finish off spring. But MVP, really rough stuff here. Went for a more standard draft, you have to say, in game number 2, but still got stomped out. And by the, having that handed to them by the likes of Samsung, maybe not the most damning thing for them moving forward, but they still have to play against SK Telecom T1. They want to be as high up as possible starting off in the gauntlet. And with this loss here, it's seeming very likely that they're going to find themselves in that wildcard game.
This feels like the two teams that are ironed on for their spots. KT, MVP, Afrika, Longzhu, as they stand right now, it doesn't really feel like they have the firepower to match SKT and Samsung, but we've made statements like that about KT previously, about other teams when they've been in form, so 7.5 to me. We haven't seen Afrika's last 2 matches, but they did win both those. They weren't OGN days, but Afrika look like they're in the meta as well, and we will actually see Afrika tomorrow. They win. They certainly can start to really turn up the fire on KT Rolster. Of course, they're coming off that embarrassing loss to Kongdu Monster just at the end of last week. Speaking of Kongdu Monster, they will be facing Longzhu, who have their own faint aspirations as well.
Yeah, about as slim as it was for Rocks Tigers to find their way into the playoffs at this point. Longzhu picking up a win there against Kongdu definitely would help them out, but they still need so many things to fall into place for that to happen. Then on Saturday, so we'll have Atlas, and tomorrow I'll be back finishing off the week here with Papa Smithy for Rocks Tigers versus Samsung, their final match of the split, as well as MVP versus SK Telecom T1.
Not much on the line in the first match. In the second match, depending on how Afrika do, this is insane to say, but if they beat KT, they're really close to actually finishing third. Afrika finishing third with KT Rolster, with all the other teams that were above them not long ago, is just insane, but that's been the run of form recently. And the last match day of this season over at the Gangnam Stadium, KT Rolster versus Longzhu, fun matchup, could be big depending on where Longzhu are at. And finally, Jin Air and BBQ are meme teams to close out the season.
Yeah, we'll see. Jin Air picking up a win there would look very good for them going into the promotion matches later on in April. BBQ as well desperately need to get some wins on the board and start looking forward to that summer split where they could try to improve again, because they started off really strongly and then it really fell off from there.
No doubt at all. Well, fun first day. Only 2 match days left for OGN. Plenty of fun, though, I hope.
Yeah, spring split almost done. We're going to be back tomorrow with Atlas, so we'll see you guys then. Have a good day.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody, just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, but this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us
In a
down.
world so shallow, we got a shot at some by us. Ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let them break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody, just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's